Every video here on 616 Entertainment is made possible by my supporters over on Patreon. If you enjoyed the show here today, consider signing up. You'll get early access, exclusive videos and podcasts and more. Pro Wrestling Tees has the merch. As always, thank you for watching. Where does your mind go when you hear the word Halloween? Is it jack-o'-lanterns, skeletons and witches, candy and trick-or-treaters, front lawns adorned with fake gravestones and oversized spider webs? Maybe. I mean, any of these answers would be totally acceptable. Halloween can mean any number of things to any number of people. For Christ's sake, back in the 1700s, it was believed that October 31st was the one day of the year that the boundary between the living and the dead was at its thinnest, allowing the spirits of the departed to cross back and forth between the realms seamlessly. I'm not making this up. Halloween is a time of year. It's a holiday celebrated in several countries around the world. It's that feeling when the newly colored leaves are falling and little kids in the neighborhood seem to be getting into trouble a little more often than usual. We were those kids once, remember? But Halloween is more than that. Skeletons and pumpkins and all that good stuff do eventually pop into my head, like they do anyone else's. But they're secondary. Halloween, for me, is the legendary horror film franchise, the birthplace of possibly the most famous slasher of all time, Michael Myers. In a series that has spanned over 40 years, it's hard to believe that it's not over and done with, and that we won't be able to truly put a bow on this retrospective with the definitive ending. But if there's one thing we know for sure, it's that evil never dies. What's up, Dan-Dans? My name is Ian, and across the next 6 months, we are going to dive deeper into this storied franchise than you ever thought was possible. From that fateful night in 1978 to Silver Shamrock novelties, through the Thorn trilogy, into reboots and re-reboots, there's a lot of meat on this bone. So grab your popcorn or whatever else the hell it is you like to snack on and get comfortable, because this is only the beginning. Welcome to the History of Halloween Part 1, The Night He Came Home. Let's get one thing straight right off the bat. This franchise is a mess. Yes, we all love it, and it's been around for more than 4 decades as we've established, but we have to be honest with ourselves. It's been a total train wreck for a long, long time.
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
From the third film eliminating all of the established canon and starting fresh in a new direction, only to shit-can that idea and bring back the prior lore in the very next sequel, only to shit-can the next 3 movies all together and start all over again as if they'd never happened, only to shit-can that, and see what I mean? This is going to be a long, winding road of ups and downs and in and outs, but I assure you, I'll guide you through the whole thing. We'll navigate this maze together, don't worry. The best way to not get lost in this crazy shuffle is to start at the very beginning. Before Michael Myers existed, before Jamie Lee Curtis signed on for the role that would change her life forever, before Halloween, the film was originally titled The Babysitter Murders. And it came to life when indie film producer Erwin Yablans pitched Moustapha Akkad, a much wealthier producer in his own right, an idea for a film revolving around a group of babysitters being stalked by a killer in a small town. As far as writing and directing were concerned, both Yablans and Akkad had their eyes on John Carpenter, who was fresh off 1976's Assault on Precinct 13. Carpenter was in as long as he was given full creative control, brother, and luckily, that wasn't an issue. Also involved with the project in a co-writing and producing role was Carpenter's then-girlfriend, Debra Hill, who prior to this film had worked on nothing. But she was a package deal with John Carpenter, and honestly, it's a damn good thing she was. It was Hill who wrote the entire first script before John Carpenter even had his first pass at it, as Carpenter was pulled away from the Babysitter Murders almost immediately after agreeing to write and direct, in order to finish up another project. Changing the name of the film to simply Halloween came to be during the writing process. It was Erwin Yablans who pitched that the events take place on Halloween night, and the entire team sort of realized there is no movie just called Halloween. And they ran with it. It's funny how some of these things happen, right? The debuting Jamie Lee Curtis was cast as Laurie Strode, the lead for the film, with one very interesting connection known well by Debra Hill going in. Jamie Lee Curtis was the daughter of Psycho star Janet Leigh. I wonder if the ability to scream is passed down through generations, the way other traits are. Stepping into the shoes of psychiatrist Dr. Sam Loomis, no, not that Sam Loomis, but that's two Psycho connections already, would be the one and only Donald Pleasance, known for his roles in myriad horror films, as well as the lead villain in You Only Live Twice, which would serve as the basis for Michael Myers' Dr. Evil character 30 years later. Sorry, I meant Mike Myers, not Michael Myers. I know I've only listed off 2 actors here, but that's really all you need to know. Look, this was an extremely low-cost project. The entire production, from day one all the way through to completion, had a budget of just $300,000. That's money that would change my life or your life, sure, but this is Hollywood. Avengers Endgame cost $356 million to make. The Ring cost damn near $50 million. Jesus, Child's Play had a budget of $9 million, and that was only 10 years after Halloween. You get the point. This film was made for pennies in the grand scheme. Just ask John Carpenter. Dude was paid $10,000 for his work as a writer and director here. 10 grand. That's unbelievable. And now with the foundation for how Halloween came to be out of the way, I think it's time to dive into the events of the film itself. The story, as it were. Look, I know that's why you're all here, I get it. But when we get into the nitty-gritty like this, it's going to make it all more fun in the long run, I promise. When you boil it down, the plot of Halloween is extraordinarily simple. There are no ghosts, no ancient gods emerging from the depths, nothing like that. Halloween night, 1963 in Haddonfield, Illinois, 6-year-old Michael Myers murdered his older sister with a knife he grabbed out of the drawer in the kitchen. He was institutionalized. On the 15th anniversary of his grisly crime, he escapes from the mental hospital, prompting his longtime psychiatrist to track him down. Throughout the course of the night, Michael stalks several teenage girls in his hometown of Haddonfield, claiming several more lives along the way. When it's all said and done, Laurie Strode is the only one of the girls left standing, and after eating 6 bullets to the chest directly from the revolver of Dr. Loomis and falling off a balcony, Michael Myers somehow disappears into the night, signaling to the captivated audience that this tale is far from over. And that's gonna do it. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just kidding. Come on. On the surface, though, that is what we have here. A psychotic killer stalking and murdering people in his hometown for seemingly no reason. There have been theories thrown out for decades over what the underlying message of 1978's Halloween truly is. I've heard everything from, oh, it was John Carpenter spreading a conservative message about sexuality and violence. I've heard it was a feminist uprising tale, establishing the young and powerful Laurie Strode as an icon. All of this is bullshit. John Carpenter himself has stated that the power of Halloween, one of the things that made it so compelling, is that there is no underlying theme. There is no message. There's nothing he was trying to coyly dump into your skull. Carpenter described Halloween as having the illusion of depth without any depth whatsoever. Around 15 minutes into the film, we get this slow zoom on Laurie in the classroom while her teacher cuts a promo about fate and destiny. In any other movie, this would be foreshadowing, a subliminal way to progress the story. Here? Nope. Just a girl in class with a rambling teacher. But that speech, man, it gives the viewer something to latch onto. Was this horrible scenario always going to play out this way? Were these grisly murders unavoidable? It's great. The fact that there's really nothing to it, it's fantastic. Michael Myers, arguably the king of all slashers, is rarely referred to by his full name in this entire film. We hear it spoken here and there, but Dr. Loomis, Michael's longtime psychiatrist, seemingly refuses to utter his patient's name. Over the 15 years that he spent with Michael, what he had seen had opened his eyes to what was truly before him. The monologue at the 38-minute mark may be, to this day, the most iconic in the franchise's entire history. He tells the sheriff that he'd met him when he was just 6 years old, right after he'd been institutionalized for the murder of his sister, and that he was told, there's nothing left. No reason, no conscience, no understanding of the most rudimentary sense of life or death, good or evil, right or wrong. He describes the child as having
the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes.
These characterizations paint Michael as nothing but a walking, breathing vessel of pure evil. He's not a man with a taste for blood. He's not on some familial mission to wipe out his bloodline.
Yet.
He's not being guided by the stars.
Yet.
It is just an instrument of evil. For God's sake, just before this amazing promo, Loomis and the sheriff happen upon the still warm corpse of a neighborhood dog, to which Loomis utters,
He got hungry. Man wouldn't do that. This isn't a man.
In the credits of the film, Michael is listed as The Shape, rather than Michael Myers, because that's how Carpenter saw him and wrote him in the script. He didn't envision, and then the madman jumped out. To Carpenter, Michael was merely a presence, a shadow, who would occasionally reveal himself from the darkness. It's also worth noting that the Devil's Eyes monologue Donald Pleasance delivered was inspired by a field trip John Carpenter had gone on as a young man. For whatever reason, his school brought his class to a mental institution where the students were able to observe what were, in his words, the most serious, mentally ill patients. Am I the only one that never experienced anything like that in my days as a young student? Jesus Christ. At this point, everyone knows what the Michael Myers character looks like. Dark blue mechanic's jumpsuit, white mask, big-ass knife. I always found it fascinating for some reason when I was little that we get a full-on explanation for the look. The jumpsuit? Simple. Michael killed a mechanic on the side of the road and stole his outfit. He can't be walking around in a hospital gown letting his ass breathe like he's Frank Reynolds, can he? That'd be a whole different kind of movie. The mask? Well, the sheriff seems to believe that some young punks broke into the hardware store and stole a few things. He specifically lists off a Halloween mask, some rope, yada yada. We know it wasn't a group of kids. We know it was Michael. It's cool to see how the look came to be, even if it's ridiculous in later films that he goes out of his way to recreate the look he had here, as if he cares about his fashion or something. I'm getting a little off track here, but I always kind of scratched my head at the poster for Halloween. What the hell is this evil pumpkin doing holding a knife? I guess maybe they wanted to keep Michael's actual appearance a mystery until you see him on screen? I don't know. Hey, did you ever notice the hidden face on this poster? Look at the hand holding the knife. Now you're never gonna unsee that. You also might wonder forever what this film might have looked like if they'd gone with the original mask for Michael that they planned for, which was a sad clown design mirroring the happy clown mask young Michael wore in the opening scene. I think I'm glad they went the way they did. One of the film's main strengths is its subtlety, its restraint. This is indeed a slasher film, but there's almost no bloodshed throughout the entire runtime. I love when the girls are unknowingly being tailed by Michael while listening to Don't Fear the Reaper on the radio. The story takes place on Halloween, but not every house in the neighborhood is covered from lawn to roof in gaudy, over-the-top decorations. It feels real. We've all been there, right? It's October 29th and you look around at your street going, man, nobody even tried this year. This sucks. The presence of the holiday is mainly communicated to the audience through the children. Both Tommy Doyle and Lindsay Wallace are entranced by late-night monster movies on the television. They're obsessed with carving jack-o'-lanterns on Halloween night. I'm still a big fan of Halloween as a holiday. It's my favorite holiday, without a doubt. I was Tommy Doyle once upon a time, my ass parked on the couch watching it was probably either Friday the 13th Part 3 or this very Halloween film, as a matter of fact. And I still carve pumpkins every year. I never miss an opportunity to celebrate. Let me know in the comments if you still celebrate Halloween. I want to hear your stories. I mentioned earlier that the only main characters that you need to know are Laurie Strode and Dr. Loomis, and I stand by that, but glossing over the remaining cast would not be doing them justice. And there wouldn't be any context for when I eventually talk about their deaths, so let's get to it. Laurie's friends Annie and Linda, played by Nancy Keys and PJ Souls respectively, are the quintessential ditzy movie high school girls. Obsessed with their boyfriends, hiding the weed they're smoking from their parents. Annie's dad is the sheriff after all, so that would be trouble. They're teasing each other about the boys they're gonna ask to the dance. It's all here. And maybe you want to make fun of that and say, oh, that's bad writing, there's no depth to the female characters. Well, Debra Hill based these girls, from their dialogue to their decision-making, on herself and her friends from when she was a babysitter in high school. So tell it to the judge, not me. I'm well aware that this is not the first Halloween retrospective in the world, and with that in mind, I don't want to spend an unnecessary amount of time covering things that all those other retrospectives already have. Some fans are aware that the role of Dr. Loomis was initially pitched to horror icons Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, both of which passed on the offer. We all know Michael's legendary mask was created by cutting the sideburns off a William Shatner Captain Kirk mask and coloring it with a $2 can of white spray paint. You may even know that the Myers house still stands. It's been moved across the street, and these days serves as a chiropractor's office. But did you ever notice John Carpenter's cigarette smoke getting caught on camera? Have you ever realized that though this movie takes place in the fall, it's clearly not fall, as all of the trees have very full, fresh, green leaves? The leaves that we do see blowing in the wind were thrown into the shot by John Carpenter himself. Look across the street, not a leaf in sight. I guess it's not fall over there. Though the movie takes place in the fictional town of Haddonfield, Illinois, I can tell you as a Chicagoan myself, we do not have palm trees in Illinois. Why is Linda okay with her boyfriend joking about including the 10-year-old Lindsay Wallace on their sex plans for the evening?
Okay, first I rip your clothes off, then you rip my clothes off, then we rip Lindsay's clothes off. Yeah, I think I got it.
Totally.
I get that he's joking, but that's a major red flag. Let's get into the violence though, shall we? Up to this point, 21-year-old Michael Myers has just one kill to his name. As the franchise rolls on, the kill count gets higher and higher. And here in the original, we're tallying up 5 total. His older sister from the beginning, the mechanic he stole the jumpsuit from, Annie Brackett, who gets her throat slit when Michael pops out of the back seat. Linda's boyfriend Bob gets lifted chokeslam style with one hand and stuck to the wall with a knife to the chest, which is our first real indication that Michael's strength far exceeds that of a normal man's. And Linda herself, who is strangled with a telephone cord, while Michael has a sheet over his head like a cartoon ghost. What was he doing here? Did he think this was funny? The idea that he might have decided to wear this strictly to entertain himself is ghastly. As a kid, it really wasn't any of the kills that scared me. And I mean, none of them are really all that over the top. Plus, by the time I had seen Halloween, I had been playing Mortal Kombat for years, so this was tame in comparison. What did bother me, though, is the night that Michael escapes from Smith's Grove Sanitarium. I'm not talking about the part where he scales the car like a madman and bashes in the window with his bare hand like he's Goldberg on an episode of Nitro. I'm talking about when Loomis and Nurse Chambers pull up to the sanitarium, and amidst the darkness and thunderstorm conditions, we see the patients of the asylum wandering in the fields, aimlessly, in the pouring rain. Fuck this. I hate this part. Visually, it's top tier. It's super scary, but just the idea of pulling up and seeing that, I don't like it. I don't like it. What I do like, though, is the story that the cemetery groundskeeper is telling Dr. Loomis on the way to Michael's mother's grave.
You know, every town has something like this happen. I remember over in Russellville, old Charlie Bowles, about 15 years ago. He finished dinner, and he excused himself from the table. He got himself a hacksaw, and he kissed his wife and his 2 children goodbye, and then he proceeded...
Where are we?
I want to know the rest of this story. I want a whole movie about that guy, man. Who's with me on this one? The chase at the end of the movie, in my mind, still holds up as one of the best in the entire genre. There have been many since, but Michael Myers was the first horror villain I ever saw take his time. There's no rushing, there's no panic on his end. He spent who knows how long posing the corpses of his victims in various locations. He somehow rigged up Bob's big ass to come swinging out of the closet when Laurie got too close to it. Much like the sheet over his head from Linda's death, this seems like it's fun for Michael. The image of that ghostly mask emerging from the blackest depths of the shadows is chilling. After barely avoiding a kill shot, Laurie takes a Mick Foley bump over the stair railing and somehow keeps going, and this is where it's getting intense. Laurie screaming bloody murder for the children to let her in while she's pounding on the door outside is as suspenseful as it gets. Every time she looks over her shoulder, Michael is closer and closer. When it goes from a game of cat and mouse to a life and death struggle, Laurie actually holds her own. She stabs her stalker in the neck with a gigantic knitting needle, but it's not enough to keep him down for good. When he busts through the closet door to find her, she sticks him in the eye with a wire hanger, which, once again, is a short-term incapacitation. And I hate to pause right in the middle of the action, but crashing through the closet door, the descending of the staircase, the out-of-focus, slow sit-up in the background, these are the iconic images of this film. Wrestling fans may compare Michael's sit-up to The Undertaker or Kane. Where do you think they got it from? You're damn right. In the final struggle, Laurie is even able to remove Michael's mask, showing us the mysterious killer's face for the first time. Many fans believed his droopy left eye was caused by a physical deformity, but that's actually not the case. It's supposed to be the result of the hanger stabbing he took to the eye socket, but without any blood to accompany the swelling, I don't think it plays very well. When it's all said and done, Loomis shows up in the nick of time to pump 6 rounds into Michael's chest without any hesitation, sending the killer backwards off the second-story balcony. But when he peers over the edge, Michael is nowhere to be found. This seems like the ultimate cliffhanger to set up a sequel, right? Where's the body? Where did Michael go? How is Michael going to react now that he knows that even his own doctor is after him? There were so many questions that came from the end of Halloween. Questions that were never supposed to be answered. I mentioned earlier that the film's budget was tiny at just over $250,000, but here's the thing. Halloween made $70 million at the box office. The chances of a sequel not being produced were 0.0%, because that's just how things work in Hollywood. The love of the art is secondary to the love of the almighty dollar, and time again, it shows. Production of Halloween 2 began in early 1981, 3 years after the release of the original film. This sounds par for the course, right? Sequels always take time to get cooking before they're ready to roll. John Carpenter had directed The Fog and Escape from New York in the meantime, and now it was time to turn his sights back to the series that set the horror world on fire. But there was one major problem. Carpenter had absolutely no interest in doing a sequel to Halloween. I'm talking to the point of agreeing to write it, but straight up refusing to direct it. His involvement with Halloween 2 was brought on by a lawsuit, so I'm really not kidding when I say he was practically forced into participating. Carpenter has gone on record stating that when the time came to sit down and pen the script, there was, and I quote, "no story here." What he and Debra Hill did wind up writing, though, would change the course of the franchise forever. The original movie is centered around an escaped mental patient who was stalking and murdering people at random. That's the crux of the whole thing. We have no idea why Michael is doing what he's doing. He's just this force of nature, as John Carpenter described him, painting portraits of death in the town where he grew up. Halloween 2 wipes away the mystery completely. It totally wipes away the indiscriminate nature of what Michael is doing. Halloween 2 gives him a motive. There's no point in dancing around it like it's a spoiler, so let's just put it out there. Halloween 2 establishes that Michael Myers is apparently Laurie Strode's older brother. His murders were not random. He was killing Laurie's friends because they were in the way of him getting to Laurie, who was the real target. There are no clues in Halloween to hint at this being the big reveal because it was never supposed to happen. And if you have a faint memory of there being hints in the original movie, it's because you saw the television version that was released just before Halloween 2 hit theaters. The network needed Halloween 1 to fill a 2-hour time slot, and even with commercials, there wasn't enough meat on the bone. So, during the production of Halloween 2, Carpenter and the crew shot 11 minutes worth of additional scenes to slot into this newer, longer, updated version of the original film. In this rare television cut, we see Dr. Loomis berating a young Michael Myers, who stares out the window, completely ignoring him, which Loomis claims is all an act. But more importantly, we get a scene of Loomis visiting Smith's Grove Sanitarium the day after Michael's escape. The room has been torn apart, and on the wall, written in blood, is the word sister. Remember the subtlety of the first movie? To say it's out the window here would be an understatement. With John Carpenter refusing to direct the sequel, several names were thrown around for who could take the chair, namely David Lynch. Can you imagine what the hell Halloween 2 would have looked like with David Lynch at the helm?
Call me.
Please leave this room.
The studio settled on Rick Rosenthal, who was fresh off... Well, he had never directed anything prior to this, so these were some big shoes to fill. We can delve into the general reaction to the film in a little bit. First, I want to go through the story and where Halloween 2 takes us. I would say we're picking up right where Halloween ended, but that's not true. We actually replayed the ending of the original film and go from there. Quick aside, I always found it fascinating that they actually messed up with the recreation of Michael's demise. Dr. Loomis shouts to a police officer,
I shot him in the heart! Can't have gotten very far. Come on. I shot him 6 times!
but he actually shoots him 7 times. Which is impossible, considering a revolver like the one Loomis is holding only carries 6 rounds. Anyway, the cliffhanger of where Michael's body went is answered immediately. We see through his eyes that he's prowling the neighborhood, evading police. He slyly steals a knife from an unsuspecting old woman, and even murders the girl next door for no reason. This sets the tone, in my mind, for what Halloween 2 was going to be. There was no projectile blood spatter in the original. This sequel was going for the throat. Literally. Laurie is taken to the hospital. The news of an escaped mental patient remaining at large after committing several murders is hitting the airwaves, and Dr. Loomis is absolutely desperate to get the police to help him in tracking down and stopping Michael before this gets even worse. Loomis is panicked to the point that the police have to stop him from pointing his gun and opening fire near children at a person he thinks might possibly be Michael. The person runs into the street, is crushed between a speeding cop car and a news van, and it explodes! Spoiler, that's not Michael. This is later revealed to be Ben Tramer.
Well, you could ask Dick Baxter. He'd go out with you.
I'd rather go with Ben Tramer.
A local 17-year-old kid who was drunkenly walking home from a party. Whoops. I love how the cop who hit him just says,
He came out of nowhere. I couldn't stop.
Dude, you were doing like 50 in a residential. What the hell's the matter with you? At the hospital, this EMT is hitting on Laurie. Laurie's all doped up on pain medication and anesthesia. And this guy, Bud, is only concerned with nailing one of the nurses. Loomis and the cops head to the school in response to a break-in report, and they find a foreshadowing drawing, as well as the word Sawen scrawled in blood on the chalkboard. Loomis mispronounces it throughout the whole ordeal.
Samhain.
But I assure you, it's Samhain. Michael finds his way to Haddonfield Memorial Hospital. He disposes of all possible distractions, one by one, in gruesome fashion, which we'll cover in depth in just a minute. Dr. Loomis is alerted by Nurse Chambers that the governor is ordering him to be removed from the situation, and in the car ride back, she drops a bombshell. This is where it's revealed that Michael is Laurie's older brother, like we covered before. Connecting the dots, Loomis orders the officer behind the wheel to head to the hospital at once, knowing for certain that Michael will be there to complete his mission. Obviously, this goes poorly. Michael enters the hospital like he's the fucking Kool-Aid man.
Oh, yeah.
Survives several more shots directly to the upper body, and slits the throat of the poor police officer who was foolish enough to check on him. In the finale, we see Loomis and Laurie cowering in a room that Michael once again enters like the Kool-Aid man.
Oh, yeah.
Before sticking Loomis in the chest with a scalpel. Laurie addresses her brother by name, possibly as an attempt to call him off, but it doesn't work. So she blasts his eyes out! What a shot young Laurie Strode is, huh? Good lord. This still isn't enough to put Michael down, as he attempts to cut the entire room in half if he has to, as long as he captures his prey. A struggling Loomis empties a can of oxygen into the room to distract Michael, which Laurie mimics before taking Loomis's orders to leave the hospital. In his final act, Loomis bids Michael farewell and flicks his lighter, igniting the myriad gases filling the room, blowing it to pieces. It's finally over. No, it's not! Michael exits the room, his entire body a raging inferno, before finally succumbing to the flames. In the back of an ambulance, Laurie stares off into the distance like a trauma-stricken war veteran as we cut to black. Jesus Christ, there's a lot to go over here. From the strongly increased presence of brutal violence to how the change in director affected the movie overall, there's a ton to cover. I just had to take a second to let all this sink in. The mask in Halloween 2 looks slightly different from that of the original movie, but it's not. This is the OG Shatner mask. The reason it looks different is because it got banged around on the set of the first film. Nick Castle, who played Michael in 1978, would stuff it in his back pocket between shoots. In the 3 years between Halloween and Halloween 2, the mask reportedly sat under the bed of co-writer Debra Hill, where it yellowed badly. It was re-spray painted to try and capture a fresher look, but the shape still looks off. The shape of the mask, I mean, not Michael's nickname. That's because Nick Castle is no longer the man under the hood. He's been replaced by Dick Warlock, who has a differently shaped head. What are you gonna do about that? This might seem like super nerdy inside baseball talk, but man, when I was a kid, nothing was cooler than Michael's mask. I'll be doing a side video down the line where I rank all of the different designs throughout the franchise, so be on the lookout for that. Let's talk about the violence and the update to Michael's kill count. That's always fun, right? I mentioned the no-reason stabbing with the blood shooting out set the tone for the sequel's feel, and it's true. This very first kill is gnarlier than anything from the original. Ben Tramer wasn't killed by Michael, but his death was certainly spectacular. Watching this poor kid's corpse burn is just, wow, man. The big boy hospital security man takes a claw hammer to the top of his head, which is outrageous. Bud gets strangled. His girlfriend nurse is drowned in scalding hot water. God damn. The head surgeon is offed with a needle to the eyeball, and the nurse who came in to find him is killed with a syringe full of air injected straight into her brain. My God. Michael puts away the head nurse by administering an IV and siphoning every drop of blood in her body out onto the floor, which Jimmy slips in, concussing himself to hell and back. Nurse Franco is lifted in the air off a scalpel to the spinal cord, and we've already seen the poor cop who gets his throat slit to cap it off. I think most horror movie fans, myself included, love some good old violence, but not everyone does. And the change in direction the sequel saw was problematic for several people involved with the project, namely Dr. Loomis himself, Donald Pleasance. Pleasance went on record several times stating that he much preferred the subtle, suspenseful approach of the first film, and that Halloween 2's level of gore was too violent for his taste. At this point you might be wondering why the gore level was pumped up to such an extreme degree. Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, we covered that John Carpenter stepped out of the director's chair, and Rick Rosenthal took the reins. That didn't go so well. After viewing Rosenthal's first cut, Carpenter hated it, and had the entire film recut. Rosenthal's second cut also sucked, according to Carpenter, who stepped in to film new scenes and make the movie more entertaining. What did Carpenter add exactly? Basically all of the horrific violence we just went over. Kinda makes you wonder what those first two passes at Halloween 2 really looked like, right? This is where we dig into the nitty-gritty of what a mess Halloween 2 was behind the scenes. John Carpenter wanted nothing to do with it. Debra Hill thought the story between Laurie Strode and Dr. Loomis had already run its course. Yikes. Rick Rosenthal apparently had no idea how to direct this thing. It was a nightmare. John Carpenter has made it abundantly clear. He hates Halloween 2. He's called it not only a terrible film, but an abomination. But what do I think? I mean, no disrespect to the man himself, but fuck John Carpenter. I love Halloween 2. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, obviously. I'm not trying to say John Carpenter is wrong for thinking the way he does. I'm not saying Donald Pleasance was wrong for being against the gore factor. But me, as my own man, I love this one on the same level I love the original. The fact that they take place in the same night, in the same window of just a few hours, is so cool. Watching them both as a double feature on Halloween Day is untouchable. I love the new sound to the music. It doesn't get any more 80s horror than this. Donald Pleasance's delivery on his monologue still pops me big time.
You don't know what death is. No man could take 6 slugs. I'll tell you, this isn't a man.
If that wasn't Michael Myers burning up in that car, then a lot of other kids are going to be slaughtered tonight.
I am talking about the real possibility that he is still out there.
The sound of Laurie's fingernails scraping across the pavement when she's trying to scream for help. My God. Jimmy slipping in the blood is an incredible visual. How about evil genius Michael Myers, by the way, letting the air out of every tire in the parking lot, draining blood, causing embolisms by injecting air into the bloodstream. He's on another level here. Oh, and I can't forget the little kid who goes into the emergency room with the razor blade in his mouth. How many of you grew up hearing those stories? That there were nut jobs out there slipping razor blades into the candy they gave out on Halloween. I wonder how many people saw this movie and thought, I knew those stories were true, even though this is fiction. Quick aside on the razor blade in the apple scene. When I was little, there was no Blu-ray, there was no 4K streaming. I owned Halloween 2 on VHS. And if you didn't know, if you've never seen one of those tapes, they were fuzzy as hell. I had no idea that what I was looking at was a razor blade stuck in this kid's mouth. I thought it was a big piece of glass. So I spent years going, how the fuck did this little idiot get that big chunk of glass in his mouth? Come to find out, it was a razor blade, like the stories that you used to hear as a kid. Who knew? It's not only John Carpenter and Donald Pleasance that have issues with the film, though. There are apparently Halloween fans out there that take offense to the direction that this sequel takes. Some see the decision to give Michael a motive, rather than just killing for the sake of killing, to be an absolute betrayal of the original film. Jamie Lee Curtis has questioned why Laurie is constantly cowering or laid out on a hospital bed, which, to me, doesn't make any sense. Her ankle is broken. She's had a hell of a night. Her arm got stabbed. She's doped up on medications. What do you want her to do? Pop up and box 12 rounds with Michael? Learn how to fight in seconds and kick everyone's ass like she's Rey Skywalker? Come on. Once again, you can have your opinion. That's alright. But if you're on that side, I'm not with you. I will continue to love Halloween 2 just as much as the original. Thank you very much. When it came to the box office, Halloween 2 was successful. With a budget of $2.5 million, it drew over $25 million in theaters. That pales in comparison to the original $70 million, which I'm sure was disappointing, but it was a success nonetheless. Critics, on the other hand, weren't impressed. They hated the violence. They felt the characters were paper thin. Roger Ebert called it a fall from grace that doesn't even attempt to do justice to the original. Instead, it tries to outdo all of the violent Halloween ripoffs of the last several years. Other critics praised the film, but I've already gushed over this one, so we don't have to go down that lane again. Where do you stand on Halloween 2? I'd love to know. Also, it's worth noting that there is indeed an extremely rare television cut of Halloween 2. It wasn't made widely available until 2012, and was later re-released in the now out-of-print complete Blu-ray collection, which I happen to own. I also just recently found out that it goes for an astronomical amount these days. Holy shit. The impact that Halloween, and yes, Halloween 2, made on the horror genre is impossible to verbalize. Some of your favorite horror films from the past 40 years have borrowed from, straight stolen from, and honorably paid tribute to this franchise in more ways than any of us can count. I was introduced to Halloween at an extremely early age, and I was hooked instantly. I'd have to imagine I was 10 years old. I have distinct memories of my friend Tim's mom allowing us to watch Halloween and Terminator, as long as she was in the room, because she'd stand in front of the TV whenever there was nudity. Grisly murders? A-okay. Titties? Not a chance in hell. By the time I was 12 years old, I was dressing as the Shape for Halloween. On Halloween night in 2002, I even laid in the front lawn with my hands tucked into my jumpsuit so that I'd appear as a decoration, only to scare the approaching trick-or-treaters with the classic sit-up move. Maybe it's weird for a little kid to be super into a horror franchise. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I think I turned out alright, and I don't regret a damn thing. Thank you so much for joining me for this, the History of Halloween Part 1, The Night He Came Home. The year is 1982. John Carpenter, Debra Hill, and the team at Universal Pictures have turned the horror genre upside down with their 1978 smash hit, Halloween. The 1981 sequel, Halloween 2, continued the forward progress of the original, dominating the box office and spawning dozens of fictional copycat killers. Michael Myers, Dr. Loomis, and Laurie Strode had become key figures in anyone's slasher lexicon. And with 2 box office success stories under their belt, the studio was obviously going to exercise their right to produce a 3rd film in the series. There was only one problem. Well, actually, that's a lie. There were a multitude of problems, so we'll take them one at a time. First off, 2 of the 3 main characters I just listed, including our villain, are dead, having been blown to pieces or burned alive at the end of the last film. Secondly, Carpenter and Hill didn't want anything to do with Halloween 2, and only participated at the risk of a lawsuit, so what the hell was the plan to get them involved with yet another sequel? The duo were absolutely done with Haddonfield's resident serial killer, and they'd made their stance abundantly clear. There was nothing in this world that could possibly change their minds. This, then, begs the question. How does Universal Pictures convince John Carpenter and Debra Hill to participate in Halloween 3? Well, that's pretty simple, silly. You just don't include Michael Myers. You know, the face of the franchise, the most famous of all slashers? Yeah, him. Cut him out. He's done. Hello, Dan Dans. It's time to jump into the single most divisive entry to ever grace the Halloween franchise. You know, it's a ballsy idea to take the most marketable, most recognizable face your entire series has going for it and leave them behind completely, but that's exactly what Universal Pictures intended to do. Michael Myers, to them, was a thing of the past. That's a hell of a concept today in 2021, where we've known the character for over 40 years. He's starred in nearly a dozen movies at this point, but at the time, this was the direction they chose. Before I get too far into the weeds, let me get myself off camera by saying thank you for tuning into the History of Halloween Part 2, the failed anthology. Now let's get to it. No matter how many times you say it, it feels like it doesn't make any sense, right? Just imagine pulling the lead character out of any other film series. Hey, are you guys gonna go see Superman 3? Yeah, Superman's not in this one though. The full title is actually Superman 3 Metropolis Uprising. It's about the citizens of the big city rushing the streets and reclaiming their lives from under the foot of the corporate fat cats. Not interested? Oh, okay, let's go see Rambo 3 instead. You know the one, right? Rambo 3, pencils and erasers. John Rambo's off taking care of business somewhere, doing whatever he's doing. And we're following his school teacher's sister, who's trying to make a difference in the lives of as many young children as possible. Hey, where's everybody going? This is the stance many fans took back in 1982, and sadly, it's the stance many still carry to this day. Irwin Yablans, producer of Halloween and Halloween 2, has stated loudly and proudly that he thinks removing Michael Myers from the franchise was downright stupid, and that he was not consulted on the decision at all. I take no responsibility for Halloween 3, Yablans said in a 2014 interview. We know that Michael Myers is the backbone of this whole franchise. Why they decided to leave that, I do not know. There is an answer to that question, but it's up to you to decide whether it was admirable or truly ill-advised. John Carpenter hated Halloween 2. He was done with it. The only way Halloween 3 was going to happen was if the series shifted in a brand new direction, and if there was ever a time to do it, it was now. We last saw Michael engulfed in flames, motionless, succumbing to a fire that easily could have left him as a pile of ashes. I get that he survived gunshots and nasty falls, but if the man has no skin and his muscles and tendons have burnt away, that's it. It's curtains. Dr. Loomis blew the hell up. Laurie's probably in a sanitarium somewhere. It's over. It couldn't be more over, right? So why not move on? Why not take this recognizable name of Halloween and tell a new story? Hell, tell 5 new stories, 10 new stories. Tell a new story literally every year. A guy with a knife isn't the only scary thing in the world, right? So why pigeonhole the franchise around one guy? Yeah, that's it. It'll work. It has to work. When you actually take a second to think about it, it's not a bad concept. A new, scary story dropping every year, always around the titular October holiday. It's a hell of an idea. The series wasn't called Michael Myers, right? No, it was called Halloween. And as I stated in part 1, Halloween can mean any number of things to any number of people. Michael Myers may have been the first story told here, but who's to say we can't find another iconic character across these spooky tales? I imagine some of these early creative meetings opening with, "So if it's not about Michael, what the hell's it gonna be about?" Much like the original film in the franchise, it was Debra Hill who put the skeletal structure of Halloween 3 together with one simple sentence. Witchcraft in the computer age. That's it. That was the first seed planted in the soil. In the director's chair this time around was originally a man by the name of Joe Dante, who, by 1982, had already gained experience directing horror with such films as Piranha and The Howling. Dante was chosen specifically by John Carpenter, but he left the job behind, opening up the opportunity for somebody else. Dante's career would then totally flatline. He definitely didn't go on to direct Gremlins, The Burbs, Gremlins 2, Small Soldiers, and other successful projects. He just completely disappeared. Yep, let's go with that. Tommy Lee Wallace, the production designer and editor from the original Halloween, would eventually step in as director for Halloween 3. What's funny is that Wallace was actually offered the role of director on Halloween 2, once again a spot handpicked by John Carpenter, but he passed, having been a little less than impressed with the script for Halloween's first sequel. Much like Carpenter and Hill in this regard, Wallace was intrigued by Halloween 3 specifically because Michael Myers wasn't in it. This would be Tommy Lee Wallace's directorial debut, after all, and stepping into the shoes of another filmmaker's franchise, carrying on something that was their work, didn't get him excited. But a blank slate, a fresh canvas with which he could paint his own portrait, was much more enticing. It's funny that the question of how could you take Michael out of the movie is so often asked when the answer is actually super admirable from an artistic standpoint. It wasn't about the money for once. It was about creating something you could truly be proud of. Sure, we've got a cash cow on our hands, but what about our integrity as filmmakers? I'm sorry, but that's awesome, and I respect the hell out of it. Another janky piece of Halloween 3's background comes into the writing credits on this film. You see, Tommy Lee Wallace is listed as not only the director of this film, but the writer as well. And no one will tell you that's a bigger load of shit than Wallace himself. Here's the deal. A man by the name of Nigel Neal was contracted to write the script. Nigel Neal was famous for his science fiction work, most notably on the Quatermass series, which drew millions upon millions of viewers to their television sets in the mid-50s. Neal put together a script that both John Carpenter and Tommy Lee Wallace liked, but thought needed a little bit of work in order to get it ready for the screen. With this in mind, Carpenter penned a rewrite. Wallace then took Carpenter's script and rewrote that. By the time this thing was deemed ready for production, Neal was so pissed off that his original script had been changed and was so dismayed by what Carpenter and Wallace had done to it that he demanded his name be completely removed from the credits. Carpenter was never attached as a writer to begin with, so that wasn't an option. And now, Tommy Lee Wallace is listed as the sole writer. Does it feel like maybe things aren't running as smoothly as possible here, or is it just me? Either way, with the script finalized and a director in the chair, it was time to fill the shoes of our brand new characters. Much like the franchise's original entry, there are only 3 main roles I'm going to shed light on. Yes, we have a full cast with some good performances, but do you want to watch a fun retrospective or read a complete list of credits verbatim? Exactly. Our star, our leading man, is none other than Tom Atkins, who had previously worked with our dude John Carpenter on The Fog and Escape from New York. Atkins plays Dr. Don Chalice, a hero who, well, calling him a hero kind of lowers the bar a little bit. He's never there for his kids, he skips out on his job constantly. He's a medical doctor, mind you. He's not calling off his shift at the video store. People need him. And he's definitely got a drinking problem. But he's our star, damn it, and we love him. His tag team partner of sorts, played by Stacey Nelkin, is Miss Ellie Grimbridge. Our main heel, though, played by actor Dan O'Herlihy, is a man by the name of Connell Cochran. He's a business tycoon, a wildly successful one at that, and he's the master of the practical joke.
Connell
Cochran, the all-time genius of the practical joke. He invented sticky toilet paper.
I know that's a lot of information all at once, but this is all super important stuff for a retrospective. And I know there might be comments coming through like, oh, you forgot about the novelization. You forgot about this. I assure you, I didn't forget anything. I can't uncover every stone. If I did that, we'd be here for 3.5 hours, and that's just ridiculous. I gotta pick and choose my stories here, you know what I mean? And speaking of stories, look at that. I think this movie has a hell of a story to tell, so why don't we check it out? Dan, this is Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. It's about a week out from Halloween. We open with a dude running for his life. He's hiding behind any little piece of cover he can find in a junkyard before he's snatched up by some goon in a suit. Not looking to die in the parking lot of a dirty old dump, our dude pulls some slick tricks and winds up crushing his attacker between 2 cars before making his escape. Who the hell are these suited sons of bitches? The running man seeks refuge in a nearby auto garage where Walter, this fine gentleman here, is chilling out. Feet kicked up, watching some shows and flipping through a magazine. The ad on the TV is from Silver Shamrock Novelties, and the products they're selling are the Halloween 3. Yes, this trio of masks are being marketed as the Halloween 3. There's your cheeky reasoning for why this is titled what it's titled. And no, I'm not kidding. This was director Tommy Lee Wallace's idea, and I actually think it's pretty clever. Anyway, scary crazy escapee man busts in like a bat out of hell, clutching one of the Halloween 3, spouting off some crazy shit like they're coming. Walter drives this maniac to the hospital, and it's a good thing he did, because those suited guys were already on their way. Switch over to Dr. Dan Chalice, our star, who is visiting his ex-wife and their 2 kids. He brought them each shitty little dollar store Halloween masks, and they're like, fuck you, Dad, Mom already bought us these Silver Shamrock masks. These are the new hotness. Don't you know anything? And there's that commercial again. This campaign is really sweeping the nation, isn't it? Hey, wait a minute. Dr. Chalice's ex-wife, isn't that Annie Brackett? From Halloween and Halloween 2? Yeah, it is. Her real name is Nancy Keys, and yes, that is her. Man, they're doubling down on the, hey, this isn't the old story thing right in the beginning, huh? Dr. Chalice is called away to the hospital, obviously, as the crazy man has just been rushed in. Walter's still here, explaining how important it is to help someone when they're in need. I told you Walter was the shit. And there's that goddamn commercial again! This time it wakes up our hospitalized madman, and he starts talking about,
they're going to kill us. All of us.
It's at this point that Walter gets the fuck out of the hospital. Not only is he the man, but he's smart. All seems well until one of those suited guys walks into the hospital and rips the mystery man's brain and skull in half. Holy shit. I have never seen that one before. What happens next? The suit man makes a quiet escape? Nope. He calmly exits the hospital, hops in his 4-door sedan, and blows himself the fuck up. Dr. Chalice tried to chase him down to get some answers, but holy Jesus, what do you do in this scenario? You do what he did. Stare at it like, holy shit. The only thing anyone even knew about this mystery man was that the mask he was holding seemed very important to him. The next day, the man's daughter shows up to positively identify the body. Is she a babe? Yeah, she's a babe, so what? You might be asking yourself, why are you bringing attention to her looks? I'll tell you why. Because Dan Chalice is a doctor, damn it, and he has diagnosed Ellie Grimbridge with a bad case of babatosis. I'm sorry, that was fucking horrible. The next day, Dr. Chalice is, where else? At the bar, sipping on gimmicks and smoking cigarettes. You get him, Doc. Hey, I've seen that movie before. And who might be sponsoring this showing of the 1978 horror classic? Well, Silver Shamrock, of course. Ellie Grimbridge shows up, telling Dr. Chalice that the nurses said she could find him here. Yeah, that's a good sign. And the two get to talking. They wind up heading to Ellie's dad's shop, where Ellie checks her father's records. The last item he'd checked off on the list was to head to the Silver Shamrock factory to pick up more masks for his store. Ellie's got a hell of a plan to try and learn more about her father's tragic death. And it would be nice if Dr. Chalice could help, but he's a doctor. He has patients to care for. And he's got kids at home. He can't be running around. Just kidding! He cancels his time with his kids, lies to his ex-wife about having to attend a doctor's meeting, and grabs a 6-pack of Steve Weisers before hitting the road with this hot, young, distressed woman who just waltzed into his life. What a guy. Jesus Christ, this commercial is everywhere. They're insisting that kids wear their masks in front of the TV during some big giveaway. Interesting. The town where the factory is located is creepy as hell. The type of place where everybody knows everybody else's business, and someone is always watching. Maybe more than just someone. In a place like this, 2 single, adult, out-of-towners are gonna stick out like a sore thumb. So Dr. Chalice poses our tag team as a married couple in order to help them blend in. And there we have it. Ellie's dad did indeed stay at this motel. Business is picking up. Goodness gracious, is it picking up, as the region's #1 mask salesman, Buddy Kupfer, just rolled into town with his family in tow. This pleasant woman shows up too.
Damn factory! Got their orders all screwed up and have to stay in this dump again.
What a hot spot. Time to do some detective work, right?
We'll go directly to the factory. We'll
Whoa,
find out
hold on,
exactly
slow down. It's getting late. I could use a drink.
Or not. Jesus, Dr. Chalice, you need to go to rehab.
Maybe I ought to get another room.
That would look sort of suspicious, wouldn't it?
I could sleep in the car.
Where do you want to sleep, Dr. Chalice?
That's a dumb question, Miss Grimbridge.
Whoa, they're banging already? I thought we were investigating her dad's shady death. Well, while our stars are bumping deals in this shitty motel room, the town locks down into curfew at 6 p.m. Even the cat has to come in. No! This place is beyond creepy. The ever-watchful eye sees everything, including Dr. Chalice exiting a liquor store with a full bottle of dad soda. This fucking guy, man. He encounters a homeless man who drops one of the greatest lines I've ever heard.
Saw that bottle. Thought it looked pretty heavy.
Before he gets all weird about the town, the cameras, and the factory. He says they're evil and he's gonna burn the place to the ground. He says that Connell Cochran, Silver Shamrock's owner, is always listening. He's always watching. They part ways, and less than a minute later, hey, it's the suit guys. Holy fuck! They ripped his goddamn head off! I told you this town was trouble. Marge Gutman from earlier chats up Ellie for a minute, just being neighborly. But she happens to mention that one of the masks from her previous order was defective. The logo plate fell off. Hey, that thing looks odd, doesn't it? Marge fiddles with the trademark plate, which appears to have a computer chip in it. Why would a Halloween mask need a computer chip? There's no time to wonder about that, because just then, it blasts her in the mouth with a laser beam. Ellie and Dr. Chalice don't come to help because they are having sex again.
What's that?
Who cares?
Poor Marge Gutman chokes to death on her own blood and pieces of her teeth as carnivorous insects begin to pour out of her gaping wound. This is messed up, for sure, but I also want to tell you really quickly that only after having sex with her multiple times does Dr. Chalice eventually ask Ellie how old she is. Goodness me, Dan-Dans. Our stars only come out to check on the commotion when there's a whole team of guys wheeling Marge out of her room. The motel owner says that Connell Cochran will be overseeing her care. Did I mention that they're saying she's gonna be alright? What the hell is a businessman gonna do for an injured woman? And they're taking her not to the hospital, but the factory. When Cochran asks what happened, one of the guys responds, misfire. This is officially bonkers. Dr. Chalice learns from Teddy back at the hospital that in all of her searches, she hasn't come across a damn thing pointing to who the man was who blew himself up after killing Ellie's dad. It's like there was no one in that car at all. After coming up empty-handed at the factory, Chalice and Ellie are about to leave when, what do you know, good old Buddy Kupfer is here, and he's about to get a full tour of the factory from Connell Cochran himself, as a thank you for being his greatest salesman. Ever the charmer, Buddy invites Chalice and Ellie to participate. Connell Cochran is a weird man. He's incredibly charismatic. He seems nice enough, but every little thing he says in this town literally gets him a standing ovation. I don't like it. It sends a shiver up my ass. Let me just say, this tour of the mask factory is so cool. This was like a dream of mine as a child. I thought masks of all kinds were super interesting, and to see how they were made, come on, dude. Cochran refuses Little Buddy a mask off the assembly line because it hasn't gone through final processing, which even catches the attention of Buddy Sr.
What final processing?
Don't ask me.
He questions Cochran several times, but ultimately gets nowhere. Have you noticed that the guys in suits are here at the factory, and that they're acting very strangely? Ellie spots her departed father's car hidden away in the factory garage, and the suited men spring to life, blocking her path before she can get close. This is where our tag team has seen enough, and it's time to get the hell out of here. They've got to get a hold of the police from somewhere else. This whole town is compromised. But it's too late. Ellie is missing, and the men in the suits are hot on Dr. Chalice's trail. This is the exact situation Ellie's dad found himself in, running for his life, trying to avoid these henchmen. Chalice hides in the damn factory, which I guess isn't a bad idea. I mean, who would think to look for him there? Isn't that where he's trying to get away from? He tries to ask this old woman for help, and her head falls off! Wait a minute. What? Uh-oh! He got. The fight is on now, and this suited sumbitch is no selling punches like Sting taking Jeff Jarrett's guitar. It's looking bad for our main dude until he hits a beautiful sweep right into half guard and goes to work on Suitman's body. What the hell is that? Alright, hold on. The old lady's head fell off, Suitman is filled with wires. Are you telling me that every single one of Cochran's cronies are robots he built that carry out his bidding? And that's why this town is so goddamn strange? Good lord. Cochran waltzes in, barely bothered at all about any of this. He's more concerned with the broken head of the old lady robot, which he reveals was a rare piece built in 1785. Oh, and he knows who Ellie and Dr. Chalice really are. He never bought the couple from out of town cover for a second. Cochran even goes into detail on the creation of the robots, as if he couldn't wait to brag about his work to someone who would react to it in a human manner. He mentions that the robotic inner workings were surprisingly much easier to create than the outer flesh, but in the end, creating a realistic looking human is just another form of mask making. Come on, dude, that is fucking awesome! Connell Cochran is a superb heel. And this is where the diabolical plan is finally revealed. The Silver Shamrock commercial that's inviting children to wear their masks while they tune in for the big giveaway, it's all a trap. The computer chips hidden in the logo plate contain microscopic shavings of Stonehenge, which, when in the presence of the specific audio frequency the giveaway commercial broadcasts, will trigger an ancient evil energy across the entire world. If everything goes according to plan, millions of children will be viciously murdered as an offering to the ancient gods. The ancient gods who, in Cochran's mind, are the true owners of Halloween. Children running around in silly costumes, begging for candy from strangers, having fun and laughing. This isn't what Halloween is about. It's an embarrassment, an abomination. And with this plan, Cochran intends to take it back. We see a live feed of the Kupfer family who believe they've been invited to take part in a focus group for a new ad campaign. But no, this is a trial run before the big event. Little Buddy dons his mask, sits in front of the television, and oh my god. The child's head begins to rot. Insects and venomous snakes pour from the cavities forming in his brain. This is absolutely grotesque and honestly, one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen. Buddy and his wife are done in by the snake's venom, and it's good night Kupfer family. Cochran intends to inflict this suffering on millions upon millions of innocent people around the world, making him, without a doubt, the greatest, most diabolical mastermind the Halloween franchise ever has or ever will see. Children from Seattle, San Francisco, Omaha, all over the place. They're wearing their masks and celebrating what may be their final round of trick-or-treating. As the sun sets, we see Dr. Chalice's own children wearing their Silver Shamrock masks, awaiting the big giveaway. Don't you dare try and tell me Halloween 3 isn't fucking awesome, man. I won't have it. It's worth mentioning right here that Teddy gets killed with a power drill to the brain just after putting the pieces together that there was indeed no living human inside that car. Too bad she'll never have the chance to share her discovery. Dr. Chalice is fucked. Cochran's got him all gimmicked up, tied to a chair, and he puts a mask over his head, hoping for him to suffer the same fate as the children. The giveaway is at 9, and the clock is ticking, so Dr. Chalice gets to work. He dropkicks the television, and uses a shard of glass to free himself from his restraints. We're given peeks at what time it is, building the suspense. In Halloween and Halloween 2, we had the chase, where Laurie was trying to get away from Michael Myers. In Halloween 3, we've got the opposite. Dr. Chalice finds his way to a telephone to warn his ex-wife about their kids' masks, and he rescues Ellie off the gurney she was strapped to, but after that, he's on a mission to get to Cochran. And he does. He tampers with the controls, turns up the frequency, and dumps thousands of gimmick logo plates from the rafters, wiping out Cochran's entire fleet of robotic henchmen. The frequency of the commercial triggers the massive piece of Stonehenge to come to life, activating a sacrificial circle around Cochran, who catches eyes with Ellie and Dr. Chalice overhead. And this is the best part. Real recognize real, and Cochran knows he's been beaten. Call it a trick, call it a treat, the master of the practical joke has been one-upped, and he offers applause to our heroes before he's vaporized by the stone's energy. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck is actually happening here. This is like some H.P. Lovecraft shit where you can't even begin to explain what you're looking at. The factory burns to the ground and that's the end, right? Wrong! Ellie's a goddamn robot now. She was turned while she was incapacitated at the factory, and Dr. Chalice has to do away with her, sadly. With the clock nearing 9, he sprints through the night and winds up once again at Walter's auto garage. Chalice calls every television station he can think of, begging and pleading for them to pull the advertisement, and one by one, they do. Except for the last station. The frequency builds, the imagery flashes, and Dr. Chalice screams into the telephone for them to shut it all down for the sake of lives of millions, as the screen cuts to black. And that's the story of Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. Did that last network pull the ad? We don't know. Did hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of children and their families die that night? We don't know. Even in death, did Connell Cochran succeed in pulling off his vile, evil scheme? We don't know. And that is fucking awesome. You know who didn't think that ending was very awesome? Universal Pictures. They worried that the ambiguous nature of the climax might leave audiences distressed and actually push for a more concrete, happier finish to the film. John Carpenter heard their complaints and brought them to the attention of director Tommy Lee Wallace, who stood firm in that the ambiguity was the way to go. Ever the badass and respectful artist, Carpenter went back to Universal and said, "Nah, we're gonna leave it the way it is." It was very important to Wallace for this film to stand apart from the prior two entries in the series. Wallace has jokingly referred to the original and its sequel as knife movies, whereas Halloween 3 is rooted much more in the science fiction and occult realm, borrowing greatly from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The warning being issued by the main character at the close, straight out of Invasion. A trusted co-star being compromised and turned to the other side in a big reveal spot, straight out of Invasion. The comparisons are numerous, but never approach copycat territory. It's interesting to note that Nigel Neal, the original writer of Halloween 3, didn't have any of these crazy situations present in his script. The story was in no way related to Stonehenge. We didn't see any child's heads rotting, Cochran's goons weren't secretly robotic henchmen, so on and so forth. Kind of makes you wonder what the hell Neil's film might have looked like, right? I obviously haven't been playing the music from the film because this is YouTube after all, and that's Copyright City. But I do have a funny story that I want to tell you guys about the Happy Happy Halloween song, the Silver Shamrock jingle, as it were. You see, I used to manage a used electronics / record store, and we would control all of the music that would play over the speakers. Now, the Halloween 3 soundtrack is on Spotify. Anybody can listen to it. You can listen to it. What I would do is I would queue up that Silver Shamrock song 9 or 10 times per shift. It would play, people would laugh, they'd be like, oh, I know this song. A couple songs would go by and it would come on again. And then you'd get the look of, really? A couple songs go by, it plays again in a row. That's 4 times now. And at this point, people are just like, will you fucking stop doing this? When that happens 2 to 3 more times, you go insane, and the entire cycle starts over, and it's all funny again. And I feel like you had to be there for it, but if you heard this song 10 times inside of 45 minutes, let me tell you something, you'd be losing your mind too. Okay, let's get back to business. I just had to tell you that story. Did you know that the man's voice on the commercial is actually that of director Tommy Lee Wallace? Did you notice that Halloween 3 carries on the legacy of the opening credits featuring a pumpkin? This time, rather than a physically carved jack-o'-lantern, the image comes together digitally on a television screen, which is a fantastic ode, as well as a beautiful piece of foreshadowing as for how the story connects to technology. I was always a little curious about these kids' costumes. When I was little, everyone had a specific look they set out to achieve. Maybe you were Ghostface from Scream. My brother and I went as the Blues Brothers one year, even though everyone thought we were trying to be the Men in Black. Maybe you went out as... I don't know what the hell you did. But what are these costumes? Oh, I'm a skateboarding ballerina pumpkin head. Okay. Oh, I'm a witch with a pumpkin head. Actually, you know what? That one looks awesome. I can't hate on that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to hate on any of them. Except for this one. I like how Dr. Loomis in Halloween 2 invented his own pronunciation of the name Samhain.
Samhain.
But here in Halloween 3, Cochran absolutely nails it.
The Festival of Samhain.
I can talk about interesting little tidbits surrounding the film all I want. I'm only delaying the inevitable. We need to talk about how Halloween 3 was received not only by critics, but fans as well. I won't dance around it. Halloween 3 was brutalized by most review outlets. They lambasted the decision to move on from Michael Myers. Many found the story to be overly zany. Some considered the ambiguous ending to be too dark to enjoy. The film's commentary around consumerism, evil corporate overlords, and the complete replacement of an honest worker were sometimes lauded, but otherwise cast aside as nonsense. This was 1982. These reviews were written in an era where everybody and their brother were incensed by the fact that we now had a Halloween movie without Michael Myers. Don't let anyone tell you this film bombed entirely though, because it didn't. On a budget of just over $2 million, Season of the Witch would gross nearly $15 million. Is that anywhere near the first 2 entries' drawing power? No, definitely not. But Universal didn't lose their ass here. They just didn't pull what they wanted to pull. Tommy Lee Wallace himself has stated that the ultimate failure, which he admits he had a hand in, was on the marketing. He's made it clear that he doesn't believe audiences were ready for, or even made fully aware, of how massive a deviation this film would be from its predecessors, and that had the message been stated more clearly, things may have gone differently. Hell, Wallace has made a case that dropping Halloween 3 from the title altogether might have allowed the film to find its footing much faster than it actually did. And that's the thing. Halloween 3, in the end, found itself. Or should I say, the audience found Halloween 3, in the years and decades to come. What was once looked at as the bastard child of the franchise, the weak spot, the Achilles heel that's not even worth watching at all, is now celebrated. And I'm here to tell you, as someone who wore those not worth watching shoes for a long time, I was wrong. I discovered Halloween when I was a child, as I stated back in part 1 of this series. To me, Michael Myers was the story. He was the best part. He was what I was watching the movies for. So I can empathize with viewers back in 1982 who didn't want to go to the theater to see this movie. Because even 20 years after this movie came out, when I was 12 years old, I still hadn't seen this one. I was in my early 20s when I thought, you know what? I've been avoiding this movie for my entire life based on what it isn't. Shouldn't I at least give it a chance to find out what it is? And I am damn glad that I did. The critical reception and much lower box office numbers were all Universal Pictures needed to see, and the new Anthology approach to Halloween was dead and buried on the spot. The proposed ideas about ghosts and other night fears were all canceled. Michael Myers was definitely going to come back, they just needed to figure out how to pull it off. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, is still divisive in 2021, just about 30 years after its release. Director Tommy Lee Wallace has given extremely honest interviews over the decades regarding the film's reputation, admitting that when it first came out, I was crushed, but he's since made peace with it. It helps that nowadays, fans flock to him whenever he appears at horror conventions or screenings, all with their Halloween 3 merchandise that they'd like him to sign, so that's good. Wallace always believed that Halloween 3 was a good movie, regardless of the drama surrounding a certain character, and damn it, I agree with him. If you're watching this right now and you haven't seen Season of the Witch, do yourself a favor. Did I already tell you about the whole thing? Yeah, I did. But you should really feel it for yourself. It's been this long and you haven't given it a chance, right? Come on. It's almost time. And don't forget to wear your mask. Halloween 3 Season of the Witch damaged the franchise almost beyond repair. Regardless of what your opinion of the third installment in the series is, here in 2021, the box office in 1982 spoke loud and clear. To put the failure into perspective, let me come at it like this. Jason Voorhees and Friday the 13th popped up in Halloween's wake. Without Halloween changing the face of horror and popularizing the masked killer sect of the genre, there is no Jason. That's just the way it is. So you can imagine how Universal Pictures felt when Halloween 3's box office gross was doubled by that of Friday the 13th Part 3. That's like if the Asylum Transmorphers movie drew a larger audience than the official Transformers films. Okay, honestly, it's not that bad. I love Jason and Friday the 13th. I'm taking this joke too far. Look, listen, the point is this. The new Anthology approach for Halloween, telling a new scary story every year, yeah, out the fucking window. Producer Moustapha Akkad knew two things. First, he needed Michael Myers back. And second, he was gonna do whatever it took to get Michael Myers back. What's up, Dan-Dans? My name is Ian. Welcome to the History of Halloween Part 3, The Thorn Trilogy. I hope you're strapped in and ready for this one, because over the next, hour or so, we're going to dive deep into the 3-film arc that not only brought star slasher Michael Myers back to life, but expanded on his background, his motivation, his... Oh god, this one goes off the rails really hard and it gets ugly. But without further ado, let's get to it. By this point, you may be tired of hearing about the many ups and downs surrounding John Carpenter and Debra Hill's involvement with the franchise. They didn't want to do a sequel, they got forced into it. They didn't want to use Michael Myers, so they didn't, and it went to hell. Well, guess what? The production of Halloween 4 was the last straw for our beloved duo. The tag team were still against the idea of continuing the Myers saga, but Carpenter came up with what he saw as a compromise. He hired Dennis Etchison, the writer responsible for the novelizations of Halloween 2, Halloween 3, and The Fog, to pen the script for Halloween 4. Etchison's story followed Lindsay Wallace and Tommy Doyle, the children from the original Halloween, who were to be haunted by a ghostly, phantasmal iteration of Michael Myers.
Listen, it's got Michael Myers in it. He's just not a guy with a knife anymore. It's more of like a ghost story. At the end, he's like fucking 12 feet tall. It's crazy. It's not a slasher. It's like a psychological thriller. No. Michael Myers. I want Michael fucking Myers. No ghosts, no seasons, no witches, no seasons of witches with ghosts. I want fucking Michael Myers. Blue suit, white mask, stabbing. Fucking no ghosts.
More or less, that's pretty much how it went. So, John Carpenter and Debra Hill were out. For good, for real. They were done. And I'm not saying they sat out for one film, no. They sold their shares in the franchise and gladly walked away from the whole thing. Moustapha Akkad bought them out, and hell, he bought out Irwin Yablans as well. Full control of the series now rested solely with Moustapha Akkad to do with as he pleased. And what did he please? Well, he wanted the return of Michael Myers. He also didn't want to deal with paying professional writer the big bucks, so he literally put out an open call asking anyone if they had a cool idea for Halloween 4. They could write up a treatment and send it in. I am not kidding. Three friends by the names of Danny Lipschitz, Larry Ratner, and Benjamin Ruffner came up with a story Akkad liked. He bought it, and he hired Alan B. McElroy to turn the story into a cleaned-up, ready-to-shoot movie script. Which he did, by the way, in 11 days. There was a writer's strike approaching, and Moustapha Akkad was like,
"Fuck writer's strike. I want Michael Myers. Michael fucking Myers. No strike. No writer's strike."
As soon as the script was finished and all things were a go, Akkad rushed the film's announcement with an ad that was riddled with errors and head-scratching decisions. The ad featured a note written by Michael Myers himself apologizing for not being able to attend your Halloween party. Myers is misspelled. The 4 is depicted in Roman numerals, which the final film ditched entirely. Look, I don't know what to tell you about this thing other than maybe it was better when one dude didn't have full control of the series. When it came to the cast, they certainly couldn't call this one The Return of Laurie Strode because Jamie Lee Curtis wasn't involved in any way. She was like Carpenter and Hill. No more Halloweens for me, thank you. Donald Pleasance, though, good old Dr. Loomis, is back. How the fuck did he survive this blast at the end of Halloween 2? Look at this! The entire room explodes! Now look at him in Halloween 4 with the little burn scar on his cheek. Give me a break, man. What's funnier than their total retcon of the deaths of Loomis and the Shape, though, is Donald Pleasance's comments regarding his return to the series. He stated, "I was free, the money was good, and it would be kind of hard to do without me." He was also apparently told that John Carpenter loved the script, which wasn't true. But Pleasance himself did indeed demand a finished script before he signed on to play Loomis again, so either way, he liked it. And that's what matters the most. Directing Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, would be Dwight H. Little, who had previous experience in horror on the set of the Nightmare on Elm Street-inspired television series, Freddy's Nightmares. How's that for a little crossover action? The story of Halloween 4 is back to basics, and that's by design. That's exactly what Moustapha Akkad was looking for. You know how Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens, was criticized for being very similar to A New Hope? It's the same deal here. Force Awakens was made to wash that prequel trilogy taste out of your mouth. Halloween 4 is saying, forget about Halloween 3. Remember the big knife? Remember the scary man? It's back to basics. The question is, does the story work, or does it fall all over itself? I know I went super granular with Halloween 3's story, and that's because I felt like I had to. That's the entry with the least amount of fanfare, you know? Going forward, we don't have to do straight play-by-play. Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, kicks off with, what else? The reveal that Michael Myers did not die at the end of Halloween 2. He's been in a coma for 10 years. He's been held at this hospital that's described as where society dumps its worst nightmares, but now he's getting transferred out. Here's the problem. On the way to the new place, one of the doctors mentions that Michael's got a niece out there somewhere, and oh fuck, he's awake. Should've kept your mouth shut, idiot. Dr. Loomis storms into the hospital the next morning, demanding to know why his patient was moved without his knowledge. And that's when the phone call comes through. The ambulance never made it to the new location. Loomis rushes to the scene and, yeah, this is what he was warning you guys about. So, the chase is on. Loomis has to find Michael before Michael finds his niece. Michael's niece is Jamie Lloyd, played by Danielle Harris. The name Jamie is indeed a nod to the series' original heroine, Jamie Lee Curtis, and yes, this is Laurie Strode's daughter. Laurie Strode died. Off-screen, somehow. They really don't elaborate on it much. That's unfortunate. But I guess they have to set up the whole familial thing, and without Laurie, they had to do something, right? Jamie suffers from nightmares revolving around a scary man who is coming to get her. Somehow she knows what her uncle looks like. Listen, just don't think about it too much. She lives with her foster family, and along with her foster sister, Rachel, we've got our two new leads. Michael's going around town killing people, getting all set for his big day. Seriously, he kills a mechanic to get another blue jumpsuit. He steals the same mask from the discount mart where he literally bumps into his niece. Yeah, this isn't one of Jamie's hallucinations. He's right there. This really happened. But for real, hold on a second. Why does Michael seek out the same outfit he wore 10 years ago? If he's not a man, if he's evil incarnate, as Dr. Loomis puts it, why is he so concerned with capturing the same look he had last time he had a night on the town? I mean, we know the real reason why this happens. It's because the blue suit and the white mask are the marketable costume. But the character of Michael Myers... Never mind. Moving on. Michael's body count here in Halloween 4 is ridiculous. Across the first 2 films, Michael killed a total of 15 people. In the 4th installment alone, he matches those combined efforts, doubling his total body count. We've got our first ever skull crush, you got the thumb to the brain, an entire police force is massacred in their own department. At one point, Michael gets his hands on a shotgun. Holy shit, the Shape using a gun? Hell yeah, he is. He plunges it through the torso of this poor girl and impales her into the wall. Gun stab. Goodness gracious. My favorite kill in Halloween 4 is right here where he pulls Earl's throat out. Yeah! Okay, sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. Loomis alerts Sheriff Meeker that Michael is on the loose, and unlike Sheriff Brackett from Halloween and Halloween 2, Sheriff Meeker actually cares about the people in his town, and everything goes into lockdown. The local news alert townspeople and businesses that their lives are in danger, so it's best to close up shop and stay inside. Can you imagine if it were that easy to get people to protect themselves in real life? The local good old boys get their guns and immediately are like, we'll solve the problem! Why is it always old whites in red hats that do this? Anyway, they immediately kill an innocent person by mistake. Geez, who would have thought a bunch of untrained idiots with guns would have wound up hurting somebody? Sheriff Meeker, another cop, Rachel, Jamie, Rachel's cheating boyfriend, and the girl he was cheating with are all holed up in Meeker's house. They've got more guns and ammo than they know what to do with, and if Michael Myers dares show his face around here, he's gonna... Fuck, he's already here, isn't he? Gun stab, skull crush, son of a bitch. This is bad. This is really bad. The Shape gives chase to Rachel and Jamie all around the house until they're up on the roof, and oh, that's not good. Jamie scurries into the night and right into the arms of Dr. Loomis, who has the idea to lock down the local elementary school. No matter where Michael's coming from, they'll be able to see him, right? These big, open hallways. Wrong! Loomis gets Marty Jannetti'd through a window, and once again, Jamie is on her own. We gotta pause right here for a second. I'm sorry, but you probably saw it. What in Sam hell is going on with Michael's mask here? It's flesh tone with blonde hair. This is one of the all-time Halloween fuck-up stand-ins. Director Dwight H. Little has gone on record saying that the wrong mask was brought to set. They shot the scene, and they noticed the mistake in post, but it was too late to fix it. I hate to interrupt right here, but what are you talking about? It was noticed in post? You're telling me that not one person in the moment, between setup, action, and cut, between setting up the lights and tearing everything down, not one person said, hey, what's with the mask? Are you fucking kidding me? It's not a minor change. It couldn't be more obvious. That excuse is so bad it almost doesn't even sound real, but it is. Anyway, back to business. We're almost done with the story. I had to get that out. Rachel's not dead. She makes the save with a trusty fire extinguisher to the face just as the good old boys pull up. Everybody piles into a truck and they hit the road. Look, they're not gonna beat Michael Myers, right? So just get the hell out of Dodge. It's a good strategy. It's not like the Shape can catch them. They're in a truck. I mean, unless he was hanging onto the axle underneath the truck like some Cape Fear bullshit. Oh wait, that's exactly what he did. This is comically silly, but that's what he was doing. How did he get under there? Everyone, look, just don't think about it. One by one, the hillbillies are dispatched. Let's get another shot of Earl's throat getting torn out. Yeah! Rachel takes the wheel and she's whipping this truck around the road like Mad Max, but the Shape will not let go. He even uses his own head to smash the windshield in. I'm sorry, but that is so fucking funny looking. Finally, she shakes him loose, but he's not done. No way. Rachel floors the truck and smashes it into him, sending Michael flying through the air, crashing down through a wooden fence post. For whatever reason, maybe it was morbid curiosity that took over, maybe it was something supernatural, Jamie exits the truck and approaches her uncle. she holds his burnt, scarred hand as the cavalry shows up. Obviously, they flip out. Michael wakes up and they absolutely blow him away with shotguns, rifles, pistols, you name it, they had it. Sheriff Meeker literally brought the Spas 12 from Jurassic Park. He ain't playing. This ain't no Sheriff Brackett bullshit. Michael's body disappears into an abandoned well, and that's all she wrote. The family returns home so they can finally rest. That is until Jamie slips on her favorite Halloween mask, grabs a pair of scissors, and murders her foster mother, starting the cycle all over again. The sheer terror and the agonized screams of Dr. Sam Loomis are the stuff of nightmares. Evil never dies. There it is, Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. And, according to director Dwight Little, the death of Michael Myers. In Little's mind, this was the end of the line for Haddonfield's favorite slasher. Obviously, we're going to continue forward with Jamie Lloyd as the new killer, right? I mean, the end of this movie clearly sets the table for that scenario. Well, not so much. But we'll get to that in a little bit. I've got a few more things to say about Halloween 4 before we delve into the next sequel. Director Dwight Little obviously cared about this film. He cared about the characters, he cared about the story, and he cared about the fact that he was stepping in to direct a gigantic installment in an outrageously popular franchise. Nothing in Halloween 4 is half-assed, and this is only made more obvious in how many questions Little has answered over the years. He's gone on record confirming that, at least in his mind, Michael wasn't actually on a mission to murder his niece. Little could be wrong, you know. He didn't write the script and he wasn't involved in future installments at all, but no. He saw this story as Michael Myers wanting to connect with his niece. Little stated, "I think Michael wanted to connect with Jamie, but he's so lost in his own psychosis that he doesn't even know how to do it." He's also clarified that Jamie's murder of her foster mother was brought on by the connection she made with Michael in the field, and that his energy had transferred into her. This would explain why a load of gunshots were able to put Michael down this time around, whereas in the past, he wouldn't even have flinched. Little even went out of his way to not dip into any supernatural elements of Michael's character. It was important to him to portray the Shape strictly as a highly dangerous escaped mental patient. And in this film, that's what he is. Dwight Little, in my opinion, was the right man for the job. Look, I think it's pretty obvious across this franchise which directors took the job seriously and which ones had no idea what the hell was going on in this franchise, who the hell any of these characters were, or what the hell they were actually supposed to be doing. So there, I just wanted to show a little bit of love to Dwight H. Little right here. I mean, we've talked about John Carpenter and Debra Hill and Tommy Lee Wallace to death, so I figured it was only fair. Dwight Little, put some respect on that name. Now let's talk about some of the shit I don't like in this movie. Can anyone tell me why Michael Myers looks like this? What the hell is his body shaped like? He looks like Pat from those old SNL sketches. The mask is super different looking. It's extremely pale and there's black mesh covering the eye holes this time. I kinda like this mask, which I know is not a very popular opinion, but what I don't like is how Dr. Loomis is kind of a non-factor when you really think about it. Don't get me wrong, Donald Pleasance delivers another fantastic performance.
You're talking about him as if he were a human being.
6 bodies, Sheriff! That's what I've seen!
The hell are we dealing with?
Evil.
But what does Dr. Loomis do? He chases Michael, he finds him, he gets thrown through a window, and he's just there at the end like, well, I'm glad that's over. I just feel like, for the magnitude of this character, to retcon his death and bring him back, he should have been more of a factor. He does have that incredible scene with the old preacher who gives him a ride, though. We can't leave that out. Listen, I can't show you the whole thing. Universal Pictures will pull it down in a second, but watch the movie. Or just look this scene up. It's fantastic. And this guy here, the preacher, he's Loomis from another timeline, another dimension, another lifetime. Much like the Graveyard Man from the original film, I wish we could have gotten a movie about this guy. There's no doubt about it. And really quick, before we get this Halloween 4 show on the road, it's funny. I've seen this movie a million times, and there are still things I'm noticing about it to this day. This big bald man mask at the discount mart also appears at the Silver Shamrock Factory in Halloween 3. It's a Don Post mask based on professional wrestler and actor Tor Johnson, who appeared in several Ed Wood films. Don Post Studios were responsible for the original 1975 Kirk mask, which obviously the Michael Myers mask was a play on. But this mask here, doesn't it kind of look like Connell Cochran, our big bad from Halloween 3? I'm not saying it is for sure, but it certainly looks like him. I've never heard anybody point this out or make this connection, so either I just stumbled on something big or I'm totally wrong. Either way, it's pretty interesting. I love in the ambulance murder scene how we can clearly see the edge of the prosthetic arm they used for this stunt. Whoops. And hey, special shout out to Bucky, the Power Man, who Michael tosses into the wires and gets cooked alive. I'm not shouting him out for dying, I just love the way he threatens Michael like a parent scolding a child.
Don't try that Halloween shit with me. All right, I'm on the telephone to the police right now.
You're not on the telephone to the police, you're standing right in front of me, you idiot. Of course you got cooked. Man, I love this movie. And that's for real, man, I love Halloween 4. Was this movie totally unnecessary? Yeah. Was the love of the art totally tossed down the toilet in favor of box office dollars? Yeah. But this is not a bad sequel at all, and trust me, we are on our way to those. Just sit tight. So after all the hubbub of Michael Myers is the star, how could they have taken Michael Myers out of Halloween movies? Obviously his return would set the world on fire all over again, right? Halloween 3 pulled in $14.4 million without him. And Halloween 4 grossed $17.8 million with him front and center on the poster and his name in the title. That's an increase, sure, but I would imagine Universal was hoping for something much, much more impressive. We mentioned Friday the 13th at the top, and to compare releases that year, Halloween 4 grossed $17.8 million, Friday the 13th Part 7 grossed $19.1 million. It's a close race, but Jason's still got a stranglehold on the box office title. Just kidding, Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master, drew a box office of about $50 million. Freddy Krueger was on fire, no pun intended, pulling in more than Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees combined. But that's neither here nor there. Look, Halloween 4 is remembered quite fondly, and for good reason. It's great. It's not perfect, and it's a bit of a rehash, but all things considered, you can't go wrong here. That is, until you get to Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. If you've watched this far into the history of Halloween, you've seen me praise all 4 films in the franchise up to this point. They've all got their issues, sure, but from a top-down perspective, these are 4 good movies, and I've had a lot to say about all of them. I wouldn't blame you if you've started to wonder, am I a fanboy? Am I gonna gush over all these movies and put them all over super strong? Fear not, I am no fanboy. My critical thinking skills are perfectly capable of separating the good from the bad. And before we even jump into this next chapter, I want you to know, it is my opinion that Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, fucking sucks. It is a complete piece of shit. That's my opinion. As always, I've done extensive research on the film, and I can't wait to share with you why Halloween 5 is so terrible, from a factual perspective, with my opinion cast way off into the background. Because let me tell you, calling the production of Halloween 5 an utter mess would be far too generous. Now let's get to it. Let's get this over with. Let's get the story out of the way first for a change. We know from the ending of Halloween 4 that Jamie is the new killer, having just murdered her foster mother while wearing the exact same costume Michael wore when he committed his first murder. It's mysterious, it's symbolic. It's also completely thrown out the fucking window by director Dominique Othenin-Girard, who made the change because the audience expects Jamie to be evil. I don't want to do that. I make her innocent. So there goes this new, intriguing angle for the franchise. Done. Just like that. Oh, and Jamie's foster mother isn't dead anymore. She was only injured in the murder. I mean, the stabbing. She's also referred to several times as Jamie's stepmother, which is not the same thing as a foster mother. Not even close. Jamie's being held in a hospital and she can't speak anymore. Most of her communication is done through writing on a tiny chalkboard. She's now linked telepathically with Michael, and she goes into screaming fits when the visions take hold. I am not shitting you when I say that the majority of this film is listening to a 10-year-old girl scream, cry, thrash around, and yell so loud that the only sound emanating from her body is the air being pushed through her voice box. This gets old very, very quickly, as you might imagine. I know what you're thinking. What do you mean she's seeing through Michael's eyes? Michael is dead. They shot him with like 87 guns at the end of Halloween 4 and he fell in a well. And you're right. Ash director Dwight Little, he thought Michael was dead too, so don't feel stupid. You weren't far off. That's where things were left. But Dominique, Othen, and Gerard didn't like that. In what is a tremendous retcon, Michael didn't just fall into the well. Apparently they also threw dynamite down the goddamn hole to ensure he'd never come back. Why didn't they show us that in Halloween 4? I mean, in Halloween 4 we can see a split second of one of the good old boys lighting up a fuse, so why did they cut this out? I don't know. I also don't know how these people come up with some of this shit. How did Michael escape the well? That's the burning question. Check this out. It wasn't just a pit down there, no. There was a massive, pre-dug tunnel that led perfectly to safety, just a few yards away. The dynamite didn't even touch him. Thank God. I mean, he's still full of more holes in this film's plot, but that'll be taken care of in a little bit. The shape flees into a stream where the current takes him on a fun ride to the shore, right at the doorstep of some weird guy living in a shack. Michael attempts to kill the man, but is unable to before finally succumbing to his wounds. This hermit doesn't call 911. He doesn't even get all weird and bury the body. He doesn't push him back into the stream to continue living his hermit life like, this ain't none of my business. No, he takes Michael in, puts him in a bed, and just lets him lay there for a fucking year. An entire year goes by of this masked asshole laying in a bed in your house, full of fucking bullet holes, and you just let him stay there. This is just ungodly bad writing. This isn't even what this scene initially was either, but we'll get to the cut content, deleted scenes, and alterations later. So after a year of hibernation and healing all of his wounds like he's fucking Wolverine, Michael wakes up, puts on his mask, and kills this shithead. Great. Good. Upon breaking his 364-day-long nap, the first thing we see is a tattoo on Michael's wrist. Excuse me? When did Michael Myers get a tattoo? We'll get into this in a little bit. Jamie's freaking out because she can feel Michael's presence and is experiencing the hermit's murder through her uncle's eyes. She's unable to breathe, and just before a doctor performs an emergency tracheotomy to open her windpipe and save her life, Dr. Loomis appears in the operating room saying, "Don't do it. She'll snap out of it." First of all, how did he get in here? Second of all, why is this surgeon taking advice from a psychiatrist? Does an auto mechanic take orders from a pilot? Ugh. The next day, Rachel's here. Good to see our Halloween 4 heroines reunited. Also good to know Rachel holds no grudge against Jamie for trying to kill her mom. I mean, Rachel hasn't been affected at all by the traumatic experience a year prior. She's bebopping around this whole movie. Oh wait, did I say whole movie? I meant all 20 minutes that she's in it. No, I'm not kidding. Rachel is killed 20 minutes into Halloween 5. There's no fight, there's no struggle. We see her naked through the shower curtain, she walks around in a towel, and she gets scissors jammed into her collarbone. Our determined, experienced, powerful lead from the prior film minimized to eye candy and killed off within minutes. Goodbye. Why does Rachel die 20 minutes into Halloween 5? I'll tell you why. Director Dominique Othen and Gerard didn't like her. He thought she was too tame, he thought she was too plain, and here's the real kicker. He wanted a hero with dark hair. I'm not kidding. This is how this movie was made. For the rest of the film, Tina is apparently our new main girl. She's pretty, she's bombastic, she's constantly singing through her dialogue, giggling for absolutely no reason. Look, I'm just gonna say it. Every character in this movie is fucking annoying, and I could not wait for them to die. There's no better signifier in a horror movie that your characters suck if the audience is counting down the seconds until they're killed. And let me tell you, every single one of the teenagers in this movie are horrible. This little stuttering kid Billy gets zero background whatsoever, but apparently he's Jamie's friend. At one point, Billy was supposed to be a BMX rider, and in the final chase, he was going to ride up Michael's back like a ramp, forcing Michael to fall on his own knife. But the actor playing Billy couldn't ride a bike very well, so they cut the BMX portion from the script entirely. Tina and her friend Samantha are planning a big Halloween date night where Samantha is going to lose her virginity. Yes, that's a central plot point. Let's check in with an actual quote from director Dominique real quick. They're innocent, but with sexual desires. And then the feeling of guilty. And if you're guilty, you die. That's Halloween. That's the premise. The teens ride around together, they steal beer for the big party, whatever. There's a chase scene in the hospital where the audience is supposed to believe Michael is stalking Jamie. And some viewers laud this scene as being extremely suspenseful, but I'm sorry, how gullible are you? Did anyone watching this video right now fall for this and actually think this was the shape coming for her? 5 seconds into the damn scene, it's abundantly clear we're in for a swerve. And holy shit, this chase goes on forever, just dragging it out for far too long. Dr. Loomis is fucking crazy in this movie, did I mention that? He's no longer out to protect little Jamie Lloyd, no. Now he wants to kill Michael Myers, no matter what it takes. He grabs and shakes Jamie, screaming at her to tell him what she knows. It's worth noting that Donald Pleasance consistently clashed with the director during the filming of Halloween 5, and that he was not a fan of where the series was going in any way, which is so sad. There's a scene where a bus pulls into town, and we see some steel-toed boots step off and kick a sweetie little dog. Whoever this guy is, fuck this guy. Ready for another head scratcher? Loomis heads to the Myers house to investigate, to see if that's where Michael is holed up, and this is not the Myers house? What is this place? Look at the size of these interiors. This is a fucking completely different house. When asked why the house looks so different, Dominique, Othen, and Gerard had this to say. The house looks so different because I made a choice. Seriously, he just didn't care. Oh, longtime fan and viewer, you can tell it's a totally different setting? Well, fuck you. I've decided this is the Myers house. Deal with it. This guy sucked. I'm telling you, he was a complete fucking hack. And I hate to be so nasty, but Jesus Christ. This is horrible filmmaking.
It is a question of cat and mouse. And we see the cat and we see the mouse, and the mouse knows about the cat, and the cat is going after the mouse. That's about it, I guess.
Luckily, Tina's boyfriend gets a garden tool through his skull. One down. Michael picks up Tina in the boyfriend's car, wearing the mask that Tina had gotten for him earlier that day. She sweet talks him and even kisses the shape right on the face, who does nothing other than squeeze the steering wheel in return. Jamie has another episode, which is a pleasure to endure once again. Honestly, it's 3 minutes of a child struggling to breathe and speak while attempting to describe a painting on the side of a gas station.
Woman.
A big woman? Cookie woman.
Who wants to watch this? Who thought this was interesting or entertaining in any way? Maybe it was the fucking cookie woman. The man in black is walking around again. Still, no idea who he is, but more on that later. Look, let's kick this horse shit into high gear. Michael kills Tina's friends at the party, and thank fucking God he did, because I cannot put into words how drawn out these scenes and annoying these people are. He chases down Tina, Billy, and Jamie in a car, which is a brutally stupid thing to look at. Why doesn't he just fucking run them over? It's like that scene in Austin Powers where Scotty is trying to tell Dr. Evil that this could all be so easy.
Begin the unnecessarily slow-moving dipping mechanism.
Close the tank!
Wait, aren't you even gonna watch them? They could get away.
I'm just gonna assume it all went to plan. What?
I have a gun. I'll come back down here. Boom! I'll blow their brains out.
You just don't get it, do you?
Billy was supposed to get run over here, but they decided to cut that. And who cares? Tina gets stabbed in the chest and that's it, she's dead. Good thing this wasn't Rachel, sacrificing herself for her foster sister. Good thing it was some idiot moron introduced 45 minutes ago. Really meant a lot. I sure was heartbroken when this happened. The new plan is for the cops and Loomis to seat Jamie in the Myers house and use her as bait. When Michael shows up, they're gonna shoot him 2,561 more times, and that'll finally be the end of it. Only, Loomis goes rogue. He's got a secret plan of his own. Eventually, Michael does show up, and Dr. Loomis tries to reason with him, saying that he knows Jamie can help him. She can help him get rid of this rage that he suffers from. Michael's like, fuck you, old man. This cop gets 10 shots out of a 6-shot revolver somehow because no one can fucking count on set. Michael hangs him out the window with a rope ladder and Jamie tries to hide in the laundry chute. It doesn't work. She gets away and finds herself in the attic where she stumbles upon the corpse of Rachel. Upon hearing Michael approaching, Jamie climbs into the casket of a 9-year-old girl that Michael stole from the cemetery. Michael raises the knife and is ready to put old Jamie away when she calls him
Uncle? Boogeyman?
This gets through to the shape. She asks to see his face, and he listens. He removes his mask, shares his identity, and Jamie remarks,
You're just like me.
As a lone tear rolls down the cheek of Michael Myers. I'm going to take myself out of it for a second, share with you what my podcast co-host, the artist formerly known as Mike Charles, had to say about this film back in 2017 on one of our old shows, Super Important Questions. The topic was, what's the worst example of character assassination you've ever seen? And this is what he brought to the table.
Michael Myers, everyone's familiar with him. He's a fucking completely soulless, mindless killer. In the 5th movie, she calls him Uncle, and he like takes his mask off, and you see like in the light shining in through the window, like he's crying. That, to me, I was a kid, I was like 13, and that was the first time I saw that movie. I'd seen the other ones, and I was so pissed off. I'm like, that just completely ruined Michael Myers. Like, he's not scary anymore. Now he's just a fucking baby.
Do you agree or disagree? I'd like to note that despite applying burn scar makeup to Michael's hands, they didn't do anything to his face. This fucking guy should look like Freddy Krueger, but he doesn't. He looks like Lloyd Braun from Seinfeld. He's a handsome son of a bitch. In a little behind-the-scenes trivia, check this out. The lead makeup designer stated that heading into this shot, the question was asked several times whether or not Michael would appear scarred and burned. Director Dominique constantly avoided the question, and on the day of this shoot, ragtag makeup effects were on set in the event he said, yeah, go for it. But he never made up his mind, so they just didn't do anything. Have I mentioned this guy sucks? Anyway, Jamie reaches out for Michael. He absolutely flips out. Now he wants to kill her again. Loomis is alive! He grabs Jamie up, offers her as a sacrificial lamb, and when Michael gets close, he drops a chain net from the ceiling, shoots him with a bunch of tranquilizer darts, and beats him with a 2x4. He then collapses on top of Michael, dying of a heart attack. For real. Dominique, Othen, and Gerard confirmed that this was intended to be the death of the Dr. Loomis character, and Donald Pleasance was totally fine with it. Behind the scenes and even in front of the press, Donald Pleasance had voiced his displeasure with the film on several occasions, and was A-OK with making his exit from the franchise right here. We see Michael locked in a prison cell with his fucking mask on, which is another supremely idiotic sight before, hey, it's the Man in Black again. He shoots up the police station and breaks Michael out of prison. Our final shot is of Jamie, who, just like us, is horrified to learn that the series will continue after this load of shit. That's the story of Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Watching this movie so I could sit there and take notes as it went along, I'm not kidding when I say this, that's the last fucking time I'm ever going to watch this movie. I hate this movie. When it's not annoying to the point of being rage-inducing, it's boring. And when it's not boring, it's just fucking stupid. I didn't even mention these idiot cops who literally have funny haha music playing underneath that ridiculously bad dialogue. What is this? Who is this for? We have to talk about this mask. When my buddy Tim and I were kids, we always wondered why the mask was changed from Halloween 4 to 5. In the movie world, it's just the same old mask that's been sitting around for a year, so why does it look so different? Take a wild guess. If your answer was, because the director made a choice, then you win. Dominique Othen and Gerard stated, "We made a fantastic mask that had nothing to do with Halloween 4. Less plastic, white face." That's unrelatable. Dominique wanted Michael to look more human, and so they made a mask that they thought looked angry. I'm sorry, I hate to rag on someone so hard, but this is just like the Myers house. You don't get to just go in and arbitrarily change things like this without anybody noticing. It stands out like a sore thumb. It's blatantly obvious and in the worst way possible. So you don't like the way the house or the mask looks? Tough fucking shit. This isn't a brand new franchise. This is the 5th installment. These pieces have been in place for over a decade. You don't just get to decide that they look different and the audience doesn't get to bitch about it. And don't even try to say, oh, the Halloween 4 mask was different from the Halloween 1 and 2 mask. That's fine. That makes sense. He stole another one from a store. This is the Halloween 4 mask just 1 year later. Look, this guy fucking sucks, okay? How about the title? Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. Revenge on who? Rachel? She's the only character from Halloween 4 that he kills, and that was right in the beginning, so I doubt it. What's hilarious is that the box says The Revenge of Michael Myers. The disc says it. But you know what doesn't say Revenge of Michael Myers? The fucking movie itself. This subtitle is nowhere to be found. But here's where we can segue into the nitty-gritty. Originally, the film was titled Halloween 5, The Killer Inside Me. The original script was written by Shem Bitterman, and it continued the story of Jamie's horrific turn into darkness. Obviously, this script was thrown in the garbage. Literally, as a matter of fact. The first meeting Dominique Othen and Gerard had with Moustapha Akkad, he picked the script up and threw it in the trash can right in front of everyone, stating that if Akkad ever wanted to make Halloween 6, this script needed to go. Dominique made pitches where Michael would come back to life after getting struck by lightning a la the Frankenstein monster. He talked his ass off, and Moustapha Akkad kept him around for whatever reason. Here's the thing, too. Akkad initially pursued getting the Halloween 4 team of Dwight H. Little and Alan B. McElroy to return for Halloween 5, but they passed. Why? Because they felt like they nailed Halloween 4. They were really proud of it, and they didn't want to fuck it up. Can I get a standing ovation for some artistic integrity here? I should also note that I mentioned earlier that Universal may have been disappointed with Halloween 4's box office gross, and well, maybe they would have been. But Universal were out of the Halloween game by this point. After Halloween 3 underperformed and Akkad bought out all the other shareholders to gain full control, Universal walked away as well, leaving the franchise in the hands of Akkad's Trancas International Films. $17.8 million to an independent is way different than $17.8 million to a major corporation, so Trancas was riding high. So high, in fact, that they let Othen and Gerard throw the Halloween 5 script in the trash 6 weeks before cameras were set to roll. 6 weeks! Michael Jacobs, a writer and friend of Othen and Gerard, penned the new script, which was originally titled Halloween 5 and Things That Go Bump in the Night. Yup. Rumor even has it that the script wasn't done when principal photography began, and that the holes were still being filled in as they went along. Honestly, it shows. Check this out. You know the tattoo on Michael's wrist? Nobody knew what the fuck that was. And I don't mean they weren't sure what the symbol meant. I'm saying they shot those scenes, the close-ups on the tattoo, and they had no fucking idea what they were saying with that. The thorn symbol, as it would come to be known, had zero purpose at the time they introduced it. The man in black, the mysterious guy whose face we never see, who has the same tattoo, the man who breaks Michael out of jail at the end of the film, get ready for this. We don't see his face because they didn't fucking know who he was. Not a clue. I'm not kidding when I say this. Moustapha Akkad demanded that a mysterious character be added to the film while they were halfway through production. Dominique, Othen, and Gerard agreed to shoot the scenes and literally did so with the mindset that the tattoo and the mystery man were the problem of whoever was going to do Halloween 6. I cannot overstate how irresponsible, unprofessional, and careless that is. Othen and Gerard has stated that he saw the man in black as a soul brother from afar to Michael, but he's not even sure what he means by that. And get this! When asked about the thorn symbol, Othen and Gerard declared, and I quote, "I was born under that rune. It links us." Kill me. Just fucking kill me, this guy. Also, guess what? The hermit in the beginning wasn't originally an old man. Othen and Gerard shot scenes where the hermit was actually a voodoo magician, standing 6 feet tall and weighing only 80 pounds. He'd performed magic spells on Michael over the year that they lived together, healing his wounds. He also was responsible for waking Michael up through some ritual bullshit. But was he a supernatural character? Absolutely not, claims Othen and Gerard. He was just a voodoo magician named Dr. Death. Oh, and he claims that Rob Zombie stole 80% of his Halloween movies straight from Halloween 5. To the point that he calls it not inspiration, but a carbon copy. I cannot talk about this guy anymore. So I've been burying this film for the last 20 minutes, and with good reason, in my opinion. I've shared with you my thoughts and the thoughts of my podcast co-host back in 2017. But we're just two people. How was Halloween 5 actually received by the public, by the critics? How did it perform? It performed like shit, and to this day, it holds the record for the worst box office gross of any Halloween film ever made. Yes, even less than Halloween 3, which doesn't even have Michael Myers in it. The film debuted at number 4 at the box office and holds a reputation for being one of the worst in franchise history. I didn't like this movie as a kid, I despise it as an adult, and like I said earlier, I'm done with it. I've officially checked it off the list. I will never sit through this dog shit, bad writing, fan fiction feeling garbage ever again. And if you like this movie, good for you. I'm happy for you. You do you. We can only go up from here, right? 2/3 of the way through the Thorn trilogy, we've got to be able to pull the nose up on this thing, right? Well, there's one thing I suppose we should cover right off the bat. Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, had the most tortured, strenuous, agonizing production of any Halloween film to date, and it's not even close. I mean, where do we begin? Moustapha Akkad's rights to the franchise expired, and he wound up in a bidding war trying to re-secure the series for further sequelization. You know who the other guy was trying to gain ownership of Halloween? John fucking Carpenter. Maybe he was tired of seeing his baby continually dunked in the mud and paraded around to be laughed at. But hey, maybe he would have gained control and also stumbled with its future, so who knows? There's really no way to know what would have happened, and it doesn't matter, because Akkad and Miramax came out on top. Control was back in the Akkad camp, but this time it was different. With Miramax in on the deal, along with their Dimension Films subsidiary, this was a brand new ballgame. Akkad couldn't just hire and fire whoever he wanted, whenever he wanted. This was once again a corporate landscape, with more red tape, landmines, and booby traps than anyone in their right mind could ever imagine. Halloween 6 was the... whoops, sorry. I forgot I'm not supposed to call it that. This is Halloween, the Curse of Michael Myers. There is no 6 in the title. This is definitely not Halloween 6. Here's my question. How does every installment of the franchise up to this point have a number next to it? Even the one that took the sharpest left turn of all time and wiped out all of the known characters. How does that one have a number next to it? And this one doesn't. This movie was made specifically to answer all of the questions left behind by Halloween 5, and they decide not to call it Halloween 6? Why is that? Well, the answer is probably even dumber than you might expect. Here's the deal, and I'm gonna rocket through these details as quickly as possible. The original script was called Halloween 666, The Origin of Evil. It was written by Phil Rosenberg, not to be confused with Philip Rosenthal, who created Everybody Loves Raymond. Moustapha Akkad read the script and hated it so badly that he threw it across the fucking room, so it was back to square one. The nitty-gritty from here isn't as important as the numbers involved. All in all, 4 writers were hired to pen Halloween 6 scripts, and all 4 were fired. It was a man by the name of Daniel Farrens who wound up with the job, and this is rich. Years prior, Farrens created a Halloween Bible, which kept track of who every character was, how they lived or died, what their storylines and arcs were. He was a super fan. He had pitched Moustapha Akkad his own Halloween film, and while Akkad didn't hire him, he kept the Bible. Upon getting the Halloween 6 gig, Farrens says that in his first meeting, Akkad had the Bible on his desk, and he said they'd referenced it numerous times over the years. Then why the fuck didn't they just hire Farrens years ago then? How the hell did you wind up with Dominique Odenin? Shh, it's okay. Breathe. He can't hurt us anymore. There was a complete breakdown between Moustapha Akkad and the Weinsteins, aka Miramax, aka Dimension Films. Farrens was forced to rewrite his script 10 times. Even then, it was picked apart, rewritten by people who weren't writers, and alternate decisions were made on set without even consulting his script at all. The original cut of the film tanked so badly with test audiences that the Weinsteins stepped in and took control, hoping they could somehow save this film. That's why this is the only movie you've ever heard of to have a producer's cut. Not a director's cut, no. A producer's cut. We'll dive into the differences between the two versions in a bit. First, let me circle back around to the first question. Why isn't this movie called Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers? Where is the 6? Well, after that test screening bombed as hard as it did, the Weinsteins and Miramax said, fuck it. They wanted to distance themselves from Halloween 5 as much as possible. Story beats were changed, unanswered questions were completely ignored, and the 6 was gone. It's worth noting that Quentin Tarantino was looked at for the writer's role as well, but obviously this never came together. And that's for the best, too. His pitch revolved around the Man in Black and Michael Myers on a road trip, stopping off and killing people as they went down Route 66. Yeah, no thanks. But now we're getting way deep into the weeds, and we haven't even gone through the story of Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, so let's get to it. The theatrical cut is the version that most people have seen. Anybody who bought a ticket to this film, this is the version they were shown, so we're going to jump into that first. I mean, unless you're a Halloween hardcore, you probably don't even know that a producer's cut exists, so theatrical cut first, then we'll get to the producer's cut. Don't worry. Years have passed since the conclusion of Halloween 5, where Michael was broken out of prison by the mysterious Man in Black. We've got a thing or two to talk about here. Okay, so Jamie and Michael have both been missing for years. Jamie's been held captive in this creepy-ass dungeon, and she's delivering her baby? We have no idea who the father is. This changes in the producer's cut. Hold your horses. And she's broken out of this crazy place by a nurse who goes rogue. Michael doesn't appreciate that. The chase is on. The Shape wants that goddamn baby, apparently, and Jamie is not about to hand him over. Also, yeah, that's clearly not Danielle Harris playing Jamie Lloyd. There was a contract dispute, blah blah, whatever. Honestly, it's a good thing she's not here. The Jamie character is 16 at this point, and I'm not really keen on seeing the 9-year-old girl we followed through the last 2 movies being mysteriously impregnated and, well, murdered without a second thought. Yep, our established lead, our new Jamie Lee Curtis, as it were, is killed 19 minutes into the film. Yes, that's 1 minute faster than Rachel was killed off in Halloween 5. Unreal. Anyway, Paul Rudd is here in his second big screen role ever, and who is he playing? None other than Tommy Doyle, the little boy who was being babysat by Laurie Strode back in 1978. He's obsessed with Michael Myers and is convinced that he will show his face again. But this time, Tommy knows how to stop him. Remember how Dr. Loomis died at the end of Halloween 5? Fuck Halloween 5! Loomis is back. Loomis has died and returned nearly as often as the Shape at this point. Good lord. Loomis meets up with Dr. Wynn, who wants him to return to Smith's Grove and continue his career in medicine. Oh, who the fuck is Dr. Wynn? He's this guy, who appeared in the 1978 original for literally 43 seconds and was never seen or heard from again across the next 5 films spanning 16 years. Pfft, you're obviously not a hardcore if you didn't know Dr. Wynn. I'm kidding. Realistically, who the hell remembered this character? There's a new family living in the Myers house as well, which poses a problem. Who are these people? They're the Strodes. Yeah, really. We've got parents John and Debra. Yes, those names are indeed tributes to Carpenter and Hill. We've got Kara and her son Danny, and then there's Tim, Kara's brother. How are these people related to Laurie Strode? I guess Kara is like Laurie's cousin? Look, they don't delve too deep into it. There are just threads from the first movie all over Halloween's Curse, and this is one of them. Danny is hearing voices telling him to kill, and he's having visions of the man in black telling him to do so. Tommy Doyle finds the baby in the train station where Jamie hid it. Loomis visits the scene of the crime where Jamie's body was found, and someone burned the thorn into a bunch of hay. Tommy and Loomis run into each other, and we've got a brand new tag team. What's Michael up to? Oh, he's just starting to butcher the Strodes, axe to Mama Debra, yikes. The streams cross when Tommy Doyle meets Kara Strode, and he informs her that they are living in the bad Myers house. Michael is coming, and they need to get the hell out of there. Where do they go? Directly across the street to Mrs. Blankenship's house. Who is Mrs. Blankenship? Well, she's the woman who was babysitting Michael back in 1963, the night he killed his sister. The reason you've never heard of her is because she didn't exist until just now. Again, they're trying to link this to the original as much as possible. Mrs. Blankenship spills the tea that these voices Danny is hearing, Michael heard them too, back on that fateful night.
Lady, you're scaring us.
Here's where Tommy explains to Kara, and in turn the audience, what the secret is behind Michael's evil. Michael Myers isn't just pure evil after all. He's actually a victim. He was a young boy who was inflicted by the Curse of the Thorn, an ancient rune that when the stars align in the sky every so often, the curse springs him to life in a blood rage. Michael doesn't want to kill his family. The Thorn wants his family killed. So you're thinking, wait, Michael Myers, the purest form of evil we've ever known, is actually just a tool? He's just a plaything acting out the will of a curse? Yes, that is exactly what I'm telling you. How about that? Michael butchers John Strode. How? He electrocutes him so bad his head explodes. Man, Michael must have been playing some Mortal Kombat down in that dungeon. Holy shit. There's a great scene where a young girl is singing about the rain falling from overhead. The red rain. Oh boy. Tim Strode and his girlfriend are murdered by the Shape, the latter of which is witnessed by Kara, so the shit has hit the fan. Danny, probably being carried by the voices, walks over to the Myers house, and Kara winds up going toe-to-toe with Michael in an attempt to save her son. Honestly, this is one of the better showdowns since the original. It's suspenseful, it's shot well, it's fun as hell. This part of the chase is pulled straight from the original, but it comes off as a tribute rather than a cheap knockoff, because it's done really well. This is where Halloween 5's Man in Black is finally identified. It's Dr. Wynn, the character from almost 20 years ago that they dusted off because someone had to be this asshole, right? Mrs. Blankenship is in on the plot too. I'm being funny, I'm shining a light on how ridiculous this all is. I mean, it is ridiculous, but here's the thing. The reveal that the staff at Smith's Grove, where Michael was initially locked up, the fact that they've incubated this curse and are now controlling Michael through the thorn, it's creative. I'll give them that. Kara, Danny, and the baby are taken back to the subterranean dungeon at Smith's Grove for some reason. It's never really made clear. Apparently the doctors want to do some sort of indiscriminate surgical procedure on the baby. Tommy Doyle breaks Kara out of her cell while barely avoiding the shape, which leads to another really cool chase. Paul Rudd's acting right here is the best in the movie. This is probably how any real person would react in one of these situations. His, "Oh my god, I'm probably gonna die" smirk as Michael closes in. Come on, dude, that's legendary. Michael picks up a machete off a surgical tray. Why is there a machete in a hospital? Who knows or cares, because he uses it to slaughter the entire evil surgical team while the strobe lights boom. If the doctors in this weird culty group control Michael, why is Michael killing them? Well, it's simple. It's because this script, the fact that these are Weinstein reshoots, the 10 rewrites to the script, all of that together. They've now taken what was already a nearly incoherent storyline and turned it into a fuck it, make it look cool gore fest. A third chase in the last 20 minutes goes on. Kara finds a bunch of aborted fetuses suspended in tanks with ancient runes on them, but this is never explained. Remember that word incoherent I used a second ago? Michael shows up, our tag team pumps him full of green liquid through some gnarly syringes. Tommy Doyle beats the shape with a pipe until the green juice spurts from his face. I don't know. They meet back up with Dr. Loomis, who inexplicably stays behind because he has unfinished business. We see Michael's mask on the floor, Loomis screams, and it's over. That is Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. There you go, Dan-Dans. Jamie Lloyd is dead, the Man in Black is alive, Michael Myers is alive, any remaining mystique about Michael Myers has been completely washed away, and that's exactly how things are going to stay, as this was the end of the original timeline. Halloween 6, Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, was the final installment before everything was retconned, restarted, and picked back up somewhere else. I promised we'd take a look at the producer's cut, and while I'm not going to give a full play-by-play on this iteration of the story, I'll hit you with the main differences. First of all, I mentioned at the top that in this version, the father of Jamie's baby is not a mystery. The question, unfortunately, is answered. Michael Myers is the father of Jamie's baby. Yeah. In the original script, the shape impregnated his 16-year-old niece, turning Michael Myers into a pedophile rapist. The reason I'm telling you this on camera is because I don't think I can even say those words on YouTube. I mean, who would even want to? But I'm pretty sure I have to bleep that out. I wish I could bleep this stupid shit out of existence. I'm not gonna delve into that any further. I think we all know how stupid, how ill-advised, how fucking terrible of a turn that is, so why beat a dead horse? Elsewhere in the producer's cut, there is no mystery surgical procedure. Instead, the cult, way less medical shit in this cut. It's way more clear that this is a cult. Want to initiate several sacrifices in order to pass the evil from Michael into Danny Strode. What's so crazy is that I feel like any random person on the street, if you ask them, why does Michael Myers kill? They would tell you, I think he's trying to kill his whole family, right? This movie is where that narrative comes from. We knew from the start that he wanted to kill his sister, and then he was after his niece. But this is the first time the words, "wipe out the bloodline," are spoken aloud, and to this day, I think that is still the most common answer. It's really crazy. Also in the producer's cut, before I get too far off track, get this. Michael isn't taken down by mysterious injections and a beating with a pipe. Tommy Doyle, with his mastery of runes, lays out a circle of stones on the floor. And when Michael enters the circle, he can't leave it. He's frozen in place, powerless to the influence of the ancient magic. That's a hell of a thing to look at. Michael Myers standing in a hallway like a fucking idiot. We still close with Loomis saying he's got unfinished business to attend to, but instead of the camera panning down to the mask on the floor and hearing Loomis scream, we actually see Loomis unmasking an unconscious Michael, only to find Dr. Wynn under the hood. Michael disappears into the night dressed as the Man in Black, and the tattoo of the thorn appears on the wrist of Dr. Loomis, who screams us into the credits. There you go. There's your producer's cut. Some Halloween fans prefer this version. I think, even with as strange as the theatrical cut is, we dodged a bullet with this thing being buried for as long as it was. If there's a script that includes pedophile rapists and one that doesn't, I think I'm always going to prefer the latter. The mask on the floor shot, which closes the theatrical cut, is extremely anticlimactic. But that's not the way it was supposed to be. You see those chains hanging behind Tommy Doyle? A simple beating with the pipe was just step one. The follow-up scene was to include Michael being hung by the neck from those chains, where the onslaught and his death would follow. Why didn't we see that? Well, the crew on set had gone into triple overtime, and rather than getting one last shot or picking up tomorrow, they literally just said, "Fuck it, throw the mask on the floor, that's our closer." I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. Speaking of dumb shit, how about Dr. Loomis's burns, right? There's a quick mention in the film that he got plastic surgery to remove the damaged tissue. AKA, Donald Pleasance didn't want to keep sitting in the fucking makeup chair for hours on end, so they just wrote out the burns. Fantastic stuff. I didn't mention the director, Joe Chappelle, at the top of this video. I did it on purpose. Joe Chappelle didn't much care for Donald Pleasance, and for that reason, he cut the role of Dr. Loomis down to only 7 minutes of on-screen time. So fuck Joe Chappelle. I'm cutting his inclusion in my video down to someone I do want to show great respect to, though, is Donald Pleasance himself. Our longtime hero appears in the series for the final time here in Curse, as Mr. Pleasance unfortunately passed away many months before the film even released. He was 75 years old, and what a fucking life and career this man had. If you're anything like me, you've been quoting this man's characters for decades, so through us, his legacy lives on. At this moment I say go ahead and lift your glass of whatever you're sipping on in memory of the man himself, Donald Pleasance. Not only did Donald Pleasance root himself in some of the more vivid memories of my childhood, but this movie did as well. I have a specific memory back from the summer of 2002. My buddy Tim was sleeping over, and he, myself, and my brother were all going to watch his DVD copy of Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. My brother and I had gotten a used PlayStation 2 for Christmas, and when Tim popped that disc in, we were greeted with the faithful parental lock. Now, I didn't set that lock, my parents didn't set that lock, they didn't even know how. So whoever owned this PS2 prior to us put a fucking parental lock on the thing, and now we couldn't watch this movie. But this is where the genius of bathroom money Tim Ewers comes into play. He started digging through the PS2 manual. He started looking at all the tips and tricks, all the strategies on how to fix these things, and he figured out that when you get to the parental code screen, if you type in 7444, you can completely disable it and watch whatever you want to watch. Keep that in mind next time your PlayStation 2 won't let you watch an R-rated DVD. Although that's probably never gonna fucking happen to you. Jesus Christ, I'm old. It's clear that even though production of Curse was a fucking nightmare, tempers flared on set and the film itself was nearly impossible to follow. I mean, I don't know why I'm wording this like there's a beautiful happy ending or a silver lining around this picture. Halloween, Halloween 6, god damn it, it's Halloween 6. Halloween 6 pulled a bigger box office than Halloween 5, but not by much. And being that this was no longer an independent film being released into the wild, a $15 million gross was not gonna cut it. The film was looked at as a monetary disappointment by the studio, a complete failure on the critical side of things, and fans were now left scratching their heads more than ever before. Some were straight up done. They'd seen enough. And could you blame them? Look, in 1981, Michael Myers was dead. The franchise had moved on, only to circle back and dig up the slasher's remains in hopes of recapturing that glory, to once again catch lightning in a bottle. You may not like it, but here's the reality of things. Bringing Michael Myers back to Halloween was a horrendous swing and a miss. Halloween 4 is a good movie. Halloween 5 is an amateur, hackneyed piece of shit. And Halloween 6 has no fucking idea what it's even supposed to be doing. When we were 13 years old, my friends and I liked Halloween 6 because of the violence. Who doesn't like an exploding head? But under any sort of scrutiny, hell, when it's watched by anyone who is even slightly paying attention, it doesn't work. It's a mess, and it really serves as no shock that the plug needed to be pulled on this franchise. Last time out on the History of Halloween Part 3, we covered the Thorn trilogy. That's Halloween 4, 5, and 6, which follows Jamie Lloyd, the daughter of the unfortunately deceased original heroine, Laurie Strode. Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, brought the shape back into the picture and did so with great success. Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, was a catastrophic failure on all fronts. Critically, financially, the whole lot of it was horrendous. And then there was Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, which failed to answer 5's lingering questions in a satisfying manner and left fans of the franchise as well as the studio itself in a state of, well, what the hell are we supposed to do now? Halloween, the once iconic franchise, was in bad shape. As a matter of fact, the issues plaguing the series ran deeper than most are even aware. The future after Curse, or Halloween 6 as I like to call it, was originally planned to be a straight-to-video release. Straight-to-video is where once highly regarded horror franchises go to die. And yes, after the Thorn trilogy, even Halloween was at death's door. The next step would play out in what was a truly fitting case of life imitating art, as Halloween itself, much like its main villain, Michael Myers, refused to be killed. What's up, Dan-Dans? My name is Ian. Thank you for tuning in for another installment of the History of Halloween. After establishing 20 years of lore across 6 installments, things in this universe were in a state of disarray, and that's putting it about as nicely as I possibly can. Is it just me, or does it keep getting creepier and creepier in here? With the clear demotion of a straight-to-video future looming on the horizon, the series was about to get a Frankensteinian lightning bolt charged directly into its heart, in the shape of its original star returning to the series that made her. I'm talking, of course, about Jamie Lee Curtis. Fundamental parts of the established story needed to be changed, rearranged, and even undone completely, but what other option did Miramax and Dimension Films have at this point? This was one more chance to try and get things right. So sit back, relax, and get ready for another wild ride in the land of Haddonfield's favorite slasher. This is the History of Halloween Part 4, Retcons and Resurrections. So that was a hell of a bombshell, right? Jamie Lee Curtis is back? The best part is that it wasn't Miramax or Moustapha Akkad begging and pleading with the star of the highest points in the franchise to make a triumphant return, no. Laurie Strode coming back to Halloween for the first time since 1981's Halloween 2 is solely and exclusively credited to Jamie Lee Curtis herself. And why would she do such a thing? Her career wasn't failing. Halloween wasn't her last grasp at relevance. She was killing the game. Jamie Lee Curtis has given dozens of interviews over the years regarding her return to Halloween, and her reason why was clear. It was important to her to give back to the fan base that made her career. It was important to her to say thank you to the people who rocketed her to stardom. Let's take a second to give her a hand for that, because that is awesome. Especially considering the fact that a script for what was originally titled Halloween 7: Two Faces of Evil was already completed and had nothing to do with Laurie Strode at all, because, Laurie Strode died somewhere between Halloween 2 and Halloween 4, duh. So, obviously, Two Faces of Evil wasn't the film that was put into production. Jamie Lee Curtis was excited to get back into the shoes of the character that defined her career, but she wasn't signing on without a care in the world. There were indeed a list of, not demands, but things she was looking to accomplish. Number 1, she wanted John Carpenter and Debra Hill back on the team, specifically with Carpenter in the director's chair. Can you imagine the original Trinity reunited? Well, I hope you can imagine it, because that's all you're gonna get. Carpenter allegedly agreed to direct Halloween 7 under one condition: that he be paid $10 million to do so. This wasn't just a flat director's fee, though. This included what he considered to be back pay and lost royalties dating all the way back to the 1978 original, a project in which he was paid a whopping $10,000 to direct. Miramax and the Weinsteins said absolutely not to his request, and Carpenter basically told them to go fuck themselves. This turn of events unfortunately caused Debra Hill to drop off the project as well, and would sadly be the last time she was close to the franchise in any way, due to her untimely passing in 2005. We raised a glass to Donald Pleasance last time out, and you better do the same for Debra Hill right now, Dan-Dans. A true legend of the industry. Number 2 on Jamie Lee's list was, and this is big, she wanted Michael Myers killed off for good at the end of the film. And I mean for real. No twists about surviving an inferno, no turns where the dynamite and gunshots didn't get the job done. No questions about him slipping away into the night in someone else's clothing. If she was going to return as Laurie Strode, she wanted finality to the story. Otherwise, there was no point. There'd be no weight behind the decision. Michael Myers had to die. That is a huge request, right? This entire franchise hinges on its villain. And we already saw the studio try to work without him in Halloween 3, as we covered on part 2 of this series, so we know how that worked out. But here's the thing. They went for it. And by they, I mean the writer, the director, the studio, they were on board. Jamie Lee Curtis returning to Halloween made them comfortable in making this gigantic sacrifice, which is insane. Though there was one person in particular who found it just a little bit too insane, but he didn't speak up until the last second. Put a pin in that. We'll talk about that later. I mentioned the writer and director a second ago, and what better time to shed some light on the engine that made this film move than right now. First off, in the director's chair, we've got Steve Miner. If that name sounds familiar to you, it should, as he directed Friday the 13th Part 2, Friday the 13th Part 3, 1985's ridiculous and over-the-top House. The guy had roots in horror prior to this project, that's for certain. The writing is another story. It's a little convoluted, but we're going to get through this as clean as we can. Here's what's important, and maybe I should have stated this earlier. The metamorphosis of Halloween 7 becoming Halloween H2O 20 years later doesn't happen without a little film called Scream. In 1996, Scream blew the lid off the entire horror genre with its action-packed, super meta, crazy unpredictable approach to the common slasher. It was a smash hit, banking nearly $175 million at the box office, coming from just a $14 million budget. If you're keeping score, that $175 million box office is more than all 6 Halloween films grossed combined. Yeah, so how does this relate to Halloween? Well, Scream was distributed by Dimension Films, which was owned by Miramax, the same company that distributed Halloween. Seeing a new horror franchise break the bank wide open, Miramax and Dimension went, hold on, we're talking about Halloween 7 going straight to video? Forget that. Let's get Kevin Williamson, the guy who wrote Scream, to write Halloween 7. We can save this thing. We can right the ship and make stupid money here. Let's go. So that's what they did. Kevin Williamson came aboard right after Jamie Lee Curtis signed on, and he put together a treatment for Halloween 7, The Revenge of Laurie Strode. Fast forward time for the sake of brevity. Kevin Williamson was extremely busy with tons of other projects, so his script was handed off to Robert Zappia, and Zappia's script was eventually cleaned up and retouched by Matt Greenberg. The title of the film changed many times throughout the writing process, from the aforementioned Halloween 7, The Revenge of Laurie Strode, to Halloween Blood Ties, and eventually the final title was set in place. Halloween H2O, 20 years later. The title of this film has been made fun of from literally the day it was announced. I understand the 20 years later part. What I don't understand is the redundancy in how it's communicated. Halloween. Gotcha. Good. H2O. So not the molecular structure of water. No. H2O breaks down into Halloween 20. So that means this part of the title already is Halloween 20. And then, because we're not done, there's 20 years later, the tagline. So the full title, Halloween H2O 20 years later, breaks down into Halloween 20 years later. It's horrible. It's terrible. I've wondered for years who came up with this dog shit title, but I learned in my research it was actually Jamie Lee Curtis. And this movie wouldn't have happened without her, so I'll give it a pass for that, but come on, man. It's terrible. I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to bury it any harder out of respect for the Queen, but we gotta be real. Before we go any further into the behind-the-scenes material, though, why don't we talk about the story that this film tells? Here's an extremely important distinction I'm going to throw out right up front. Halloween H2O completely rewrites the franchise. Halloween 3 is a given. It's not related to anything and was a failed experiment. But I'm serious. Halloween 4, 5, and 6 never happened. You know all that time we put into following Jamie Lloyd? She never existed. Michael Myers sitting in a coma in a hospital for 10 years following Halloween 2? Never happened. H2O retcons the entire Thorn trilogy. Michael crying in Halloween 5, the Man in Black, the cult from Halloween 6, Laurie Strode's off-screen death mentioned in Halloween 4. None of it ever happened. Now you know why they strayed from calling this one Halloween 7, right? You can't have 7 without 3, 4, 5, and 6, for Christ's sake. Halloween and Halloween 2 are now the only canon entries in the franchise from here on out. So with that in mind, with all those films erased, the last bits of story we have are this. Michael Myers and Dr. Loomis burned at the end of Halloween 2, and Laurie Strode was taken away in an ambulance. That's it. Now, here in 1998, 20 years have passed, and Michael Myers is back. He breaks into the home of Nurse Chambers, who's reprising her role from the first 2 films, where he steals the file on the one that got away, his long-lost sister, Laurie Strode. He also kills 2 neighborhood boys and slits Nurse Chambers' throat on the way out. What a comeback. The Shape steals a car and is gonzo before the cops even find the bodies. The detectives mentioned that Nurse Chambers had taken care of Dr. Loomis for years after his unfortunate accident in 1978. I don't understand why they'd still go with the "he survived the explosion" route, seeing as though they mention here that Loomis had died a few years earlier. Donald Pleasance died in real life in 1995. There was no possible way he could have reprised his role, and with the retcon in place, why not just go with him tragically passing in the explosion? He sacrificed himself for Laurie all those years ago. Is that not more sad and more heroic at the same time? I don't know, whatever. We see the newspaper clippings that adorn the departed doctor's entire office, one of which states that Laurie Strode died in a car accident. Well, that sucks, right? Nope, because she didn't really die. Laurie faked her death and went into some sort of witness protection deal and is now known as Carrie Tate, the headmistress of a private school in Summer Glen, California, with her son, John. John and Laurie, Carrie Tate, I can't go blowing her cover here, they don't get along very well. John knows about his mother's past, and because of what she's gone through, she's an extremely overprotective hover parent. And it's hard to blame her, right? But at the same time, imagine being John, having lived your entire life without a single inkling of anything that troubles your mother, still being the dictating force in your every waking moment. It'd be exhausting, and it would feel truly unfair. Carrie, I got the name right that time, isn't coping so well herself. Daily visions of her brother, night terrors that cause her to thrash and scream in her sleep, a cocktail of pills in the medicine cabinet, and a cocktail in a glass every couple minutes. She's an alcoholic, self-medicating, paranoid, delusional wreck, but with a good heart. It says a lot about Laurie/Carrie that even with her past trauma and current day addictions, she hasn't become a bad person, when more often than not, these sort of characters go off the deep end and wind up becoming villains themselves, whether they mean to or not. Her inability to move on can be directly compared to Rachel in Halloween 5, who, despite going through something extremely similar, is totally fine just a year later. This is what good writing and filmmaking looks like compared to bad writing and filmmaking, folks. Carrie and John have a big blow-up, and after speaking to her boyfriend about it, she decides that she's carried this weight for 20 years. It might be time to let go of her trauma's stranglehold on her son's life. She even goes as far as revealing her secret past to her boyfriend, who, when he realizes that the story he's heard for years is now standing right in front of him, he has no idea what to think. This is all well and good, but hey, remember that whole "it's been 20 years, you need to let it go" thing? Well, he's here. Michael Myers has returned to finish the job. He slaughters John's friends in gruesome fashion. He even hits John with the old stab you in the thigh gimmick before coming face to face with his sister. A reunion 20 years in the making. But just as soon as he shows up, he's gone. This might be a good time to regroup. Whoops! Michael knifes Laurie's boyfriend in the back and hangs him there, straight out of Halloween 2. The game is officially on now, and just like she did 20 years ago, Laurie has answers for Michael's attacks. She's not one of these jabronis going down in one fell swoop. She gets her son and his girlfriend out of harm's way just in the nick of time, and then she tells them to go on without her. She'll catch up. Laurie Strode is tired of running. She's done being afraid. This shit is coming to an end, and it's coming to an end right now. Seeing someone not run away, but arm themselves and audibly challenge the shape, this is fucking crazy. Laurie storms back into the school, axe in hand, as Michael descends upon her like a venomous spider. This chase is heart-racing stuff, and when you boil it down here, Laurie beats the shit out of Michael in this battle. He reopens that 1978 wound on her arm, but so what? Laurie impales him with a flagpole. She knees him right in the unmentionables, which he no-sells. That's how you know he's truly inhuman. She stabs him 9 goddamn times before he goes ass over tea kettle off a balcony through a table. This might sound like I'm reading the description of an old ECW title match, but I'm not. This showdown is just that hardcore. After all this, the ambulances arrive, they're loading the bodies of the victims, and Laurie knows it wasn't enough. She's seen evil before. She's come face to face with it. She's well aware that Michael is still alive in that body bag, so she hijacks the van at gunpoint. Right on cue, the shape springs to life, and Laurie jacks the brakes, sending her brother crashing through the windshield. She taunts him to stand up and nails him at full speed before sending the van down the hillside, where she's tossed from the vehicle and Michael is crushed between a tree and the falling automobile with a sickening crunch. Even still, Laurie Strode knows that her brother's evil heart still beats. His vile lungs still draw breath. As she approaches, Michael reaches out to her. For the first time ever, these siblings extend a hand in the other's direction. But she knows. Laurie knows that whatever this thing is in front of her, it isn't extending a hand in love, or regret, or sorrow, or remorse. She's seen it before. This is a wounded and desperate predator. So she cuts his fucking head off with an axe as the original theme music carries us into the darkness. Holy shit. This was it. This was the end. No swerves, no secrets, no sneaking away off to the side. Laurie Strode killed Michael Myers. She cut his fucking head off. She saw to it herself that her brother's evil existence came to an end by her hand. This is without a doubt the most definitive and most shocking ending in Halloween history up to this point. And what a way to redeem itself, right? These characters, this story, especially considering the mess that we just came from, this was fantastic. A truly, truly satisfying ending to a legendary horror storyline. Before we get into the critical reception in the box office and all that good stuff, I want to talk about some of the little things. I adore the fact that the last thing we hear in Halloween 2 is the immortal Mr. Sandman song, as Laurie is being driven away in the ambulance. Mr. Sandman. Halloween H2O opens with the neighborhood kids carving pumpkins, fallen leaves on the ground, and Mr. Sandman playing in the background. I mentioned Scream earlier and how that film's success breathed life back into the flatlining Halloween. Well, check this out. What movie is playing on the TV in Scream? Halloween. And what movie are the girls watching in Halloween H2O? Scream 2. A little tip of the hat, right? Halloween H2O is a love letter to horror in general. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character, Jimmy, shows up in a hockey mask. Remember, director Steve Miner was behind Friday the 13th Parts 2 and 3, so there's no question where that came from. See that decoration on the porch? That's the Butterball Cenobite from Hellraiser. We even get Jamie Lee Curtis's real-life mom, Janet Leigh of Psycho fame, playing a character named Norma, for God's sake. Janet's appearance in the film was at the request of Jamie Lee Curtis herself, who not only wanted to share the screen with her mother, but wanted to let her mom close out her big screen career in style. Also, yeah, Norma's car is literally the car from Psycho. I'm telling you, this is a tribute to horror that spared no expense. The fate speech that Laurie sits through in class back in Halloween 1, she's giving the speech here in H2O, and it's John's girlfriend Molly who notices the shape out through the window. In an interesting little tidbit, the narration at the beginning, the original Blackest Eyes promo from Halloween 1 that we hear over the credits, the crew had zero access to the original recording. The only audio they had was from the movie itself, which was already mixed with music and ambient noise underneath it. So that Dr. Loomis voice you hear,
the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes.
That's not Donald Pleasance. That's Tom Kane, who you probably know very well. He was Professor Utonium in the Powerpuff Girls. He was Yoda all the way through the Clone Wars. He was Commissioner Gordon in Batman Arkham Asylum, Magneto in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, the announcer from the Eric Andre show. Trust me, you've heard him before. It's also worth mentioning that Jamie Lee Curtis lobbied hard for a cameo from actor Mike Myers. She wanted a scene where he walked past her on the street and she did a double take. This doesn't make any sense at all. It's just a stupid joke that would feel totally out of place here, but it doesn't matter because Mike Myers flat out refused and apparently was not interested in the slightest. Good. Oh, and Danielle Harris, our Jamie Lloyd actress, tried to get herself a cameo here in H2O, which apparently the studio shut down hard. Also good. Look, I have no problem with Danielle Harris. She's great. But when you start filling a serious movie with in-jokes, it just becomes distracting. Now, for as positive as I've been up to this point, I do not want to paint the picture that Halloween H2O is flawless, because that's just not true. There are a number of things that bother me with this film, and who the hell would I be to not share them with you? It bothers me that with this retcon, the team had the chance to solve some lingering problems that they completely ignored. This is a sequel to Halloween 2, right? Where the last thing we saw was Michael burning alive? Tell me why, given another chance to make it right, they've once again completely ignored the fact that Michael should be scarred and burnt beyond belief. Even the Thorn trilogy did a better job in this department by at least showing the burns on his hands. How about Michael's eyes that Laurie shot out with the .357 Magnum in Halloween 2? The eye holes on the Shape's mask are now larger than they've ever been. And the film makes zero attempt to hide his eyes with creative lighting, so we can clearly see them every single time he's on screen. No scars, no scratches, nothing. It's well known that the orchestral score for Halloween H2O by John Ottman created gigantic issues for the studio, as it did not fit at all. But what about some of these sound effects? Is this a Looney Tunes episode or something? I also really can't stand Michael's mannerisms in this movie. He's always hunched forward, and when he's not stalking someone, he walks like somebody who has never seen a camera before and doesn't know what to do when the red light is on. It's a horrendous portrayal, I'm sorry. Inside the costume this time around was stuntman Chris Durand, who, in his words, wanted to play Michael as if he were a big cat, hunting his prey. Okay, dude. Well, it sucks. Sorry. And finally, when it comes to issues with this movie, we have to talk about the infamous mask debacle. If you've ever seen Halloween H2O before, you may have an idea of what I'm talking about, even if you're not a crazy person who has seen it 100 times like I have. There are 4 completely different masks used in this one film, and sometimes the mask switches back and forth in the exact same scene. Here's the deal. Production began with a mask created by KNB EFX. It was stark white with next to zero detail. This thing had a straight up baby face, smoother than marble countertops. To put it bluntly, in my opinion, it looked like pure shit. It looks like an $11 knockoff. The issue, though, is that the Weinsteins and Miramax didn't say anything about it until 3 weeks into production. The bulk of Michael's scenes were already in the can when the studio called and said, absolutely not, that thing is hideous, you need to reshoot it all. The Weinsteins wanted director Steve Miner to use a version of the Halloween 6 mask that had been refined by John Carl Buechler. Miner hated this mask and flat out refused, which nearly resulted in his firing from the film. You'll notice the Halloween 6 mask in the opening scene and nowhere else, because that was the one day Steve Miner was like, you know what, fuck it, put the fucking thing on and let's get this done. The final design, which appears in the vast majority of the film, was created by the legendary Stan Winston. And I mentioned before that I don't like this thing. Sorry, Stan. No disrespect, it's just not my taste. The eye holes are too big and the hair's fucked up. I'm doing a whole video ranking the Michael Myers masks. Keep an eye out for that. Check it out though, frame by frame, in the same scenes, the mask switches back and forth between the Winston and the KNB, because the studio only ordered reshoots of the close-ups. Did they really think no one would notice? It sticks out like nobody's business. These things don't look anything alike. And oddly enough, this isn't the first time KNB EFX wound up in this position. In another very strange connection to Scream, there was an issue with the mask that KNB produced for that picture. If you watch very closely, you'll see this thing switching back and forth between the KNB and the Fun World designs. What a weird way to be linked. If you thought the mask issue was finished there, though, oh no, I saved the worst for last. There's one close-up that the studio apparently forgot to order a reshoot on, and instead of cutting it out or going in last second and fixing it, they assured the director, the editor, the whole crew that they could have it fixed with CGI. And this ungodly abomination is what they came up with. What the fucking hell is that? How in God's name do you not cut this out? It's awful. It would have been less jarring if they left the fucking KNB piece of shit here instead of this garbage. Good lord, man. There's one specific line in Halloween H2O that always makes me laugh, and it's the most innocuous, stupidest, most throwaway line of the whole movie, but sometimes it's the little things that stick with you. There's a part where Josh Hartnett and his teenage friends are preparing their little secret dinner date, and they need the corkscrew to get the wine bottle open. I don't know if Josh Hartnett pissed somebody off or if the person doing an impression of him for the ADR just didn't do a very good job, but it's clearly not Josh Hartnett, and the person doing this impression sounds like they're making fun of him so bad.
Where's the booze?
We need a corkscrew, man.
Who the hell is that?
We need a corkscrew, man. We need a corkscrew, man.
To this day, if my girlfriend and I are sitting down to dinner and one of us needs something out of the kitchen, whatever the hell it is, maybe it's a fork or a knife or a spoon, one of us will always say, every time, "We need the corkscrew, man.
We need a corkscrew, man."
In that stupid voice. I know it's a ridiculous story, I don't know why we do it, but like I said, sometimes it's the little things from these movies that stick with you, and "we need the corkscrew, man."
We need a corkscrew, man.
Definitely stuck with me. So with all this in mind, with the return of Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode, with the erasure of the incoherent Thorn trilogy, a practically fresh start for the franchise, how did Halloween H2O perform at the box office? All of the pieces were in place to shock some life back into this decrepit corpse, right? If this doesn't work, nothing will. Well, guess what? H2O was a gargantuan success, raking in over $75 million at the box office, breaking the series record set all the way back in 1978. Critical reviews were middling at best, but fans of the franchise had spoken. Halloween H2O was the step in the right direction they'd been clamoring for the last 17 years. Sure, Halloween 4 was good, but who is Michael Myers without Laurie Strode? No offense to Jamie Lloyd, but would you rather watch Stone Cold vs. Bret Hart or Stone Cold vs. Bruce Hart? With her return and smashing success, Jamie Lee Curtis proved that Michael Myers isn't the draw. Laurie Strode is the draw. You may scoff at that, but look at the numbers and try and tell me otherwise. We all love this shape, but the facts are the facts, and this is undeniable. Before we move on, I want to share another personal aspect of this film with you guys. This new timeline, Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween H2O, this trilogy, this is my timeline. Michael Myers breaks out of Smith's Grove Sanitarium in 1978 and goes on a rampage, Halloween and Halloween 2. And 20 years later, he returns with a vengeance, only to have the cold and cruel blade turned on him in the end, Halloween H2O. When I think of the Halloween films and the lore of Michael Myers, for me, this is it. This is the whole shebang. Halloween 1 through 6 with the Thorn trilogy, that's something else entirely. Halloween 3 in its own little universe, that's also something else entirely. Look, I'm going to do an entire video explaining all the different Halloween timelines because there's a shitload of them, believe it or not. So keep an eye out for that, but yeah, this is it for me. I'm calling it the 20 Years trilogy. That sounds good. Why not? In my mind, that was indeed Michael Myers being decapitated at the end of H2O. Wait, what? 2002's Halloween Resurrection is what happens when you just can't leave well enough alone. You heard me right. That wasn't Michael Myers getting his head cut off at the end of H2O. Are you ready for this load of shit? It was an EMS worker who had arrived early and was checking on Michael after his fall off the balcony. The shape sprang to life, crushed his voice box so he couldn't speak, choked him out, switched clothes with him, and disappeared into the night undetected. What a load of bull fucking shit. Jamie Lee Curtis signed on for H2O with the sole purpose of closing the story and moving on. So how did this happen? Well, good old Moustapha Akkad technically owns the Michael Myers character, and it wasn't until the last second that he threatened to cancel the film if there wasn't a backdoor excuse built into H2O's ending. Jamie Lee Curtis, director Steve Miner, everybody else involved with this project all agreed that at the end of their movie, that's Michael Myers getting his head cut off. That's the end of the story. Whatever else they're gonna do next, who gives a fuck? This may be a controversial opinion, and that's fine, but here it is. For me, the worst thing that ever happened to Halloween up to this point was Moustapha Akkad regaining full control back in 1988. That was the day that an artist's creative integrity died, and Akkad's desire to milk this franchise to death took full control. and it's a goddamn shame. So with all that said, with Jamie Lee Curtis adamant that H2O be the official conclusion, how the hell did they get her back for Halloween Resurrection? I'll tell you how. Number one, it cost a lot of money to get her on board. Number two, she signed a contract for a 30-second cameo in which she demanded that Laurie Strode be killed so that she could walk away from this shit forever. I'm serious. 30 seconds. To Jamie Lee Curtis, the story was already over, so this didn't even count. As the years have passed, she's gone as far as calling Halloween Resurrection a joke and a piece of shit.
Well, Halloween Resurrection was a joke.
Look at her character here, for God's sake. Laurie Strode looks how Jamie Lee Curtis feels. And yeah, Laurie Strode is indeed killed off in the first 15 minutes of Resurrection. It took a little longer than 30 seconds, which cost the studio a lot more money. You want to know the best part? Rumor has it that Jamie Lee Curtis donated her salary on this film to charity. So holding up the studio for more money went straight from the pockets of the mega rich to the very needy. Hell yeah, Mrs. Curtis. Halloween Resurrection sucks. It completely sucks. I'll give it this though. It's not the same kind of suck that Halloween 5 is. I would rather paper cut my gooch than ever watch Halloween 5 again. Whereas Resurrection falls into the so bad it's good category. It's a guilty pleasure. A guilty, shitty, terrible, how did this even get made type of pleasure, but it's a guilty pleasure, regardless. Let's get into the story this film tells, and then we'll talk about how it was made. What do you think? Two nurses at the psychiatric hospital where Laurie Strode is locked up fill in the audience on how this film is even possible. The whole, she killed the wrong person horse shit. You know what's funny, too? Is the Michael sneaking into the woods in the EMS outfit? That's the only footage from the H2O set. The unmasking of the severed head was shot on Resurrection's lot, which is clear as day, seeing as though it's a new mask. Anyway, Laurie's been waiting for Michael to show up for 4 years. He does, and she traps him. God damn, she has his number, doesn't she? Well, it turns out she's a fucking idiot, because she still doesn't believe it's Michael, despite him chasing her for 5 minutes with a knife while exuding all of the Michael Myers energy in the world. He snatches her up, stabs her in the back, and this is where Halloween Resurrection gets its first moment of feeling like straight up amateur fan fiction. Laurie Strode kisses her brother right on the lips and departs our mortal coil with the tagline,
I'll see you in hell.
The end. I mean, you'd think it would end there, right? What the hell does Michael do now? He just gained the finality to his story that they wouldn't give Laurie. He got her. Mission accomplished. It's over. Only, it's not. Michael gives his knife to a patient who idolizes and obsesses over serial killers before departing the hospital. So the embodiment of evil, the child with the devil's eyes, realizes he's a celebrity? The shape is a mark for himself? Who knows? They never even come back to this guy. But the story does continue. How? Well, Busta Rhymes and Tyra Banks, or Freddie and Nora as their characters are named, are starting a reality show called Dangertainment, where they're going to get college kids to spend the night poking around the Myers house while wearing webcams on their heads. And if they make it through the night, their tuition will be covered. Or some bullshit like that. So there you go. The rest of Michael Myers' existence is literally him being grumpy that there are people poking around his house, and I'm not making that up. These characters couldn't be any more one note. They couldn't be any more cookie cutter. Take Rudy, for example. He's training to be a chef. All he fucking talks about is food. That's it. That's his whole character. I like Rudy. I think he's funny. I root for Rudy. But that's all he gets. He's the chef. Jen doesn't get anything. She's just Sarah's annoying friend. Sarah is our main girl, our protagonist, if you can call her that. She's really just one of the people. Nothing sets her apart from anyone else. She's got an online friendship with a guy named Deckard, not Decker, Deckard, who, unbeknownst to Sarah, is just a freshman lying about his name and age. Great. Deckard does have a Resident Evil 2 poster in his room though, so at least there's that. It's really out of focus, but I've seen this movie 100 times for some reason, and I know my Resident Evil. Watch the history of Resident Evil, A Decade of Decay, right after this video ends. Link in description. So all of these idiots go into the Myers house for the Dangertainment show, and Deckard is watching live from a party he's at with his friend. There's creepy shit all over the house. Chain harnesses, a high chair with gnarly straps on it, spooky drawings. It's all a little strange. It feels off. It's soon revealed that Freddy and Nora, the creators of Dangertainment, staged it all. These are props. They wanted to give the audience something to be scared about, so they filled this long-abandoned house with fake limbs and planted drawings. This is discovered when two of the characters sneak off into a hidden basement to have sex, and a wall gives way. They initially freak out until they realize it was gimmicked to begin with. Only one of them spots another hidden passage, and this one is real. Michael Myers has been living underneath his old house in the sewer for 25 years. He's been eating shit rats, and he sleeps with a Raggedy Ann doll in which he has shoved nails into the eye sockets. Have we not learned by now that clarifying details about Michael's backstory cannot be done without it completely ruining the mystique? Look, I don't need to know where he lives. I don't need to know what he eats. I certainly don't need to know that he sleeps on a shitty cot with a little fucking doll, and he's so emo that he shoved nails into the doll's eye sockets. I don't need this. But yeah, being that this is Michael's room, he's mad that this girl came barging in, so he impales her on a bent fence post. The rest of the film surrounds Michael stalking and doing away with all these one-note morons in pretty entertaining fashion. I'll give it that. And I'd be an asshole to not put over the scene where Freddy, dressed as Michael Myers in an attempt to scare the people on his show, runs into the real Michael Myers. The problem is, Freddy thinks this is one of his crew stealing his gimmick. So rather than being scared, he cuts a promo on Michael.
You're gonna ruin the whole effect! Ah, damn it! Your shit ain't working up there or something?
This is dumb as fuck. It's one of those how has this series come to this moments, but it is funny. See, this is the so bad it's good thing I was talking about. Let's throw a few more things at you in the so bad it's good department. At one point, Rudy gets knifed into the door. We see the blade of the butcher knife enter his chest and exit the other side of the door. Do you know how long this fucking knife would have to be for it to go into his chest and pass out the back of the door? This isn't a goddamn broadsword, so how is this possible? Sometimes there's static on the webcam feeds, and when it glitches out, we see flashes of Michael Myers' face. This doesn't make any sense at all. I don't even think I have to explain why it doesn't make any sense. Almost every time the shape is on screen, we get a close-up of his face, and we can hear a rattlesnake. What the hell is that? Why a rattlesnake? Rewind to the beginning. Laurie catches Michael in that trap on the roof. How the fuck did she make this trap? It's got a remote-controlled, motorized pulley mechanism. You're telling me she built this thing up here? Is she MacGyver? Shit, is that too dated? Does anyone even know who MacGyver is anymore? Okay, back to where we were, but still continuing with the so bad it's good, because that's practically the entire film. It comes down to only Freddy and Sarah left alive. Michael is stalking them, but they're able to evade. How? Oh, well, through Sarah's Palm Pilot, of course. Deckard, who is watching live, is telling her where Michael is, as he's got all the feeds pulled up on the screen. Why doesn't Sarah just call the goddamn police? She's got a phone in her hands! Who knows? Anyway, the final confrontation sees Sarah fighting Michael with a shitty chainsaw, and Freddy literally beating the absolute shit out of Michael with the use of his kung fu. Yup. Freddy screams and howls like Bruce Lee and delivers jumping, spinning hook kicks, and Michael just stands there and takes it. I swear to Christ, Michael lets Freddy hit him like 10 times in this movie. He eventually tosses Freddy across the room. It looks bad for our surviving duo, and hold on, Freddy shocks Michael in the dick and balls with a live wire, and Michael Myers screams in pain. Yes, that is the first time we have ever heard Michael Myers' voice. And it's because he got shocked in the dick and balls with a live wire. I hate this movie. Sarah and Freddy escape the blaze.
Hey, Mikey! Happy fucking Halloween!
And Michael's corpse is hauled away to the morgue, where it's revealed in the most shithole, useless, uninspired, thoughtless, wasteful, stupid nothing ending that he is still alive. He really wasn't, though, in a way, because this second timeline, the one that retconned out 4, 5, and 6, meets its end right here on the back of Resurrection. How did it come to this? How is the sequel to the first great Halloween film in what must have been 10 years fucked up so badly, so quickly? We've already covered Moustapha Akkad's tampering with the franchise that ruined the finality of H2O. No need to retread that ground. But honestly, we had Rick Rosenthal back as the director here. This is the guy that directed Halloween 2! On that alone, it sounds like Resurrection could have been pretty cool, right? But it's not. It sucks. It doesn't even feel like a Halloween film, for one, and I'll give you one guess as to why that is. If your answer was because it wasn't a Halloween film, they added Michael Myers and the Halloween license to an already existing idea, well, you win again. I'm serious. Halloween Resurrection's script was written by Larry Brand, who has confirmed that he'd been wanting to write something inspired by the 1898 H.G. Wells classic War of the Worlds, which was infamously broadcast over the radio waves by Orson Welles in 1938, causing mass hysteria from listeners who believed the alien invasion story to be real. Brand looked at War of the Worlds as a fake story that listeners thought was real, and had an idea for a story where the real events were perceived by an audience to be fake, which occurs here, as the viewers of the Dangertainment webcast comment on the Shape's actual murders as having great special effects. Brand had kicked this thing around, and when he was put in front of Moustapha Akkad, he tossed out the idea and just dropped Michael Myers into the middle of the whole thing, which Akkad obviously loved. Brand's script was fucked with a ton, by both Akkad and Dimension Films, as you might imagine. He wanted the movie to be titled MichaelMyers.com, which is, I think it's horrendous. But on the flip side, his original ending is way better than the trash we were given. After the fire fades, EMTs and cops and firemen are at the scene, and Michael's charred body eerily sits up, just like the old days. Only instead of getting up and walking away, he would crumble to ash, fading into nothing but a memory. Obviously, this wasn't filmed. Why? Because it's an inarguable death. You can't come back from that. So there's no way in hell Akkad was going to let that get through. How would he continue to sequelize the franchise if his cash cow were killed? And listen, Larry Brand knew Resurrection wasn't good. In an interview with Taking Shape from Script to Scream, which is a fantastic book about the Halloween series that I've been using for a ton of my research, Brand said, "Look, this may sound weird coming from the guy who wrote Halloween Resurrection, but I do have standards when I write." That is hilarious. And seriously, Taking Shape is great, and there's an Amazon link in the description of this video if you're interested in supporting the authors through buying their book. They've done an excellent job with it, and even as a lifelong fan, I've learned a ton through reading it. Highly recommended. But back to business, yeah. Rick Rosenthal, Halloween 2's director, became the first person to ever return to the franchise. And Halloween 2 is great, in my book, but this one sucks. And it's not just the story that clearly had Michael Myers added last second. It's not just the hollow and lifeless characters, but the film itself. How in the name of my ass did they reuse the exact same scream 6 times inside of 20 minutes?
Internet Emmy.
Did they think no one would notice this? How is it that we see this guy reacting to the footage on screen, only for him to then enter the room for the first time and ask what everyone is watching just minutes later? With as large a team as a big film like this has, how does a glaring mistake like this make it into the final cut without being rearranged? Several different cameras were used to shoot Resurrection, and they're swapped in and out interchangeably, despite producing completely different looking visual aesthetics. One of the main sticking points fans have with Halloween Resurrection is Busta Rhymes' character Freddy. The general consensus seems to be, and I agree with this by the way, that the Freddy character is awesome. He's hilarious. He's full of his own shit, he's entertaining as hell, but he doesn't really seem to fit in with the Halloween franchise. And he certainly shouldn't be hitting Michael Myers with jumping, spinning kicks that would make Edson Barboza blush. It boils down to this, and some of you are probably mad at me that I didn't talk about LL Cool J and Halloween H2O, but it was by design. I knew I was going to talk about him here, and I didn't want to be redundant. Halloween H2O was blessed with a side character named Ronnie, an erotic fiction writer who works as a security guard in order to pay his bills. He's played by the one and only LL Cool J, who absolutely nails it. He's funny, you want him to survive, and luckily, he does. He even learns from his trauma, vowing to make his next book an erotic thriller. Ronnie is great. Well, the studio wanted Ronnie to come back for Halloween Resurrection, but they decided they couldn't afford LL Cool J, who had continued to work in both music and film, crushing it on both fronts. So with LL Cool J out of the picture, we've still got a studio wanting to appeal to the African American audience, so they've inserted Busta Rhymes. And those are their words, by the way, not mine. Writer Larry Brand told Taking Shape co-author Dustin McNeil that there's a very real thing in horror films where the audience likes to see characters who look like themselves getting killed. He stated, "That's why it's always young people getting killed in slasher movies, because young people go see slasher movies. If we set it in an old folks' home, no one would go see it. So I understand why they would want an ethnically diverse cast." The Freddy role wasn't originally written the way Busta Rhymes played it. Busta Rhymes was given free rein to completely change his dialogue, from ad-libbing lines on the spot to completely changing the original wording of what was on the page. And you know what? Audiences fucking loved it. I mentioned earlier that I think Freddy is hilarious, and I'm not alone. In the original cut of the film, Freddy dies. He doesn't make it out alive. In test screening surveys, the crowds made it clear. They liked Freddy, and they wanted more of him, and the studio listened. Much of what we see from Busta Rhymes was added in after the film was finished, and obviously they rewrote the ending, which sees Freddy heroically carrying our original main character over his shoulder to safety, busting out one-liners as he does so.
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
And that's where my problem lies. If Busta Rhymes was doing Bruce Lee moves and cracking jokes on another horror villain, it would work way better. The problem isn't Busta Rhymes. The problem is that they have him doing this over-the-top shit in a franchise that, across its 24 years of existence, has never done anything remotely close to this. Jason went toe-to-toe with that boxer on a rooftop in Jason Takes Manhattan, right? Freddy Krueger's been fighting wizards and hot punk rock chicks and doing comic book battles for over a decade. But Michael Myers doesn't find himself playing these sort of silly games, and these one-liners and comedic situations just feel horribly out of place. In part 3 of the history of Halloween, I shared with you that my podcast co-host, the artist formerly known as Mike Charles, considers Michael Myers shedding tears in Halloween 5 to be the worst bit of character assassination he's ever witnessed. For me, though, I can't forgive this. No one should be standing in front of Michael Myers, hitting him with jump kicks, using kung fu to blast him out a window, and actually winning the fight, only to continually assault the shape verbally as he glides away. That's a sin that should be punishable by law. I don't care if it's Busta Rhymes or Anderson Silva. Nobody should be getting the better of Michael Myers in a fist fight. It's stupid. Laurie gets the better of him in H2O because, number 1, she's armed to the fucking teeth. And number 2, every time she gets one over on him, it's an ambush. It's a sucker shot, a sneak attack. Busta Rhymes charges up his special move and then lands it without an issue. I can't fucking talk about this anymore. Like I said though, Halloween Resurrection is so bad that it falls into the guilty pleasure slot. I'll always have a soft spot for Freddy and his bullshit, and here's why. It's because Halloween Resurrection was the first film of the franchise that I ever saw in theaters. I was 11 years old and I went to the AMC in Crestwood, Illinois with my buddy Bathroom Money Tim Yours. Now, if you're asking yourself, how did an 11 and 12-year-old kid get in to see Halloween Resurrection? It's rated R. Well, Tim's mom brought us. So the decapitations, the boobs, all the blood, the swearing, it was fine. We had parental guidance. What a fucking joke. When it comes down to it, this 8th installment in the franchise was half-baked. No, it wasn't half-baked. This was maybe quarter-baked at best. A story unrelated to Michael Myers, shoehorning the villain in at the last second to cash in at the box office. Worthless characters we'll never see or hear from again. Seriously, Sarah and Deckard don't even have a resolution at the end. It's literally just a text that says, "You're alive." Fucking whoopee. And yet another ending that resolves and finishes absolutely nothing. Right when the college kids get to the house, one of them immediately opts out of putting in any effort to uncovering the secrets of Michael Myers.
You don't have to do anything.
Aren't we supposed to be looking for answers?
All right. The devil made him do it. I'm done.
If this isn't a commentary on how the studio, Moustapha Akkad, Rick Rosenthal, Larry Brand, and everyone else involved in this piece of shit felt about the state of the franchise, I don't know what is. Halloween Resurrection drew less than half of H2O's box office gross, pulling in just $37 million against a $15 million budget. Critics burn this thing alive across the board, and I've never met anyone in my life who enjoys this film for any other reason than, yeah, it sucks. I love it though. After taking a colossal step forward with 1998's Halloween H2O, Halloween Resurrection goes and completely ruins everything all over again. This time, beyond repair. Not only did they kill off their star in Laurie Strode, but they failed to make even one new star across this entire 8th installment, leaving Halloween completely dead in the water. I mentioned that the second timeline ends here, and oh boy did it end on a flat note. What was to come was not another retcon or a shakeup, no. Halloween was truly fucked, flatlined, and once again in danger of slipping into the direct-to-video market, all until a new writer and director was hired to wipe the slate clean and start fresh. It was time for Halloween to be rebooted, but that's a story for next time. Thank you so much for watching this, The History of Halloween Part 4, Retcons and Resurrections. These two films are the epitome of one step forward and two steps back, are they not? Next time up, we're going to wrap things up real nice with The History of Halloween Part 5, From Reboot to Reborn, premiering October 14th, 2021. Yes, indeed, that is one day prior to the release of the brand new film, Halloween Kills. I'm going to have you at the edge of your seat, ready to take in the next chapter in Halloween. God damn, it's almost like I planned it this way all along. If you love this video and want to support the channel, feel free to head over to patreon.com/616entertainment. I'm a one-man crew. I write these videos, I research these videos, I shoot these videos, I edit these videos. I do it all myself. And if you want to support a one-man crew, patreon.com/616entertainment is the place to do so. You don't have to, but if you decide to, won't piss me off. Either way though, I love ya, and I will see you next time. Jesus Christ. I sprayed so much fog in this room. It won't even turn on now. Halloween H2O seemed to finally provide closure to the 20-plus year history of Michael Myers and Laurie Strode. When another haphazard, half-assed, dim-witted sequel was released just 4 years later, fans felt like they'd been lied to, and the majority decided they'd been shit on for the last time. Halloween Resurrection couldn't achieve half of H2O's success, and now Halloween was drifting out to sea. Rudderless, aimless, and honestly, pointless. Moustapha Akkad and the powers that be were so strapped for ideas that they listed a poll on HalloweenMovies.com, literally asking fans what they should do next. There was even an idea to continue on without Michael Myers, but it doesn't end there. Writer-director Dave Parker pitched an idea called Halloween, which would have pit Michael Myers against Pinhead from the Hellraiser films. Halloween was going to explain why Michael Myers does what he does, why he is what he is. Spoiler, it's because little 6-year-old Michael opened up the infamous puzzle box, allowing the Lord of the Dead,
Sam Hain.
Yes, we're still pronouncing it like that, to inhabit his body, which of course Pinhead would then be upset about or something. No thanks. In the years after the release of Halloween Resurrection, writers were hired and fired, scripts came and went, and this series of videos I'm making is already approaching the 4-hour mark, so why don't we stop beating around the bush and just get to the point, right? We all know where we're headed. We are now stepping out of the original timeline and into... Well, hold on. The original timeline, I guess, kind of ended with Halloween 6, seeing as though H2O retconned out the Thorn trilogy and the continuity now was 1-2-H2O, so we are now stepping out of the second timeline and into... Hold on, does Halloween 3 count as its own timeline because it's completely unrelated to the other films? I mean, it is called Halloween 3. You know what? Let's put all this to rest on October 22nd, 2021. Explaining the timelines, a Halloween special will lay it all out in full detail, once and for all. Okay, good. That's settled. Now back to business. We are now stepping out of everything we knew before and into the land of the reboot. What's up, Dan-Dans? My name is Ian, and I want to say thank you for tuning in to the big finale, the history of Halloween Part 5, from reboot to reborn. Now, we all know Halloween Kills comes out tomorrow, and I know you all want to be perfectly 100% set and ready for the next big installment, and I've got you covered. We've been through the ups and downs, from the top of the line down to the so bad it's good. Hell, we've even been through the so bad it's best left forgotten. As fans of the series, we'd all made countless memories with these movies. But in 2007, it was time to let it all go. All of it. Halloween was moving on. The studio was heading in a brand new direction with a brand new director. And writer, as a matter of fact. Let's get to it. This is the history of Halloween Part 5, from reboot to reborn. Some of you watching this video may hear the name Rob Zombie and think of his music. Bangers like Dragula, Living Dead Girl, Super Beast, and more stand the test of time, in my book. The dude's music has a raw and unpolished feel that very few acts across the decades have been able to recreate. Others may hear Rob Zombie and have visions of his work in film. His debut feature, House of a Thousand Corpses, is like peering into a kaleidoscope of awful. And I don't mean the film itself is awful. I mean, the film throws a barrage of horrible images at you for nearly its entire 89-minute runtime. It's an endurance of insanity. The Devil's Rejects, Zombie's follow-up project, was more focused and even more deranged in some ways. Whether you're a fan of his work or not comes down to a matter of taste, and what your specific tastes are. What's undeniable, though, what comes in as stone-cold, indisputable fact, is that Rob Zombie knows what the hell he's about. Across the board, the guy's work has a look and feel that he breaks his back to achieve and takes complete ownership of. His art comes without compromise, which Universal Pictures learned very well when he was initially pitching House of a Thousand Corpses. Zombie reportedly made it abundantly clear that his vision was not mainstream, that it was gritty, it was nasty, it was weird. It was so weird that Universal decided to walk away from the project after viewing the completed film. No joke. Obviously, his style caught the attention of the Weinstein Company, who approached Zombie to take the reins of Halloween in 2006. Here's how it went down, in Zombie's own words.
I got the thing like, oh, you know, the Weinstein Company wants you to go have a meeting with him. Bob Weinstein, he's in LA, yada, yada, yada. So I go in to meet him, and he's just like, Halloween, what do you think? I was like, oh, it's a great fucking movie. I mean, I didn't know what he was getting at. He's like, we own the rights, and we want to do something with it. We don't know what to do. Because they didn't know if they wanted to make another sequel or just call it Halloween but not have Michael Myers. And like, there was no preconceived idea, and it was my idea to basically try to reboot it, start over with new people playing all the same roles and do that.
I feel it's important to note that he didn't go out of his way to get his hands on Halloween. The opportunity was presented to him. Rob Zombie felt that, with 8 entries into the franchise, with several timelines and retcons already in place, the formula itself wasn't only exhausted, but Michael Myers himself was no longer scary. We'd seen him too many times. He'd been involved in too many crazy situations. He'd been killed too many times for any of us to take him seriously anymore, which, I mean, that's kind of hard to argue. He's been burned, he's been shot, he's been arrested, he's been beaten with pipes, he's been decapitated, but not actually decapitated. He was burned again. Come on. It's all been done. Zombie felt that starting from scratch, erasing everything and wiping the slate clean was the only way to truly reclaim the luster that the Shape had lost. Jumping off from square one would allow him to tell a brand new story, to create a brand new vision, free from the confines of over 25 years of lore. We've got a lot of ground to cover here, and I think the best way to start is to run through the film itself. When compared to the 1978 original, this new film is 1/2 prequel, 1/2 remake, which in and of itself is a strange decision, but that's the route he chose to go. I must warn you, in order to gain any enjoyment from this film whatsoever, you have to check your preconceived notions of what Halloween is at the door. Rob Zombie's Halloween, for the most part, is just that. Fundamental truths must be forgotten. What would once be considered storytelling sins are now the official lay of the land. You've been warned. We'll circle back and cover the production side of things after we get through the story. And once that's done, I have to get the hell out of here because this is not looking so good for me. The year is, well, we don't know what year it is.
Ugh, this is bullshit. We all know it was Halloween night in 1963 that Michael Myers stabbed his sister. Rob Zombie doesn't know anything about Halloween.
I told you, forget what you know. Let it go. All of it. You got it? Good. It's Halloween. A young boy in a clown mask is caring for his pet rat, while his dysfunctional family gathers for breakfast downstairs. The only untainted soul across the entire opening scene seems to be Angel, or Boo, as her brother calls her. Oh, he killed the rat, by the way, so you can lump this little guy in with the dysfunction already. Let's not bury the lead. This young boy is Michael Myers, and this is his home life.
I'm gonna break it again on your fucking face.
Enough! Pig!
Ah! Fucking whore!
When I tell you that every single character in this movie is a degenerate, I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. Meet stepfather Ronnie.
I mean, he runs around like a little bitch. Give me a fucking break, he's probably a queer.
And sister Judith.
Elvis.
Mother Debra.
Jesus, what is it with you in this goddamn school? I cannot keep coming down here like this.
School bully Wesley.
Your sister, I heard they had to pump the cum out of her stomach.
Skip ahead a few years later, and even our new Laurie Strode is performing sexual acts on a bagel and moaning in front of her own mother. Honestly, everyone seems to exist on this heightened, exaggerated, trashy level of existence. I myself can be as crude and crass as anyone, but I never pretended to have sex with my breakfast in front of my parents. Anyway, yeah, life's a mess in the Myers house. It's a mess at school as well. When two jerks ridicule young Michael over the fact that his mom is a stripper, a fight breaks out, which leads to Mrs. Myers having to meet with the principal and Dr. Sam Loomis. So Michael got in a fight, right? What's the big deal? Well, the fight was one thing. The dead cat he was carrying around in his book bag, his trophies of pets that he'd seemingly killed and photographed himself, yeah, that's another thing entirely. Now, if you're 10-year-old Michael Myers, you've got two options. Option number one is to explain yourself. Option number two is to run into the woods and brutally murder the kid that made fun of your mom with a big old stick. Guess which option he sprang for? Back home later that night, his sister skips out on taking him trick-or-treating, even though she promised she would. Stepdad Ronnie throws gay slurs in his direction for no reason whatsoever. Now, if you're young Michael Myers, you're once again faced with two options. Number one, deal with it. Someday you're going to be old enough to leave this life behind and make your own way through the world. Number 2, kill everyone in the house. Only Baby Boo seems to make it out of the massacre alive, as Michael seems to have quite an affinity for her. When his mother gets home from work and finds the madness beyond the front door, all hell breaks loose. Over the next 2 years, young Michael goes on trial and is ordered to live out an unspecified sentence in a mental health facility, which includes daily appointments with Dr. Sam Loomis. Zero forward progress is made as the boy seemingly fails to recall what happened on that faithful Halloween night. He hides his face behind handmade masks, which Dr. Loomis believes provide him sanctuary from the real world around him. Though in Michael's own words,
"Take it off. It hides my ugliness."
Over time, his communication slows before coming to a complete and total halt, negating even the thought of forward progress, and instead regressing into utter silence. When left only with the nurse to keep an eye on him, Michael strikes again, stabbing the woman in the throat and watching her bleed out on the floor with a cold, dead stare. This is where Debra Myers, for the first time, met the monster that lived within her son. Even through everything that had happened, she never stopped loving him. She never stopped visiting. She never stopped trying. She wanted to believe that her son was still in there, but on this day, she came face to face with the truth. With Baby Boo crying in the background and home movies of Michael playing on the projector screen, Debra Myers put a gun in her mouth and gave up the fight. Good God, man, this is dark. This is about as dark as things can get, right? From here, we're about to jump 15 years into the future. But just because time has gone by, doesn't mean the world has gotten any less ugly. Michael Myers, now in his mid-20s, is fucking gigantic. Standing nearly 7 feet tall, he towers over literally every other person around him. This was a creative choice by writer-director Rob Zombie, obviously, and I feel like the reception is 50-50. Some find this Michael scarier than ever, as how the hell could you not be scared of someone this large, who could do whatever they wanted to you at any given time? Others find it preposterous and unnecessary. That what made Michael scary in the first place is that he could be anyone under that mask. You make up your own mind. I'm not going to tell you what to think. This day is significant because it's the last time Dr. Loomis is ever going to visit Michael. He's not dying, he's not going to blow up on the way out of the building. No, he's just... there's nothing left here. It's been 15 years of nothing. Loomis's marriage fell apart, his social life has completely stalled out, all because of his obsession with rehabilitating this troubled young man. It wasn't a total loss, though. I mean, he kicks off his book tour the second he drops the Myers case. What's his book about? It's about Michael. So while he wasn't able to get through to this poor kid, he was able to pocket a couple shekels off his likeness. It's a bit of a trashy give and take, to say the least. What happens next depends on whatever version of this film you have in your collection, or maybe whenever you saw this movie for the first time. I saw this one in theaters, so upon first viewing, Michael broke out of the sanitarium that night after he got the jump on a couple of guards who were ill-equipped to handle that sort of threat. If you own this film on Blu-ray or DVD, odds are you own the director's cut. It's the much easier version to find these days, and good God, it's a lot more graphic. In the director's cut, Michael doesn't murder the guards who were transporting him. He wasn't being transported at all. 2 sanitarium staff members instead decide that tonight would be a good night to rape one of the female patients, and doing it in the hallway wasn't good enough. No, they wanted to do it in the cell of Michael Myers. Why? I don't know. I told you, everyone in this movie is a shit person. So, there we are, watching this woman being graphically, and I mean graphically. Look, I can't show this on YouTube, and I find it actually disgusting and completely unnecessary to use this as a throwaway plot device, so we're just gonna fast forward. Michael kills these guys, which is great. You never used to hear that, outside of maybe Halloween 5, but yeah, here we are, applauding as adult Michael claims the lives of his first victims. Before walking out the front door, though, he does come face to face with Ismael Cruz, a janitor who had looked after him from the day he stepped foot in the asylum. Obviously, Michael will spare Ismael's life, right? Wrong. He brutalizes this poor man, prolonging his suffering by holding him underwater before caving his head in with a television he ripped off the wall. Nobody is safe. Ismael had been his buddy for 15 years, and he was killed worse than anyone else in the building. We are now nearly an hour into this film, and Michael Myers is still walking around looking like this. When in Sam hell is he gonna get the blue suit and white mask? Right now, as a matter of fact. After picking a fight with and killing a literally shitting Joe Grizzly, played by the one and only Ken Foree, we can put a check mark next to the blue suit. Yes, I'm aware it's more brown in Rob Zombie's movies. The point is this, it's the signature look, okay? The next day, oh shit, it's Halloween once again. Laurie Strode is sent by her dad to make a drop at the abandoned Myers house, where she's met by Tommy Doyle, the little boy she'll be babysitting later tonight. Inside the house is Michael Myers, who breaks through the floorboards to regain his original mask, which has now been weathered and damaged merely by the passage of time. If this is starting to feel like you've seen it before, it's because we've now completely exited the prequel portion of this film. Parts of Rob Zombie's Halloween are now going to be carbon copies of the 1978 John Carpenter original. I told you to check your preconceived notions of Halloween at the door when tuning into this reboot, but I understand if that's hard for you to do. It's hard for me to do. How can we not compare the two when parts of it are practically shot for shot the same? To this day, I find this to be an odd choice. Halfway through its 2-hour runtime up to this point, nearly every single second of this movie has come straight from the mind of Rob Zombie. To reach the midpoint and decide we're not going to continue treading new ground, and instead tell nearly the exact same story we saw nearly 30 years ago, I don't really get it. But it's all here. Laurie spots Michael watching her out the window. Loomis warns everybody of the storm that's coming.
Get back in there and get back on that telephone. Tell him who broke out of here last night.
The Shape watches Laurie, Anna, and Linda walk home from school. Loomis and the cemetery groundskeeper discover that Judith Myers' gravestone has been stolen. Michael sticks Bob to the wall and murders Linda while wearing the ghost costume, only this time, the actress playing Linda shows full frontal nudity, and her dead, naked body is carried in a close-up for an uncomfortable amount of time. That's another thing I have to point out here as we go through. Rob Zombie's Halloween is a lot less, nice to its female characters. And maybe actresses by proxy, I don't know. Why are all these women so bitchy and nasty? Why are they all naked? Why do we see them bloody, begging for their lives, crying topless and helpless for such long periods of time? I didn't notice just how different the handling of the women was here in the remake back when I was 17, but at nearly 31 now and more in touch with the realities of the world, I certainly see it now. Women are inherently more vulnerable than men. You know, most men don't have to walk down the street at night with the knowledge in the back of their mind that, at any given moment, any member of the opposite sex could overpower them at the drop of the hat. So the fear is already there. Does it really make it more scary to not only kill the female character, but belittle and embarrass them by doing it while they're naked for all to see? I don't like it. It rubs me the wrong way. Bob's dick isn't flopping around during his struggle. Joe Grizzly doesn't cry and beg for his life. He actually challenges Michael and holds his own for a few seconds. Annie is topless for literal minutes, compared to her boyfriend who, even while having sex, doesn't even take his shirt off. I'm not trying to make a big deal out of this, it is what it is, I'm just saying. The women in this film were handled in a completely different manner than the men were. And if you don't understand why it's fucked up to only do this to the women in the movie, and you're about to type up a comment about how I'm an SJW or something, save your remaining brain cells because I'm not going to read it. I wish the best for you and everybody who knows you. But back to business. Yeah. Bob and Linda, dead. Laurie's parents, dead. Annie's boyfriend, dead. Annie, almost dead. Laurie's hanging with the kids while Loomis and Sheriff Brackett are heading into town. It's during this car ride that Sheriff Brackett tells Dr. Loomis that on Halloween night, 17 years ago, he was the first to arrive at the scene when Debra Myers killed herself. In an attempt to save this poor, innocent baby from a life of stigma and darkness, he took the baby himself and dropped her off at an emergency room. His report on the scene of the crime made no mention of Baby Boo, completely erasing her from existence. Baby Boo was later adopted by a loving family, the Strode family, which placed her right back in Haddonfield, the very place the sheriff had tried to save her from all those years ago. Neither the Strodes nor anyone else other than Sheriff Brackett, and now Michael Myers, is aware of her true identity. That's why Michael has come home. Boo is the only person in the world he's got left. Laurie finds Annie and her boyfriend not doing so well, and that's when she sees Michael for the first time. Michael knows who Laurie is. That's his sister, little baby Boo. But Laurie? She has no clue who this nearly 7-foot monster holding a knife that he just used to butcher her friends is. She just knows that she's gotta get the hell out of here. The chase is on. People are killed along the way. The kids get out of Dodge. Sheriff Brackett finds his daughter barely clinging to life. And oh shit. Michael got her. He doesn't kill her though. No, he brings her to a secret place. A place he has decorated to look like a family reunion. Linda's corpse acts as a stand-in for Judith on the ground. The headstone for Mama Debra overhead. Little Michael and Baby Boo. All together once again. He kneels down and presents his little sister with a photograph of the two of them from better times. He even drops his knife and removes his mask, indicating to his sister that he is not a threat. But she doesn't understand. How could she? She doesn't know that's her in the photo as a baby. She doesn't know that the monster in front of her is that young boy. Why would anyone connect those dots? I mean, as far as we know, Laurie isn't even aware that she's adopted, so of course this doesn't make any sense to her. So, she does what anyone would do. She seizes the moment and stabs this big bastard before trying to escape. She winds up cornered, and that's when Dr. Loomis swoops in, delivering several gunshots to his former patient's back before leading Laurie to safety. It's worth noting here that Loomis didn't shoot Michael in the head. He didn't even empty his gun, the way Pleasance Loomis did. Our new Loomis begged and pleaded with Michael to stand down before pulling the trigger. He still didn't want to hurt him, and only did so when it was clear that he had no choice in the matter. It seems like it's all over, but it's not. Michael's back up and he takes Laurie into the house. Once again, Loomis pleads with Michael. He blames himself. He offers himself up in place of Laurie, and it doesn't go well. Michael crushes his head, and now it's time for another chase. We've had our foot on the gas for a while here, and we're just about to the point of exhaustion. After several minutes of carnage, Michael spears Laurie through a wall and off a balcony. Laurie is the first to wake up, and she does so with Dr. Loomis's gun in her hand. Having completely snapped, she sits in a mounted position on this monster, pulling the trigger over and over to no avail. Michael springs to life and grabs at his sister's hand, who pulls the trigger one more time, finally finding the last bullet in the revolver. A blood-soaked Laurie Strode screams bloody murder. The sirens close in, and home movies of Michael and Baby Boo carry us into the credits. There it is. Love it or hate it, there it is. Rob Zombie's Halloween. Some of you have been commenting from the very start of this series that you couldn't wait for me to get here because these are your favorite installments across the entire franchise. Others have been waiting for the exact opposite reason. You hate these movies and you couldn't wait for me to bury them. Where do I fall on Rob Zombie's first Halloween film? I hope I don't disappoint anybody, but I don't love or hate this movie. It's far from my favorite, but it's definitely better than stinkers like 5 or Resurrection. Is it a bad movie? No, I don't think so. I've seen bad movies, and I don't think this one falls quite into that negative of a category. The other question is, do I like this movie? No, not really. I think the dialogue is a glaring issue. I find most of the characters are speaking the exact same voice and speaking with the exact same cadence, which usually comes back to either the writer or director, and in this case, it's the same person. Let's take a second to shine a light on the good and the bad, to try and give this one as fair a shake as possible. We'll start with the good. If you're a gore hound, this movie's got you covered. You're gonna get lots and lots of blood in this picture, that's for certain. Obviously, if you come into this already a fan of Rob Zombie, you're gonna pop for his regular casting choices like Ken Foree, Sid Haig, William Forsythe, Sherry Moon Zombie, and more. But it's not just the usual zombie suspects that general horror fans will be happy to see. We've got Jamie Lloyd actress Danielle Harris, this time playing Annie Brackett. Her dad, Sheriff Brackett, is played by the legendary Brad Dourif, aka the voice of Chucky, the Gemini killer from The Exorcist 3, all 3 Lord of the Rings films. Seriously, Brad Dourif is an under-celebrated actor. The guy is great. Malcolm McDowell of A Clockwork Orange fame, or maybe you recognize him better as President John Henry Eden from Fallout 3, or Metallo from Superman the Animated Series, whatever. He's another big-timer. There are too many to name, so we'll draw the line on the cast right there. There are several excellent shots here in Rob Zombie's Halloween that I can't ignore. I absolutely love the image of Loomis giving his speech on the first stop of his book tour. He's just visited Michael for the last time, seemingly in an attempt to close that chapter of his life. And look at him now. Even if they're no longer in contact, this boy is now looming over the doctor, casting a larger shadow than ever before. Before Michael killed everyone in the house 17-ish years ago, he was watching The Thing from Another World on the television. Now, in present day, with little Lindsay Wallace right in front of him, vulnerable and unaware of his presence, Michael doesn't attack. If you watch his mannerisms and eyeline, you'll notice that Michael isn't paying attention to Lindsay at all. He's watching the movie with her, finally getting to see how The Thing from Another World ends. One more cool moment, why not? At the end of the film, when Laurie is trying to blow Michael's brains out, he grabs at her hand. It's not exactly clear what his intentions are. Is Michael unsuccessfully trying to thwart her attack? Or maybe, just maybe, is he steadying her hand? Maybe he's trying to make sure she gets the job done so that he can finally check out of this life and fade away. Even Rob Zombie has confirmed that this moment is up for debate, and I myself find it to be very intriguing. Now the bad. The dialogue largely sucks and is crude for the sake of being crude. Some of the acting in general will make you stop and wonder how on earth they wound up using that specific take for a certain line.
Ma, Judith is wasting all my time.
I do not enjoy calling you down here.
It sure seems like you fucking do.
It's amazing that even with as gross as this film is, this is a super toned down version of what was initially scripted. If Rob Zombie had his way, Michael wasn't going to be washing blood off a scalpel in the bathroom. He was instead going to, be having a good time with himself over the corpse of his now dead pet rat. If he had his way, Michael didn't just stab and slash at Judith. He instead was scripted to, and again, I'm wording this as nicely as possible, he was going to forcibly insert the bloody baseball bat into his sister. Yeah. These are the moments where it's actually really great to have someone on set who's able to step in and just say, no. I audibly laughed in the theater when young Michael dons the classic mask for the first time, and I wasn't alone. Rob Zombie made a point to add significance to the mask by connecting it to the night he went on his rampage at home, rather than it being a random mask Michael stole from a hardware store. But that little body topped with such a large-headed mask is hilariously stupid looking, and does not serve the scare that was intended. I didn't need to see a mentally ill patient get gang-raped by staff members, especially when it served no purpose to the story whatsoever, and all in all, this movie's just too goddamn long. Rob Zombie wanted to do 2 movies, a reboot prequel, and then a remake of the original, but the Weinsteins didn't go for it, and he had to smash his 2 visions into one, and it shows. Rob Zombie's Halloween was by far the longest entry into the franchise at the time, and even today, in 2021, is still the longest film in the series. There's a feeling out there that Rob Zombie doesn't get Michael Myers. He doesn't understand Halloween. You know, I sympathize with this argument because I know how I feel about how Zack Snyder handles Superman, which is another conversation for another time. But if you really look at Halloween 2007 and you listen to what Rob Zombie was saying leading up to its release, I don't think the issue is that he didn't understand. I think what most people take issue with is the fact that Rob Zombie purposely made decisions to make this unlike any Halloween movie you've ever seen before. Oh, you love that Michael Myers has no clear drive or motive. Let's turn that on its head. Let's lay out a clear motive in painstaking detail. You love that Michael is seemingly a normal man, enraptured by evil incarnate. Throw it out the window. Now he's 6'10" and he'll tear a house down with his bare hands to get at you. Michael's a silent killer and you never really know what's going on behind those eyes. Hey, how about he surrenders himself to his sister, presents a photo of the two of them together, takes his mask off, and shows remorse, possibly even an ability to put these vile acts to an end? How about he talks to her? Yeah, in the original script, Michael actually kneels down in front of Laurie and says, "Boo." I get the idea that Laurie would take it as this big scary man saying boo like he's trying to scare her, when in actuality, it's Michael breaking his silence and calling his sister by name. It's an interesting idea, it really is, but it was cut. If you don't like it, that's your prerogative, but I at least hope you don't like it for what it is rather than what it isn't. I always try and share a personal story with you guys, and this installment will be no different. Danny Trejo is a legend, right? We all know that. We all get that. His character here in Rob Zombie's Halloween, Ismael Cruz, he's the best. He's a good man with a good heart. It's painful to see him get killed, it really is, but a long-lasting story sprang from this scene. While pleading for Michael to stop, Ismael says, "I was good to you, Mikey. I was good to you, Mikey." My good friend Bathroom Money Tim Ewers and I have never and will never forget this line. Whether there's an appropriate reason to use it or not, we might even create one just for the sake of saying it. But whenever we're together, you're gonna hear this line. "I was good to you, Mikey." I don't know, man. It's just one of those things that sticks with you. When it all comes down to it, love it or hate it, Rob Zombie's Halloween was a major hit, grossing over $80 million at the box office. If you're keeping score, this was the new box office king across the entire franchise. Now, is 1978 money the same as 2007 money? No. If you adjust for inflation, the number changes. But I'm just telling you about the total box office gross as a round figure, damn it. If you want to do the math, do it yourself. The point is this. The movie was a big-time success. I mean, financially it was. Critics buried it pretty hard, none more so than John Carpenter himself, who disliked Michael's physical size, the in-depth backstory given to the killer, and seemingly Rob Zombie himself. Carpenter questioned why that piece of shit lied about him and their interactions with each other. Goodness gracious. The fan base, to this day, more than 15 years after the release of Rob Zombie's first Halloween film, are still split down the middle. Some love it, some hate it. Some, like me, don't really care one way or the other. This is not a part of my personal canon, so this may as well have not even happened for me. You'd think that the money rolling in the way it did would have been a surefire guarantee that Rob Zombie would have come back for a sequel. That he would have been dying to continue paving a new path for one of horror's greatest franchises ever. You'd think that. But that's not the case. The fact of the matter is that Rob Zombie would have rather done nothing at all than return for another Halloween film. Zombie has stated over the years that he felt incredibly stifled by the Weinsteins and their constant tampering with production. So he was out. Find somebody else to do your next Halloween, you bunch of dorks. That's the Zombie way. Well, that's what happened. A new duo was brought in to write and direct a sequel taking place in the Zombieverse. Is that what we're gonna call it? And all seemed well and good until old Mr. Zombie, totally by chance, was shown a script for what was to come. He absolutely hated it, and it was in that moment that he basically said, you know what, fuck it, this is my world, I pushed this boulder down the mountain, I might as well be the one to describe its destructive journey down to the bottom, right? He'd gotten away from the film world, worked on a ton of music, he got his head clear, yeah. This was it, the time was right. Rob Zombie was officially back for Halloween 2. One of the key factors in Zombie taking the reins once again was producer Akkad's instructions to do whatever the hell he wanted to do creatively. The gloves were off. The established rules of Halloween may as well have been written in Expo marker on a dry erase board because them shits were free and clear to be wiped out at any given moment. And yeah, maybe you caught that, I said Akkad, not Moustapha Akkad. Akkad is Moustapha's son, and he'd been involved with Halloween productions at his father's side for over 20 years at this point. Moustapha Akkad, an OG on the Halloween front, was tragically killed in 2005 alongside his daughter Rima Akkad in an Al-Qaeda suicide bombing. It's really awful how many times we've had to do this across the history of Halloween, but raise your glass, Stan-Dans. I haven't always agreed with his decisions, and I maintain that several of Halloween's worst missteps were 100% his fault. But creative decisions for the big screen and the real loss of human life are worlds apart. R.I.P., big man. Thanks for getting this crazy franchise off the ground in the first place. Akkad wasn't as strict as his father, obviously, and through Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, it shows. But more on Halloween 2's story in a second. Let's set the scene a little more before we dive in. Production of 2007's Halloween was a pain in the ass, according to Rob Zombie, who claimed that an endless barrage of studio notes were coming his way on a daily basis, most of which weren't even worth reading. With his head cleared and ready to get to work on this sequel, now was the time. Now this thing's gonna run like a well-oiled machine, right? Nope, not a chance. Zombie stated in the audio commentary for the movie that an entire day's worth of work was completely lost when the cans of film were accidentally X-rayed at the airport. The weather was a nightmare the entire time. Honestly, how fucking often does it snow in Atlanta, Georgia? The role of young Michael Myers was played by Dave Ferrick in 2007, and I'm probably botching his last name, and I'm sorry. Why did he have to be recast? Was it because he's a bad actor? Was it because Rob Zombie didn't like him? Was it because of some other reason? No, none of those. He's a great actor. Seems like a good guy. He just grew. The size and the age didn't line up anymore, so it was like, fuck, we need a new kid. Let's dive into this story. Here we go. There's an on-screen explanation of the white horse motif, which, what the hell does that mean? What white horse? Oh, I guess Michael's mom gave him a white horse toy back in the mental health facility days, and they bonded over it. Weird that we didn't know about that before, seeing as though it's present in Michael's every waking thought and is a huge part of why he's doing what he's doing. It's almost like the white horse thing didn't exist at all in the first movie, or this movie, until right before they started shooting. If you didn't sense the sarcasm there, I'll spell it out for you. This angle was added so late into production that it almost didn't even make the cut. But here it is, the crux of Michael's entire journey, and it came together literally because Rob Zombie saw a white horse while out on a drive and was like, man, that's pretty cool. Moving on. Much like the 1981 film of the same name, Halloween 2 picks up right where the previous film ended. Well, sort of, in this case. We saw Laurie in a mounted position on Michael, covered in blood as the sirens blasted and the cops rolled in. Here in Halloween 2, I guess the cops never showed up? Laurie's wandering down the street alone, and it's Sheriff Brackett who catches up to her, assuring her that it's all over. She's rushed to the hospital, and they're working on pretty much putting her back together in gruesome fashion. Michael's body is loaded into an ambulance and taken away by two EMTs who joke about how hot Linda's dead body was. Yeah, 7 minutes in, and we've got two hillbillies discussing necrophilia. This is indeed a Rob Zombie film. Michael busts out and kills them, then he drives the ambulance himself, right? No. They hit a cow, which kills the driver instantly. It's only then that Michael wakes up and dispatches the other EMT before walking away into the night to meet up with the ghost of his mother and the white horse. Man, back to that cow for a second. That goddamn cow woke up Michael Myers. What have you done with your life? There's a 20-minute chase scene here where Michael arrives at the hospital and kills everyone, chasing Laurie up and down the halls before finally delivering the death blow. Nope! It was all a dream. Yeah, 20 minutes of heart-pounding action, and none of it really happened. I hate that shit. It's 2 years after that horrible night. Laurie now lives with Sheriff and Annie Brackett, and she's a rock and roller. Her bathroom is covered with 666 and pentagrams. She has a Charles Manson poster in her room. She works at a record store that simply oozes Rob Zombie's favorite bands like Frank Zappa, Alice Cooper. I swear, this movie is so overdosed in rock music, it's like watching Bam Margera's Haggard. If Bam gets shit for injecting him and CKY into everything, Zombie is fair game as well. Why does every Rob Zombie movie feature characters with this long, twisty hairstyle? Wait, why does everyone in this movie look like Rob Zombie? Laurie is straight up dressed like him from head to toe, I swear to God. Michael Myers himself walked right off the set of a Rob Zombie music video. And don't get me started on the scene where Laurie is screaming obscenities at the camera, a shot that is copied and pasted from the Dragula video. It's too much, man. It's too much. Break time, guys. Quick break. I fucking hate this movie. I hate this movie. I gave Rob Zombie's first film a fair shake. I was totally honest. There's some really cool shit there, and I put it all over to the moon, but I fucking hate this movie. From the white horse nonsense that was added in at the very last second and totally didn't exist in the first movie, so it doesn't really make any sense that it exists here, to this meandering plot of he's coming, she's fucked up. He's coming, she's fucked up, ad nauseum. There are characters and locations that we spend so much time with here that don't matter at all. But that's just my opinion. I have kept a very clear line across this entire story of what is my opinion and what is the fact of production. I just had to get that out there. Now let's get back to the story. Annie and Laurie's relationship is in tatters because Laurie can't deal with her trauma, and she sees the Bracketts as reminders of her pain. Dr. Loomis is now a snobby, assholian, misogynistic celebrity author who goes as far as telling his assistant that when he wants her opinion, he'll beat it out of her. Classy. What's Michael been up to these last 2 years? Well, I'm glad you asked. He's homeless. He's a drifter who eats out of people's trash. He's somehow found a hoodie that fits a 7-foot, 300+ pound man. I've made it clear several times that I personally don't need to know what Michael does when he's not stalking Laurie. Resurrection had the bed and the doll shit. Halloween 5 had the hermit's house. I don't need to know this. Leave it alone. But hold on, I want you to meet H2M4. That's my code name for him. Hobo Hoodie Mountain Man Michael Myers. When he's not killing hillbillies in the fields, he's having visions of the pumpkin goblins who are eating Laurie for dinner? What the fuck? Clearly adult Michael's mental maturity capped when he was in the asylum, as indicated by young Michael being present in these visions and speaking on his behalf. Eventually H2M4 happens upon the Rabbit in Red, the strip club where his mother used to work. We spend 10 minutes here with these jabronis before Michael kills them all in gruesome fashion where, if you were wondering, yes, both of the men stand up to Michael and actually strike him first, despite the fact that he's the size of Kevin Nash, because men don't take no shit. Meanwhile, the lone female character winds up, what else? Brutalized, but only after running around naked and screaming for help for a lengthy period of time. Classic Rob Zombie. You gotta love it. But enough meandering. Something important happens here. In his quest for continued fame and fortune, Loomis releases another book, where he divulges the secret that Sheriff Brackett told him in confidence back in 2007. Laurie Strode is actually Angel Myers, Michael's sister. Laurie finds out about it, and it's not a pretty sight. To deal with her troubles, she goes to a rock and roll Halloween party, of course. This fucking band plays like 3 songs, and the singer gets minutes of screen time to tell shitty jokes that don't even get over with the crowd in the movie. This is another 10-minute chunk, by the way. 10 minutes of this. Laurie's having the same visions Michael is, by the way. She's seeing her mother in the white horse. What else is going on? Oh, Loomis appears on Chris Hardwick's talk show with Weird Al. Alright. What's Annie up to? Oh, Michael kills her. Eek. Hasn't she had it bad enough already? Laurie's other friend gets got while trying to call the cops, too. Okay, this is on now, huh? Michael gives chase by breaking through the door of ultimate angst, and Sheriff Brackett shows up on the scene to discover his daughter in a pool of blood once again, and this time, she doesn't make it. I've stated my opinion on this film, but I'm fair, and it's time to give credit where credit is due. Brad Dourif acts his fucking ass off right here, as you might expect. You buy the pain he's feeling. You feel it yourself, simply because of how good he is. Real home movie footage of Danielle Harris is cut in here to really drive home the pain of a father who has lost his little baby girl, and motherfucker, it's tough. The highlight of the film, by far. Laurie is picked up by a man blasting some good old rock and roll, but fuck you, Michael says no, bashes the jabroni, and flips the car down a hill. The reunited Myers clan carry her to a barn in the middle of nowhere for the big moment, and this is where Laurie has a full-on conversation with her mom's ghost. Before Michael can follow through with his mother's orders to take them all home, a helicopter appears overhead. Sheriff Brackett and the boys have the place totally surrounded. Dr. Loomis, humiliated by the talk show appearance, has the quickest and most unearned change of heart in Halloween history, as he arrives at the scene telling Sheriff Brackett, "I owe you this!" and crashing the Myers party. How do you know where they were? It doesn't matter. How did he get there so fast? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just go with it. Loomis finds Laurie writhing and squirming, fighting against no one. There is no little Michael holding her down, which we already know. Listen, Michael gores him through a wall. He tears his mask off and looks Loomis in the eye and says, "Die!" before stabbing him to death. Yes, indeed, Michael Myers speaks. And after not saying a word for almost 20 years, what a way to blow the roof off the joint, right? Die! I think the murder gets that point across. Michael really could have blown our minds by saying, "You failed me," or "You left me behind, you were all I had," but no. Die! After killing Loomis, the cops have seen enough, and they shoot Michael another 8,397 times. Laurie emerges from the barn, grabs the knife, and just before she can stab the already dead Dr. Loomis, she is also gunned down. Her dying visions are of her mother and the white horse, who approached on a long corridor. She grins madly as we close this chapter on Halloween Forever. That's Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. That's it. Michael's dead, Laurie's dead, Dr. Loomis is dead, everybody's dead, except Sheriff Brackett. I mercilessly shit on Dominique Othen-Girard, the director of Halloween 5. I shit on that guy for days, and he fucking deserves it. He was terrible. I stood up for Rob Zombie when Othen-Girard claimed that Zombie stole 80% of Halloween 5 for his Halloween movies. Carbon copy style stole them. That's bullshit. There are similarities, there's no doubt about that, but carbon copy stealing is way overstretching it, and that's just Othen-Girard jerking himself off. It is a fact, though, that this Halloween 2 has much more in common with Halloween 5 than any of the other films in the franchise. And Rob Zombie himself, as a director, has much more in common with Dominique Othen-Girard than any other director in Halloween history. That might have pissed you off if you're a big fan of this movie, which I get, but hear me out, and I'll provide the necessary context. Jamie and Michael share a telepathic link in Halloween 5. Laurie and Michael share a telepathic link in Halloween 2. Michael expresses human emotion in Halloween 5 by removing his mask in front of Jamie and shedding a tear. In the zombie-verse, Michael shows human emotion in the form of removing his mask and presenting himself to Laurie, and even speaking to Dr. Loomis. Dominique Othen-Girard was notorious for shooting scenes on the fly, scenes that weren't scripted, merely because he saw something that looked cool and wanted to use it, which caused major headaches on set. The whole chase with Jamie and the janitor through the hanging laundry. There you go. On the fly. Rob Zombie? Shit, he's even worse. The white horse is a crucial plot point in Halloween 2. Meanwhile, It was just some cool shit he saw on the side of the road one day, and injected it into a completed script. The pit of bodies at the hospital in the dream sequence, that wasn't in the script. Zombie saw the pit and asked, "Hey, can we get 25 extras to play dead bodies? I have an idea." This is not how these types of films are usually made, and this defining characteristic of, "I don't care what the script says, let's do this thing I just thought of," is a common thread across only 2 directors in Halloween's entire run. Dominique Oden and Gerard, and Rob Zombie. You can do with that information what you will. I don't really care. Is Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 as bad as Halloween 5? Fuck no, it's not as bad as Halloween 5. Zombie's Halloween 2 is at least entertaining in certain parts. Visually, it's super slick. The kills are brutal. Halloween 5 is a boring fucking slog throughout. I've made it clear that I will never watch Halloween 5 again. I'm done with it. And while Zombies Halloween 2 isn't as bad, I'm never gonna watch this one again either. The strip club scene, the Halloween concert, I swear there were parts of this film where I was audibly saying, "Oh my god, can we fucking move on?" I hate this movie. But nothing tops Halloween 5 on the shit pile, let's make that abundantly clear. I just don't understand what some of the rationale was here. So Michael gets killed by getting shot a bunch of times. Man, never seen that before. He literally got shot point blank in the head at the end of the last movie. Why is this the final straw? Rob Zombie himself has stated that there's really no way to explain how Michael survived that headshot. So his rationale was, maybe Laurie's a bad shot. I don't know. Who cares? I'm serious about that, by the way. Direct quote. The characters in the Zombieverse just don't click for me across the board, and to best explain why, I'm gonna point to Eastbound and Down, an HBO comedy that is absolutely hilarious. In the beginning, Danny McBride's character, Kenny Powers, is an asshole. He's the asshole. Everyone else, from his love interest to his co-workers, his brother's family, his boss, they're all normal people. They look at how he acts, how he treats people, and they're appalled. They're appalled because of how off the wall Kenny Powers is. The dynamic is spot on. Fast forward to season 3 of Eastbound, and it's out the window. Jason Sudeikis' character is basically just another Kenny Powers. Once even-keeled and balanced, April is now just as off the rails and crass as Kenny. Stevie Janowski has gone further off the deep end than ever before. When everyone is crazy, there's nobody to rationally react to Kenny Powers. Nobody can hold up the mirror and say, "Look at yourself, look at what you're doing." In the Zombieverse, sanitarium staff are horrible EMTs openly joke about having sex with the corpse of a teenage girl. The local stepdad threatens to heal his broken hand only to break it again on his stepson's face. When everybody is crazy, there's nobody to rationally react to Michael Myers. Nobody can hold up the mirror and say, "Look at yourself, look at what you're doing," because they're already r***ing a patient at the asylum just for kicks. It doesn't work for me, not in the slightest. And I chose Eastbound and Down just because it works. Danny McBride being a co-writer on the new Halloween films is purely coincidental, which I find funny. Also unrelated, shout out to Margot Kidder, who plays Laurie's therapist here in Halloween 2. Margot Kidder played Lois Lane opposite Christopher Reeve's Superman, and she was great. Rest in peace to another legend. It's worth noting that Zombies Halloween 2, much like its predecessor, is also vastly different between theatrical and home video releases. When I saw this one in theaters, Laurie wasn't gunned down. She wasn't killed at all. Michael took a sniper rifle bullet and was impaled on farm equipment, and Laurie told him,
"I love you, brother,"
and stabbed him to death. She then emerged from the barn wearing Michael's mask, only to take it off a second later for some reason, and we closed with her in the sanitarium having the White Horse vision. In the theatrical cut, Michael kills Loomis by viciously carving him to pieces, but he never speaks to him. Those are the main differences between the two, but Zombie has stated that the director's cut is the real cut. Laurie surviving through this movie was a forced reshoot by the studio, who wanted to protect their investment for what they assumed would be Halloween 3. Personal story time, I know you guys love these. This was the first Halloween film I saw in theaters that, when it was all said and done, when the lights came back on and I walked out, I didn't like it. I was, 18, 19 then? I didn't even like it then. I saw this one with my buddy Bathroom Money Tim Ewers, and he didn't like this one either. This was a sad day, man. It's a sad thing to look back on now. You know, you get older, you don't see your friends as often as you used to. Maybe you got married and you have kids. Maybe you moved really far away. Maybe you've got a crazy job that takes up all of your time. Things change, you know? But there are always those things between you that are a constant. They're things that you can bond over. Halloween was one of those constants. And here in 2009, for the first time, I think both of us were left so disappointed that we were just ready to let it go. The tide had turned, this new universe had started, this new timeline had kicked off, and we were along for the ride. And it just didn't turn out in any way that suited us. These characters may have been carrying the same names as the ones we grew up with. The mask may have looked the same, but it didn't feel the same. This wasn't anything even close to resembling the Halloween that we recognized, and that really sucked. I'm not trying to vilify Rob Zombie here. I respect his decision to reboot the series. I totally get that it was too far gone to do a straight Halloween 9, but just because I respect his decision as an artist doesn't mean it worked for me or hit me in any meaningful manner. But hey, Rob Zombie didn't make Halloween for a kid who grew up loving it, a kid who wanted more, a kid who wanted this crazy story to never stop unfolding. He made Halloween for himself. He made Halloween as an artist who looked at a convoluted and broken franchise and said, I'm going to do it all differently. I'm going to try to do it my way. Otherwise, why am I even here? Can I fault him for that? No, not really. But I'd be lying to myself and all of you if I pretended that these two films mean anything to me in the grand scheme. When it all comes down to it, the fan base was then and is still now divided by these two films. Love them or hate them, they exist. I don't really care which side of the fence you fall on. You're totally entitled to your opinion. If Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is your favorite in the whole series, hey, that's great. We all have different tastes. No one is right or wrong. Rob Zombie has spoken at length about some of the backlash his installments have garnered, and this direct quote is coming from an interview Zombie gave to Scream magazine. He stated, "The fans will say whatever they will say, but they don't know how this industry works. They say Rob Zombie destroyed the Halloween franchise. No, I pulled the franchise out of the direct-to-video world, my friend. That is where it was headed when I came on board." Is he right? 100% he's right. Halloween had been in danger of falling into irrelevancy several times. There's no question about it. There's an argument to be made that without Rob Zombie's contributions, Halloween would have faded into laughable, direct-to-video obscurity, and we never would have gotten the films we're getting today. But let's wrap this before we jump into those. Hold on. Critics hated Halloween 2. Many fans hate Halloween 2. In the dollars and cents department, it pulled in $39 million at the box office, which just barely puts it ahead of the much-maligned Halloween Resurrection. Rob Zombie was contacted for a third installment and promptly declined. Over the next 9 years, the Halloween franchise would go through several stages of flux. At one point, a third film in the Zombieverse was coming together under the name Halloween 3D. Hey, remember 3D? Obviously, it never came to be. This cycle of announcing projects, delaying them, canceling them, announcing them, almost shooting them, and canceling them will continue all the way up until a brand new entry finally hit the series in 2018. Simply titled Halloween, this film would act as a direct sequel to the 1978 John Carpenter original, and holy shit, are you ready for this? John Carpenter's back. Not as director, no, but composer, creative consultant, and executive producer, which is fantastic. Nick Castle, the original Shape, even dons the mask for a scene or two. And Jamie Lee fucking Curtis returns as Laurie Strode. Halloween was back. No bullshit. No thorn curse, fake beheading, no dangertainment, no Rob Zombie hillbilly spook house shit. None of it. This is Halloween. It's scary. It's mysterious. Michael and Laurie aren't even brother and sister anymore. Remember how John Carpenter hated Halloween 2 and regretted making them siblings for decades? Fuck it, it's out of here, we're done with it. Michael Myers is back and he's going on a killing spree because that's what Michael Myers does. What's his motive? Fuck a motive. This is what he does. Is Laurie Strode gonna lay down and take it? Hell no, she's not. She's been waiting for his goofy, spooky ass to fuck around and find out for 40 years. And spoiler, Halloween 2018 is good. It's not perfect, but it's good. And after all the bullshit we've been through, good is right as rain for me. That old school excitement, that breathtaking, ass-clenching chill you get when Michael Myers appears on screen, it's back. The dread of knowing he can be absolutely anywhere is alive and well, and holy shit does that feel good. This leads us to present day, and if you're watching this on the day it dropped, October 14th, 2021, Halloween Kills comes out tomorrow. And I know we're all way too excited for the next installment in this ridiculous franchise. Across the last 6 months, or about 4.5 hours if you're binging these videos right now, I just brought you up to speed on everything you need to know about Halloween. Over 40 years of history. Now, the next step is on you. Turn out the lights, grab a copy of Halloween 2018, and really feel it. Drop your cynicism. Don't pick everything apart. Get lost in the world of Halloween. Remember what it felt like to suit up in your favorite costume, to roam the streets of the neighborhood, going door to door trick-or-treating until only the moon overhead illuminated your path. Visualize the moment upon returning home where you dumped all of your candy out onto the floor and took inventory of the night's treasures. If your nights were anything like mine, your dad would pop in and snag a few of his favorites, and there wasn't a damn thing you could do about it. You'd put up a fight as a joke, but deep down, you were happy to share. Halloween can mean any number of things to any number of people. When I started writing these videos, when I first set off on making this retrospective, Halloween conjured up images of a man in a white mask. It conjured up images of that big knife, catching a glint off the streetlight from across the way. But now, at the end of all this, I realize Halloween is way more than just a series of films. Halloween is Laurie Strode, Halloween is Dr. Loomis, Halloween is Michael Myers, sure. But all of those things together are woven into my childhood. The fucking memories of dressing up and mimicking different scenes, doing impressions of the characters, drawing pictures of that immortal mask, watching these movies during sleepovers way past the point that we should have been asleep, they may as well be stitched together in the back of my mind with black and orange thread. Writing and creating these retrospectives, making videos of all kinds for this channel, this is what I love to do. This is all I ever wanted to do. And the first movie I ever made when I was 12 years old was a Halloween movie. It was like 3 minutes long and it sucked. It was Bobby Morrissey's camera and Tim Ewer's mask. Bobby's little brother Johnny was hiding under a blanket with a boombox to play the Halloween theme when Michael entered the shot. That's Halloween. I'm not happy all the time, but I do my best to make sure the people that I care about are smiling. I'm not proud of myself 24/7, but I try and take inventory on what I have achieved from time to time. I'm not perfect by any means, but I'm certainly doing what I was meant to do in creating shit like this and sharing my stories with you guys. And there's no way in hell I'd be who I am without Halloween. This whole history of has been a love letter to one of the most influential pieces of my childhood's puzzle, and I certainly hope I've done the series proud. After myriad retcons, resurrections, reboots, and rejections, Halloween, once again, was in a state of uncertainty. As we covered last time on this series, Rob Zombie's duo of films divided the fanbase. His first entry, a half remake, half reboot, performed very well at the box office. His sequel effort, which he made begrudgingly, failed to retain its initial audience and only further turned longtime fans away from the franchise. A third film in what I call the Zombieverse was planned. Hell, it was greenlit before Zombies Halloween 2 even hit the big screen. But it never came together for a multitude of reasons. This Halloween 3D would have followed a returning Scout Taylor Compton as Laurie Strode, who is now fleeing from the law after killing Dr. Loomis at the end of Halloween 2. Yes, they would have retconned the ending, and now Laurie Strode would have been the one who killed Loomis during a violent hallucination. It was supposed to be a will she, won't she regarding her battle with giving in to the darkness. Actor Tom Atkins, the star of Halloween 3, was even set to play a part, which is probably the only disappointing aspect of this film being cancelled and shelved forever. Halloween 3D's cancellation would be the end of the zombie-verse for good, which was music to the ears of many, myself included. But with another universe opened up and closed, now what the hell do we do? Where do we go? That's what everyone was thinking. Fans of the franchise wanted to continue to enjoy it. The suits who actually profit off the blue coveralls and white mask had made it abundantly clear that the quality of a project came secondary to just keeping the cash flowing. What came next could have been anyone's guess, and what we wound up getting, in my mind, is largely better than anything we could have imagined. Was it all perfect? Absolutely not, and we'll get to the bottom of all the dirty details. But from 2018 to 2022, Halloween fans were treated to a trilogy of films that ushered in a brand new era of fear. An era that some might even consider closure. And with that, I say welcome to the History of Halloween Part 6, The End of Evil. Oh, what's up, Dan-Dans? My name is Ian, and this is Pretty Surreal. The History of Halloween Parts 1 through 5 all released in 2021. And here we are, years later, finally able to put a bow on this whole thing. I mean, finally, until the suits inevitably decide to reboot it or do whatever they're gonna do with it. There's already news out there regarding what's next for Halloween, but that's not our concern here today. Look around, this place is all decked out. I'm feeling it. I hope you're feeling it. I dressed up for Halloween this year. I hope you dressed up for Halloween this year. Let's get to it. On Halloween, everyone's entitled to one good scare. And here today, we're entitled to closure. Now, I'm not going to bog you down with a half hour of groundwork to get where things eventually got, but I will speed through just a little bit of it, because a good deal of what could have been is pretty interesting. For instance, the final pitch that came forth before the 2018 film eventually took shape came in 2015. Titled Halloween Returns, this would have been a new iteration of Halloween 3 and Halloween 4. Let me explain. Halloween Returns would have come after Halloween 2 and would have taken place 10 years after the original night he came home, putting us in 1988, which is exactly when Halloween 4 was set. I think this could have been really, really cool, in theory. The writer-director combo of Patrick Melton and Marcus Dunstan, the tag team behind several of the Saw movies and the Collector Collection series, I don't know if I see that for Halloween. But what the hell do I know? These new Halloween films were headed by the guys who brought us Pineapple Express.
Yeah, that's the way it was with my first husband.
Now, how the hell does that happen? How do David Gordon Green and Danny McBride, how do they land Halloween? Again, speed round, because we have a lot to cover here today, and I don't want to disrespect your time. I know you're busy people. Basically, Dimension Films, the company who began their run with Halloween 6 and brought us everything from that point all the way to Zombies Halloween 2, they ran out of time. They had one of those deals where, as long as you keep pumping things out, you're fine. But if you can't produce something inside of those parameters, you lose the rights. It was the same deal with Sony and the Amazing Spider-Man movies in the early 2010s. When Amazing Spider-Man 3 didn't go into production in time, the rights went up for renegotiation, and the team of Sony and Disney figured something else out. Dimension were out, with the rights going fully back to Miramax, who then sought out Jason Blum. You probably know Blumhouse, right? The production company behind Paranormal Activity, the single most profitable movie ever made, grossing nearly $200 million on a production budget of just 15 grand. Insidious, The Purge, Split, Get Out. Yeah, Blumhouse have kind of become the king of the genre over the last decade plus. And when you factor in that Blumhouse have a penchant for making a lot of money while spending much less than other outlets would on the same project, it lines up even better. Sprinkle in the fact that Blumhouse offer a level of creative control unmatched by other companies, and now we're talking. Halloween had long suffered from an insane amount of meddling from businessmen who had no business offering their creative input. So again, this was huge. This sounded like it could actually lead to a good Halloween movie for the first time since... Well, I won't bring my own personal taste into the matter just yet. I'll leave that to Jason Blum, who accepted this gig from Miramax under one condition. He wouldn't be involved without the father of the franchise, John Carpenter, whose last involvement with the series dated all the way back to 1982's Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. Now, you've seen the history of Halloween parts 1 through 5. I mean, I hope you've seen them. You know this song and dance. Everybody wants John Carpenter. And John Carpenter has zero interest in being involved whatsoever. Look, back in 1998 when Halloween H2O was in production, he took the phone call. He had the conversation. John Carpenter was willing to be involved with H2O as long as the money was right. And the short version of that story is that the money was not right. Another 20 years goes by and John Carpenter is still out. Probably more so now than ever before. Look, these days, the guy just wants to play video games. He just wants to release badass music with his sons that you should definitely be checking out, by the way. It's all on Spotify. Why would now be the time for the master to return to the franchise that he fronted all the way back in 1978? What's different now? Well, I won't answer that question. I'll let the man himself do it. The master of horror himself told Rotten Tomatoes in January of 2018, "You know, I talked about the Halloweens for a long time, the sequels. I haven't even seen them all. I don't even know what really was there. But finally it occurred to me, well, if I'm just flapping my gums here, talking about it, why don't I try to make it as good as I can? I could offer advice. I could talk to the director. I like the director very much. I like the script. So, you know, stop throwing rocks from the sidelines and get in there and try to do something positive." Landing Carpenter as a consultant, executive producer, and composer was a gigantic piece of the puzzle, but it was only the first piece. Laurie Strode herself, Jamie Lee Curtis, was next on the list. As you might imagine, after Halloween Resurrection, Curtis never had any intention of returning to Haddonfield.
So we're gonna frickin' kill this fucker. You know, it's like, so the end of the movie is that I end it. We have these meetings, we have these talks, and then some ambiguous ending is written in. So I go to the office really pissed. I walk in, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? I don't understand this. And we had a stake through the heart, we had a head chopped off, we had it all. And they looked at me and said, "Jamie, there's a clause in the contract with Moustapha Akkad that says you can't kill him." And so that's why, sadly, I'm in Resurrection.
She wasn't taking phone calls about Halloween. She wasn't interested in the slightest until a script landed on her desk. And according to the Scream Queen herself,
I knew I was going to say yes on page 4.
I don't know about you, but even with John Carpenter and Jamie Lee Curtis back, I still wasn't fully in. I'd been hurt too many times to let my guard down just yet, you know? But the pieces continued to fall into place. It was made clear that this new film would occur 40 years after the original. That means Halloween 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, H2O, Resurrection, all of them they're all gone. Nothing that occurred after the 1978 original was canon. This meant, for the first time ever, the brother-sister relationship between Michael Myers and Laurie Strode, introduced in Halloween 2, was eliminated. We're back to the Shape having no discernible motivation whatsoever. And for whatever reason, this is what sold me. This is what made me go, okay, I'm in. You got me. I love Halloween 2. I know John Carpenter does it, but like I said back in 2021, fuck John Carpenter. I love Halloween 2. It sucks to see it go from the canon, but this was the kind of fresh take that I think I needed. So let's get into the story of the film. We've set the scene, let's dive right in. In preparation for this 6th and final installment of the history of Halloween, I went back and rewatched my original videos, which was tough because I'm really hard on myself. But I learned a few things about my work. First off, I regret telling some of the stories the way I did. I always try and avoid going play by play, scene by scene, and I still fell into doing that from time to time. So I'm going to do my absolute best to not repeat that this time, okay? Let's do it. 40 years have passed from the date of the brutal babysitter murders in Haddonfield, Illinois. The perpetrator of these heinous acts, Michael Myers, has been locked away in an asylum ever since. After a duo of true crime podcasters are unable to secure an interview with him, they turn their sights to Laurie Strode, the lone survivor from that night. Laurie's had it rough. Failed marriages, a daughter that does her absolute best to keep her distance because of her mom's horrific trauma that has never faded, trauma that took up Karen's entire childhood. When a transport carrying Michael Myers doesn't make it to its destination, Laurie's on top of it. She knew this would happen. She prayed for this to happen so that she would have the chance to kill the man who ruined her life. It's October 31st, and Michael Myers is back. Laurie races to her daughter Karen's house to deliver the news and begs them to come with her for her safety. But Allison, the daughter of Karen and the granddaughter of Laurie Strode, is at a school dance without her phone. Michael Myers picks up right where he left off, as if his initial reign of terror was never cut short. Interestingly enough, Michael Myers has zero known agenda. After murdering a woman who was home alone, he barely offers a glance at a crying baby in the same house. What was so interesting about Mom? What is it about Baby that doesn't meet the Shape's standards? It's also absolutely captivating that, despite what Laurie believes, Michael Myers is not after her. At all. It doesn't even seem like he knows who she is. She's harbored this obsession with him for 40 years. Meanwhile, Michael only winds up on her doorstep because that's where his doctor brought him. Yeah, Dr. Sartain turns heel out of nowhere in what is without a doubt the worst part of this movie. But he gets what he deserves, so it's all good. The showdown commences, a rematch 40 years in the making, and Laurie Strode's decades of training and preparation pay off. She's performing Michael's best moves on him. It's like when The Rock and Stone Cold would hit each other with their own finishers, you know? Karen suckers in a bloodthirsty Shape.
Gotcha.
And Laurie springs the trap. Michael Myers seemingly burns to death as our trio of heroines ride off into the night, free from the black cloud of Halloween. How was that? Did I do a good job keeping it fairly condensed? I tried my best. Look, Halloween 2018, which is a very inelegant way to refer to this film, but I have to differentiate it somehow, so it is what it is. Actually, hold on, let's look at this for a second. This is now the third film titled Halloween. And with the retcons in place, this is now also the third iteration of Halloween 2. Goodness gracious. Anyway, the first time I saw this movie, I actually left the theater disappointed. Now, let me explain. I loved the movie itself. I thought the story was great. I thought it was extremely entertaining, but the ending killed me. My exact quote to my friend walking out was, they should have just called this Halloween 11. If they were not going to end the series, what was the point? Of course, we did not know at the time that this was simply the starting point of a brand new trilogy. We know that now, and with hindsight, having that knowledge the next 3 or 4 times I watch this film, my opinion has completely changed. These days, I think Halloween 2018 is one of the very best in the history of the franchise. If I'm going to sit down and watch one Halloween movie, it's probably either going to be this one or Halloween 4. I don't know, I just think those are the most entertaining ones. What about you? I mentioned that Dr. Sartain's out-of-nowhere heel turn sucks. It's the worst part of the movie, and I maintain that position. I'll use this as a springboard to dive into the highs and lows of the film at large. Putting on Michael's mask? Man, awful. Stop doing this. For the rest of time, please never have anyone else put on Michael's mask again. It's already terrible that the first time we see the mask in Rob Zombie's series, it's being worn by the man fucking Michael's sister. To then see it on a child, what an embarrassment. But even Sartain wasn't the only person to wear Michael's mask in the 2018 film. One of the podcasters wears it before having shower sex. Luckily, this scene was cut from the movie. Thank God. Speaking of things cut from the film, I learned in Taking Shape from Script to Scream, a wonderful book covering the creation of Halloween that I've used as a part of my research across this series, that the entire concept of Michael speaking initially went further than we saw in the final product. Right in the beginning, Dr. Sartain says he's aware. He can speak. He chooses not to. Michael speaking is Sartain's obsession. It's the entire reason he brings Michael to Laurie. He thinks that this might finally get Michael to open his mouth. We know now, with this entire trilogy behind us, Michael never speaks. This never, ever pays off. But in the initial script, right before Michael stomps the doctor's head in, Sartain looks up at the shape and says, "But you said I could watch." That is something, Dan Dans. That is something. How would you have reacted to this were it in the final film? The idea that Michael did speak, but only to this guy. Let me know in the comments. And if you think that might have been a massive departure for the series, think about this. Halloween 2018 was originally going to replay the ending of the 1978 original and retcon it. Michael was going to kill Dr. Loomis, and it would be Laurie who unloads the revolver into the shape. This being removed from the script and completely shit-canned was the work of John Carpenter, who has stated that this was his greatest contribution to the movie. He hated it. He knew that fans would hate it, and he said it needed to go. Oh, I love this. Thanks, John Carpenter. I'm also happy that they changed the ending of this movie, which initially consisted of a one-on-one knife fight between Laurie and Michael Myers. Michael gets shot with a crossbow by Karen, and then he disappears into the trees, bleeding out. That is way, way less interesting than the fire trap. The shot of Michael no-selling the Inferno and burrowing his way into Laurie, Karen, and Allison's minds forever? Iconic. It's one of the greatest shots in the entire franchise. Another question that is consistently played up across this trilogy is what the deal is with Michael's mask. He's been in the asylum for 40 years and hasn't done a damn thing. These podcasters show up with the mask, and Michael glances over his shoulder at it. The other patients audibly and physically react to it. Even the dog has a violent reaction. Something is going on here, and they never tell us what it is. Ooh, I love it. There are certain things that only a madman like myself would notice, and I'm gonna warn you right now. Once you know this, once you see it, you're never gonna be able to unsee it. All throughout his, career, we'll say, Michael Myers has been right-handed. Go back and watch all the movies. All of them. Right-handed. Until now. All throughout Halloween 2018, Michael is leading with his left hand. Using a hammer, reaching for a weapon, everything he does, he favors his left. In the final battle, Laurie blows several of Michael's left fingers clean off with a shotgun. So when Halloween Kills and ends, Michael favors his right. This has led me to wonder if David Gordon Green and company simply didn't notice this lapse in continuity, or maybe they just didn't care that Michael's dominant hand had switched. Or maybe they were applying a little bit of pro wrestling psychology here. In wrestling, you work your opponent's left limb, so when they make their comeback with the right, they get to use their dominant side. You know? It's up in the air. I don't know for sure. But yeah, Michael's a lefty now, and you'll never unsee that. While we're on James Jude Courtney, though, the new man beneath the mask, I'd like to just give him his flowers right now. There's no need to stretch it out. Courtney's portrayal of the Shape is the greatest of all time, for my money. His body language, his mannerisms, it's just as good as it gets. Funnily enough, Courtney credits his cat, Percival, for helping find his Michael Myers. Many of his movements on screen are an interpretation of what he'd seen his cat doing around the house. Shout out to Percival. And you know what? Shout out to the world of Halloween 2018. Shout out to this iteration of Haddonfield. I love when Dr. Sartain says to be careful with an untied shoelace, because there's a patient on the grounds with a fixation for such things. All of these people shackled up in this maximum security facility, they've all got stories. And their stories I would love to hear. Very reminiscent of the cemetery groundskeeper from the original film, who tells the story of the man with the hacksaw. There are other things happening here outside of Michael Myers. Things we never learn about. Man, I live for these little things. Halloween released on October 19th, 2018, and it proved to the world that Michael Myers, Laurie Strode, and the titular October holiday were still as relevant as ever before, drawing nearly $260 million at the worldwide box office. If you're keeping score, you might be interested to learn that this broke the record for the highest box office of any slasher film in history. A record set all the way back in 1996 by Wes Craven's Scream. This was huge, not just for the franchise, but for its fans. I mean, let's face it, in 2007, Rob Zombie's Halloween split the fan base down the middle. His sequel, Halloween 2, earned under $40 million in its entire theatrical run. Even the remake of My Bloody Valentine drew more than double Halloween 2's box office. This 2018 reimagining, with its unlikely writers and director, the returning John Carpenter and Jamie Lee Curtis, this once again pulled Halloween out of the depths of possible obscurity. But what would come next? Laurie, Karen, and Allison all survived the night. Michael Myers was burned to ashes in the raging inferno. Or was he? Come on now, you know better than that. In July of 2019, the future of Halloween was made clear. The previous film would be followed up by 2 sequels, Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends, the latter of which seemingly promised to bring a finality to the series unlike anything we'd ever seen before. This was when my opinion of 2018 truly softened. Now that I knew the roadmap, I could accept that that film didn't end with closure. Closure was on the horizon. I will say though, I hated the name Halloween Kills. Hated it. Halloween Kills? Halloween Kills what? Who is Halloween? The name would make more sense after the film's release, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. There was originally a discussion to shoot kills and ends back to back. Hell, there were conversations surrounding the idea of releasing both films in October of 2020. The back-to-back idea was killed by director David Gordon Green, who didn't want to count his spooky chickens before they hatched. As Danny McBride told Entertainment Weekly, this one could come out and everyone could hate us, and we'd never work again. So let's not have to sit around for a year while we wait for another movie to come out that we know people aren't going to like. I respect this approach, and I doubly respect the candor. It's not often people in Hollywood go this route. Usually it's, we know you'll love it. We've poured our heart and soul into this project to ensure the perfect Halloween experience. Get the fuck out of here. It's a good thing they changed course on their own accord anyway, seeing as though a worldwide pandemic had theaters shut down during the very month they planned to release their double feature. Man, would that have sucked, right? Principal photography on Halloween Kills would kick off in September of 2019, and in true Halloween fashion, the story would pick up right where the previous film left off. What's really interesting about Halloween Kills is that we're going all the way back to 1978. And I don't just mean we're seeing footage from the original film. No, for the first time ever, Halloween Kills includes brand new events that took place that night. These flashback scenes, for my money, are absolutely incredible. Even fans who don't care for Kills at large seem to love these flashback scenes, and I can't blame them. They are undeniably awesome, if not a little ballsy. You see, Halloween Kills retcons the ending of the original film. Michael Myers doesn't take 6 shots to the chest and tumble off a balcony anymore. He doesn't disappear into the night, leaving nothing but a trail of blood in his wake. No, sir. After murdering 3 teenagers in the neighborhood where he grew up, Michael returns home and is cornered by 2 Haddonfield police officers, one of which is a young Lieutenant Hawkins from the prior film. In an attempt to save his partner's life, Hawkins accidentally shoots Officer McCabe in the throat, allowing Michael Myers to escape. But not for long. Surrounded by law enforcement and Dr. Loomis, the Shape surrenders. Much like the gaze from the depths of the Inferno from Halloween 2018, this shot of Michael's surrender is absolutely chilling. Now, this is another thing that we had never, ever seen before. In the 40-plus year history of Halloween, never once had Michael simply stopped moving. You know, I hate to draw from Busta Rhymes in Halloween Resurrection, but he had a point in comparing Michael Myers to a great white shark. You never see a great white just stop swimming, you know? They're in perpetual motion, seemingly always on the hunt for their next prey. Michael's surrender, to me, is much scarier than many of his kills, because what the fuck is going through his mind in this moment? Did he assess the situation and realize, look, there's no way I can win this fight, and he gave up? Or did something in him just say, I'm done. That's it. I've had my fill. What happened? What's the story? Oh, that's the beauty of Halloween Kills, Dan Dans. We already accepted in the prior film that Michael Myers and Laurie Strode are no longer related. Michael has no discernible motivation. That's awesome. But Kills ups the ante on the mystery of Michael Myers, maybe to its absolute limit. It poses so many more questions that are never answered. In 2018, it was The Mask. It was the question of whether or not Michael Myers would speak. We learn nothing about The Mask, and The Shape doesn't say a damn word. This time, it's about his sister's bedroom. There are multiple instances over the course of the film where the characters paint Haddonfield as a quiet town where nothing exciting ever happens. They talk about little Michael Myers standing there in that room, looking out the window. It makes you question if something is up with that house, or even just the bedroom. What's going on here? At the end of the movie, yeah, we're jumping around, so what? At the end of the movie, Karen is drawn upstairs by a hallucination of child Michael. She's drawn into that bedroom, and now she's staring out the window. Why? Why did she come upstairs to this window? Did she really see a ghost? Or is her mind playing tricks on her? There's a beauty in the fact that there's really nothing here. It's just another unanswered question. Another mystery wrapped in a riddle entangled inside of an enigma. Which is exactly how the mythos of Michael Myers should be handled. I mean, let's dissect Michael's behavior in this movie. Don't worry, we'll get to the story. Hold your horses. I've always been taken by the way the Shape performs here in Kills. Let me explain. We've seen him kill 150 people up to this point, right? Stab, gun stab, head crush, whatever. We've even witnessed the aftermath of him posing his victims, creating they're kind of his art installations. We've seen the finished product, but for the first time ever, we get to watch him create one. After killing good old Phil here and stabbing his wife in the throat with a light tube, how you doing? Michael drags Phil into the kitchen and plunges knife after knife into this poor guy's back. He's already dead, but Michael's creating. He's painting. He's sculpting. After the first knife, he stands back and takes a long, hard look at his work before turning to grab another knife off the countertop. Michael's behavior in this scene is like watching a really little kid coloring a page in a book. They don't really know why, but they're like, oh, I need some red right here. Oh, you know what would make this pop is a little bit of blue. Hey, you got any green? Because I got something to do with that. It's so intriguing to me to see him doing this. How about Cameron's death right near the end? Michael has smashed this poor kid's head through the banister. He's already cooked, probably gonna die. But it's not enough. While approaching Allison, Michael turns and adds the finishing touch just the way he likes it. This iteration of Michael Myers is the scariest he's ever been, and it's not even close. Not only is this the scariest he's ever been, but it's the most despicable he's ever been. There have been many times where, it sounds bad to say it out loud, but we as the viewer think Michael Myers is kind of awesome. I'm sorry, it is what it is. But the horrific means in which the Shape brutalizes these innocent people, it's terrible. This was the first time I genuinely thought to myself, oh, he's gotta go. This guy is causing so much pain, he's gotta be stopped. And do you know what that means? It means the film's through line works perfectly. The town comes together, they rise up in the face of this oppressive threat, and that's what brings us to Evil Dies Tonight, the chant that is, unfortunately, the lasting legacy of Halloween Kills. And in order to get to this, let's just tell the story of the movie. What do you say? While 3 generations of Strode women were battling Michael Myers across town, the rest of Haddonfield were doing their best to enjoy Halloween night. Tommy Doyle, Lindsay Wallace, and Marion Chambers, survivors of that bloody night in 1978, congregate at a local bar, still lingering in the shadow of the boogeyman. The boogeyman, who, unfortunately for the town of Haddonfield, did not perish in the raging inferno. Firefighters rushed to the rescue, only to be massacred by the Shape. I watched this scene in the theater with my jaw on the floor. I saw Michael on the porch with that axe and thought, he's not gonna John Wick these guys, is he? And then he John Wicked those fucking guys. A gauntlet of murders out in the open like that isn't something we see from Michael Myers very often. The closest comparison I can think of is Michael dispatching the hillbillies in Halloween 4, but this is on another level. Do you remember earlier when I said we would come to recognize the significance of Halloween Kills? Here you go. This movie is brutal. Once the townspeople are alerted to the murders occurring on their own streets, frenzy is quick to erupt. The 78 survivors enlist the aid of Allison, Cameron, and really dozens of enraged citizens on a quest to kill Michael Myers. Evil dies tonight echoes through the hospital, through the streets, everywhere. The issue with the mob seeing red is that there's no organization, no voice of reason. When the man with the umbrella from the last film emerges from the shadows, begging for help, everyone immediately assumes this is Michael Myers. They chase this poor guy up to the top of the hospital, backing him into a corner. Only Karen and Laurie know that this is not the man who caused all this pain. But the mob are blind to reason. And before you know it, this poor guy jumps. I find this entire thread of the story heartbreaking. I really do. Side note, the man playing this other patient was named Ross Bacon, and he passed away before the movie hit theaters. Shout out to Ross, stand-ins. In the aftermath of this tragedy, the Shape continues to wreak havoc. Hawkins informs Laurie Strode that Michael Myers did not come looking for her. Dr. Sartain set the whole thing up. Laurie's been under the impression that she's the target. She's been in the eye of the storm for 40 years, when really she's just another house in a neighborhood that's being hit by a tornado. As Michael closes in on an injured Allison, Karen makes the save, luring the Shape into the street by stealing his mask. Once out in the open, the residents of Haddonfield spring the trap, greatly outnumbering Michael, savagely stabbing, shooting, and battering him to a pulp. Everything seems to be settled when the Shape springs to life, butchering the townspeople, striking like a coiled rattlesnake the second their guard went down. Tommy Doyle's final sight is of the man who haunted his entire life. Laurie Strode soliloquies that it's impossible to pretend that the boogeyman doesn't exist, because we know for a fact that he does. All while her daughter ascends the stairs to the bedroom where Michael Myers took his first life. This is where Karen's sigh of relief turns out to be her final breath. Look, I understand that Halloween Kills is divisive. I know that not everybody loves this movie. But I do. Oh man, I do. I love Halloween Kills. Is it my favorite in the franchise? No. Is it a little too long? Yes. Is there some corny dialogue that would make the Pope weep? Certainly. But as a middle chapter, it works. As a one-off, it's extremely entertaining. Perfect background for a Halloween party. And for entertainment value, I'm all in. Let's take a look at some details here, both positive and negative, because I've got a lot to say. The ending scene where the mob beat the absolute dog shit out of Michael. I sat there wondering what the hell was going on. I was questioning how we were possibly going to get to a third film. He's going to die. They are killing him, you know? I mean, David Gordon Green had made it clear that this iteration of Michael Myers was not supernatural. He was a man who was capable of extraordinary things. You've got to be supernatural to survive this, though, right? Karen having the hallucination of child Michael in the window and being drawn upstairs, that's supernatural, right? No? I don't know. I kind of like it. He's just evil, man. He's the epitome of evil. The blackest eyes, the devil's eyes, as Dr. Loomis said. Nothing is explained, and that's exactly the way I like it. I was actually really scared that Halloween Ends would explain him, that they'd go super in-depth on what it all means. It was one of the things I couldn't shut up about right after the movie ended, which is a great feeling. I was buzzing after seeing this movie on the big screen, Dan Dans. But it wasn't all great. I wasn't over the moon about everything. I hated what I felt were some very Marvel Cinematic Universe pieces of dialogue.
How about this sassy tackle?
Couldn't let you have all the fun.
So many You coming with us?
Let's see what you got.
I hate this. These are supposed to be real people, scared for their lives. I don't want to hear them slipping in quips to each other. The worst offenders of the bunch are Marion Chambers.
This is for Dr. Loomis.
And Sheriff Brackett.
It's Halloween. Everyone's entitled to one good scare.
Sliding catchphrases into life and death situations. Garbage, trash, terrible. There's a moment I can't stand where Laurie Strode plunges a syringe full of pain medication into her ass like she's Arnold Schwarzenegger and this is Commando or something. Just awful. But there are great little moments to balance these out. I love that in the prior film, Allison's dad tells a story about Lonnie Elam selling him peyote. Here in Halloween Kills, Lonnie tells the same story, but he states that it was Allison's dad who sold him the peyote. I love this tiny character detail. And shout out to Robert Longstreet, the man who plays Lonnie, because I think he gives the best performance in the film.
Fuck me. He did this. Oh, God, Marion.
Many fans wondered why Paul Rudd didn't play Tommy Doyle, seeing as though he filled the character's shoes in Halloween 6 back in 1995. First of all, with Curse no longer being canon, I think it would have been needlessly confusing. But it doesn't matter what I think, because the fact is, Paul Rudd was offered this role, and he turned it down because he was way too busy with Ghostbusters Afterlife, but hey, the thought was there. One aspect of this film that had many fans scratching their heads was the inclusion of the Halloween 3, aka the skull, witch, and pumpkin masks, straight from the Silver Shamrock factory. I saw this as simple fan service, a wink and a nod, you know, though many let their imaginations run wild, even assuming that Halloween Ends would reveal that Silver Shamrock were responsible for the actions of Michael Myers. This is not where the story went, but hey, these conversations are always fun, right? Halloween Kills hit the big screen on October 15th, 2021, and it did not review as well as the 2018 installment. Not even close, really, with many critics accusing the series of disappointingly falling right back into mindless slasher sequel territory. But on a budget of just $20 million, this 12th installment in the series drew another $130 million at the box office. Like it or not, love it or hate it, the fact remained. The viewing audience still had an interest in watching Michael Myers and Laurie Strode go to war. Where do you fall on Halloween Kills, Dan Dans? I would love to know. And I would not be surprised to still see the comment section split right down the middle. But I also wouldn't be surprised to see many who hated this film back when it released have come around on it. Either way, it would not be long before those jack-o'-lantern grins illuminated theaters one more time. Halloween Ends was next. What the hell do you do with a movie called Halloween Ends, right? Would the director, the writers, the studio, everybody, would they really commit? Let's face it, Friday the 13th Part 4 was subtitled The Final Chapter. Parts 5, 6, 7, and 8 kind of fly in the face of The Final Chapter, don't they? It gets better though. Friday the 13th Part 9 was subtitled The Final Friday. They had the nerve to call 2 different movies the finale. And no, Part 9 wasn't the last one either. Of course it wasn't. We'll go in depth on this entire franchise next year in the history of Friday the 13th. Don't worry. In over 40 years, Halloween had never promised such finality. Even with H2O's shocking decapitation ending that was immediately undone with the introduction of the next sequel, we didn't go into H2O thinking, oh, this is it. They said so. A ton was riding on this title, man. And I had no idea what to expect. The second they announced this title of Halloween Ends, I was adamant they keep their word. But after seeing Halloween Kills, I had never been more sure of anything in the franchise. Let the series go. Let it end. Let these characters go. Let them take their place in the Horror Hall of Fame without asking them to dust off their jerseys every 5 years. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted. I wanted that artistic integrity. You said it's gonna end, so fucking end it. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted, but I recognize the business of the film industry. I recognize that this film could end with Earth literally exploding. That doesn't mean that in 5 or 10 years, the suits aren't gonna hit us with a reboot or a prequel or something. I get it. It is what it is. But this world where Jamie Lee Curtis is Laurie Strode, where Donald Pleasance was Dr. Loomis, end it. Take your final bow and close the curtains. That's what I wanted. Closure. Would they hold their promise? Who knows? But let's say they did. Let's say Halloween Ends would close the show. No excuses. How do you do it? This was a fun time to be a Halloween fan, Dans. David Gordon Green, Jamie Lee Curtis, even John Carpenter. All three stated that nobody would expect where the story was going. Nobody could possibly predict the roadmap of Halloween Ends. Well, in some ways, they were right. I was going in circles over, man, are they going to explain what Michael really is? Are we going to get answers? I don't want answers. But are they going to give them? Is he supernatural? I mean, he's gotta be, right? Look what he survived in the last movie. He's gotta be. Are they going to tell us about him? Is he a demon? Was he possessed? What if they don't say anything? All of these questions, only to find out they were right. I never would have guessed where Halloween Ends wound up going. Let's dive right into the story. It's Halloween night in 2019. A young man by the name of Corey Cunningham arrives at his gig for the night, a last-second babysitting job. When Jeremy, the little jerk he's watching, locks Corey in the upstairs closet, he panics. If the parents come home and he didn't send the little guy to bed, he's boned. He's not going to get paid, and he'll probably never get a babysitting job again. So obviously he panics, right? And when he kicks the door open...
What was that?
Killing this child instantly, right in front of his parents. If you're wondering what the hell this has to do with Michael Myers, it doesn't. At all. Now look, I purposely avoid trailers. I don't trust them. I know for a fact that you're going to show me all of the best parts of the movie, and I'm going to go in with the whole thing completely ruined. So I avoid trailers for movies and video games. So that means after this opening scene, I'm sitting there in the theater going, is this whole movie going to be about this Corey guy that I just met literally 5 seconds ago? And the answer to that question is yes. Yes, it is. Now, a couple minutes ago, I told you what I wanted. I wanted closure to the story. And if you're watching this video, I assume you've seen the film, so I'm not worried about spoiling it. I got closure. They had the balls to end the story. And as far as what I wanted out of Halloween Ends, that's about all I got. Time jumps forward once again. It's now the Halloween season of 2022. 4 years have passed since Michael Myers escaped from confinement and took the lives of dozens of innocent victims before disappearing into the night without a trace. Laurie Strode, whose daughter was viciously murdered by the man who ruined her life 40-something years ago, has moved on. She has just decided to take her life by the horns. Even though her daughter was killed and the shape was never located, now she's okay moving on. The town of Haddonfield has not recovered. Every bad thing that happens, there's a whisper. Was this Michael Myers? Did Michael Myers do this? Throughout the film, we catch glimpses of broken people who lost family members back in 2018, and they are still a wreck. They blame Laurie for causing the problem in the first place. We know as viewers that this wasn't her fault, but seeing Laurie kind of put it all behind her, I don't know, man, it does sort of put a bad taste in your mouth. doesn't it? Allison, having lost both her mom and her dad to Michael Myers, isn't exactly in the same sort of place as Laurie when it comes to the whole acceptance and healing thing. She seems like she's got it figured out, but she's all fucked up. Laurie meets Corey Cunningham, who avoided jail time due to the events of Jeremy's death clearly being an accident, while he's being bullied by a group of neighborhood kids. It's kind of sweet. She takes him under her wing, even brings him to the hospital where Allison works to treat his wound, and Allison immediately falls in love with him. Seriously, the instant these two meet, they're in love. And this is really the story of Halloween Ends. Allison sees herself in Corey. They're both outcasts. He's looked at as the guy who killed that kid. She's whispered about as the girl who survived Michael Myers. That's the narrative excuse for why they jump into this love story out of the blue. I get it. That might satisfy these fictional characters, the fact that they kind of mirror each other, but it didn't satisfy many viewers of this movie who had zero attachment to this Corey Cunningham fella who definitely should have been introduced to us either in 2018 or Halloween Kills at the absolute latest. 35 minutes into the movie, when Allison and Corey were dancing in a bar, I leaned over to my buddy the artist and asked, "What is this? What is happening?" Anyway, Corey has another run-in with that group of bullies, and this time he's dragged into a sewer by Michael Myers, who has apparently been living in here for 4 years. The two come face to face, and it is absolutely insinuated that something has passed between their eyes, though it's never explained. I mean, Corey goes home and stares into the mirror like he doesn't know who he is anymore. His behavior becomes erratic. When Laurie meets Jeremy's father at the bar, the dad explains that he saw Corey on the side of the road, but it wasn't him anymore. It was something else. Corey lures Allison's ex-boyfriend into the sewer where he and Michael Myers tag team murder the guy.
Show me how to do it.
Get up!
These two continue to team up, next murdering several people Allison works with. Corey is fast and sloppy. Michael Myers is calculated and professional. This was another moment where I wondered to myself, what is this? 40 plus years of Halloween history, 40 plus years of Michael Myers versus Laurie Strode specifically, and we're spending the entire finale on this guy that we met an hour ago. I still to this day do not understand why this is where David Gordon Green and company decided to take this movie. I've learned through my research that David Gordon Green saw 2018 as Laurie's story, Kills as Karen's story, and Ends as Allison's story. I get it. 3 generations of Strode women. I understand the intention. That's actually really cool. I just think it was executed very poorly. I do have a pitch how you could take this very same idea and make it work in a way that's much better, in my opinion. And I will hit you with that pitch after I wrap the story of Halloween Ends. I'm sorry that I keep interrupting. Let's get this show on the road. Seeing the writing on the wall, Laurie snaps back into the role she knows all too well. The badass who isn't gonna stand by and let shit slide. She warns Corey that he can't have Allison, and this does not go over well. Seeing his life about to come crashing down, Corey does what anyone would do. He climbs into the sewer, bullies Michael Myers to the ground, steals his mask without a struggle, and goes on a killing spree. Laurie, who can seemingly feel Corey watching from afar, suckers him in with a fake suicide attempt.
Did you really think I'd kill myself?
But when his back is against the wall, Corey does the unthinkable. And with 14 minutes left of a 1 hour and 48-minute film. Only now do Michael Myers and Laurie Strode have anything to do with each other. After Michael teaches Corey his final lesson, obviously. After a very short, nasty brawl, the shape is pinned down, and Laurie Strode finally kills Michael Myers.
I've run from you. I have chased you. I have tried to contain you. I have tried to forgive you.
Michael.
He's dead. Not dead enough.
The entire town of Haddonfield come together to not only gain revenge on Michael Myers, but to say goodbye to the devil that has haunted their lives. Allison rides away into the sunset, looking to start her new life. Laurie Strode puts the finishing touches on her memoir, and Halloween ends. Well, that's it. That's the whole thing. I remember walking out of the movie theater and looking at my two buddies, the artist and handy dandy Andy Jarek, and I asked them what they thought, and both of them, at the same time, went like this. I said at the time, and I actually maintain this thought, that I don't think Halloween Ends is a bad movie. I think it's made very well. I think there are some brilliant practical effects, and I tip my cap to the crew for honoring their word and fucking killing Michael Myers. I just have no idea why this is the route they went with the finale. When I said earlier that this Corey Allison story, or this Corey Michael Myers story for that matter, could work, here's what I mean. And I've never seen anybody else say this before, so maybe you're gonna think I'm nuts. I think Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends are in the wrong order. I think 2018, for the most part, is pretty perfect. If you can introduce, even briefly, you introduce Corey Cunningham in that movie, and then Halloween Kills comes around, and there's this guy going around wreaking all this havoc, and everyone thinks it's Michael Myers, but it's not. That's more interesting. You could even show the audience Corey working with Michael Myers, and then we find out at the end that there never was no Michael Myers. It was just this fucking psychotic kid. But in this iteration of Halloween Kills that I'm pitching, Laurie is the only one who sees the intricacies of what Corey is doing. Everyone thinks this is Michael Myers, and Laurie's going, that's not Michael Myers, that's not how he does things. Nobody listens to her. The Corey character meets his end very similar to the other patient. And then you have the town of Haddonfield going like, what have we done? What did we do to one of our own? Are we responsible for why this kid has done what he did? At the end of this movie, we do something where it becomes very abundant that Michael Myers is still around. And then you do Halloween Ends, which focuses entirely on the 4-decade war between Michael Myers and Laurie Strode coming to an end. Is that perfect? No, it could use some work, but it's just a 1-minute pitch, okay? And it's better than what we got. Many fans have accused Halloween Kills of being filler, of being nothing more than a middle chapter to justify a trilogy. I never agreed with this, and now, with all of it said and done, I feel justified in that stance. Halloween Ends is the filler. 90% of Halloween Ends is a story that has nothing to do with Halloween actually ending. David Gordon Green has stated that they came up with the ending of this movie first and worked backwards from there, and I don't think anything could be any more obvious. All they knew is that Laurie Strode would kill Michael Myers. What else do we want to do? Several statements made by the crew left me puzzled. It's about finding a unique story to that climax. Is it? Is that how stories are told? This journey doesn't build to the climax at all. It's completely unrelated. Regarding the flow of this film, they stated, you don't want the story to just serve as that final fight. You don't? Why not? Why don't you want that? That's what these movies are all about! Can you imagine if the last month of build to Stone Cold vs. The Rock at WrestleMania 17 focused entirely on Spike Dudley wearing a 316 shirt and bullying the WWF roster? What the fuck does that have to do with Austin vs. The Rock? Leading up to Austin vs. Rock, I want to see goddamn Stone Cold vs. The Rock! Aside from the entire premise being a head-scratcher, there's also a feeling, at least to me, that the writers had no idea what they were trying to say with Michael Myers. Up to this point, they posed several questions that went unanswered, and I mean that in the best way. We were intrigued. We were gleefully on the hook. The mask? Who knows? The bedroom? Who knows? Here in Halloween Ends, it seems obvious that there is indeed something very supernatural happening with Michael Myers. The transfer between the eyes, Corey's life flashing before him, and his entire character changing after meeting the Shape's gaze, Michael Myers visibly powering up after his first kill, and going from weak old man to I lift you with one arm and pin you to the wall, it's clear. And then a few scenes later, Michael's a weakling again. Corey takes him down in what looks like an old, retired fighter trying to battle the current young champion. Even at the end, Laurie says, "You're just a man in a Halloween mask." Is he, though? The rest of this movie told me he wasn't. Now he is? This seems like a tale of two movies, two different schools of thought, maybe two completely different scripts being stitched together. I don't know. What I do know is this. Down in the sewer, we see that old, decrepit, broken down Michael Myers. And to me, this is the perfect visualization of the franchise at this point. And it happened out of nowhere. 2018 was critically acclaimed. Kills was a bit more cut down the middle, and again, like an aging fighter, Halloween just got old overnight. Halloween stepped into the ring, and it was painfully obvious that it had become slow, rigid, and it had clearly lost a step. I've been really harsh up to this point, but I'd like to shine a light on what Halloween Ends does well. First of all, the kills. The practical effects of said kills are incredible. Michael's death, that's not CGI. That's a dummy full of fake blood getting eviscerated in a trash dump. This is a real torch getting blown into a dummy's mouth. The shot of Allison holding Corey's head when their story begins, being bookended by her doing the same as he bleeds out. Come on, that's good stuff. Laurie holding Michael's hand as he finally drifts away. Beautiful. Laurie pulling a Batman and disappearing when Corey gets all squirrely. Legendary. Ronald, the guy dating Corey's mom, not doing work and instead watching Hard Target. This guy's living the dream. Corey's shitty mom serving spaghetti for dinner with a glass of milk? No wonder this kid lost his fucking mind. I smiled like a lunatic when the opening credits were a direct ode to Halloween 3. But this brings us to the unfortunate connection between the two films. Like myself, David Gordon Green loves Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. I believe Halloween Ends with its pushing of Michael Myers to the deep background is an ode to Halloween 3 in a way. This is David Gordon Green's Halloween 3. And much like Season of the Witch, many fans have completely disowned Halloween Ends over the simple fact that it's not a Michael Myers movie. And while I don't think this is a bad film, I also don't blame anyone at all for being let down, because this isn't what I was looking for either. Michael Myers finally dying, Halloween finally ending, feels way less impactful than it should. Not only because the finale is completely disconnected from the other hour and 34 minutes of runtime, but because Laurie Strode has already moved on before we got here. She bought a new house, she decorated for Halloween, and she took a stand against grief before the boogeyman was ever vanquished by the morning sun. Halloween, for Laurie, had already ended. And man, oh man, does that rob the final moment of some of its luster. I hate saying that, because I respect this moment and love this visual so much. But story-wise, it is what it is. Halloween Ends hit theaters on October 14th, 2022. The reviews were largely negative. Its box office gross of $105 million made it a financial success, but placed it firmly at the bottom of the new trilogy. Even if fans of the franchise were left disappointed, the players were not. The behind-the-scenes footage from the set shows what an amazing time literally everybody on the crew had. Jamie Lee Curtis shed tears on the final day, thanking everybody on the team for allowing her to finally say goodbye to Laurie Strode and make peace with leaving Halloween behind. It's heartwarming to see, honestly. Andy Matichak, Rowan Campbell, The Shape himself, James Jude Courtney, everybody being all smiles at all times. There's a victory to be taken from this being the lasting legacy of Halloween from those involved. Halloween 5 could have been the send-off. Halloween 6 was nearly the final film to be released theatrically. The first timeline came to an end on the back of the dud that was Halloween Resurrection. But here and now, in 2023, it's over. After myriad retcons, resurrections, reboots, and rejections, Halloween has reached its finale. This is the end of evil. And to that, I tip my cap. And I say thank you to Halloween. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the ending. Thank you. Oh, there it is, Van Dans. The history of Halloween is officially over. I mean, this video series is over. Obviously, Halloween will continue. At the time of record, the film and TV rights for Halloween just changed hands, and it's only a matter of time until somebody cooks up something. They're talking about TV shows and cinematic universes. Good God. No, thank you. Let me rest. Let Halloween rest. I want to say thank you to everybody who has watched this series over the years and everybody who's going to discover it later. You know, Halloween is one of the most important pieces of fiction in my entire life, and I'm very happy that I have a platform to share my love of Halloween with you guys, and I'm very grateful that you've shared your experiences in the comments as well. So thank you very much for watching, happy Halloween, and I'll see you next time.